Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Voldemort continued to seduce. After all, he had seen the abyss of flames from Grindelwald. If he could, he still didn't want to have a direct confrontation with Charlotte too soon. Hearing this, Charlotte just shrugged. "If you don't come to trouble me, I will come to trouble you, Mr. Voldemort." As soon as the words fell, Charlotte raised the Elder Wand. Because of the Thestrals, he used the Elder Wand more smoothly than Dumbledore. Armor protection. The Elder Wand magnified Charlotte's own power. It was just a simple incantation, but the power released from the tip of the wand was enough to surpass armor protection. Charlotte blinked, suddenly understanding why Voldemort wanted the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand can amplify the wizard's power, which allows the wizard to easily release more powerful magic, and only needs to output some magic power. Such a powerful, holy artifact. If Voldemort wasn't greedy, it wouldn't be Voldemort. Knowing the function of the Elder Wand, Charlotte released several spells one after another to protect this place a bit. "Mr. Aberforth, I think you'd better stay still." After Charlotte finished speaking, she stepped out of the super armor body. Just in time, the Death Eaters on the opposite side launched another wave of attacks, and several colorful spells were fired towards this side. The magic power scratched the air, causing the air to emit an extremely intense explosion sound. With a wave of her wand in Charlotte's hand, the spells instantly disappeared in front of him. "All curses are empty." Aberforth watched this scene from behind, with an extremely complicated look in his eyes. "All spells are empty, an advanced spell that can resist all spells. The person who cast this spell must have very powerful magic power, otherwise it is impossible to use it. Even if a second-year student got the Elder Wand, he could use such an advanced spell, which made Aberforth's evaluation of Charlotte even higher. "Humph, Albus, if this child dies here, I think you will regret it," Aberforth said, waving his wand in his hand, and shot a spell at the group of Death Eaters. "On this island, only offense is the best defense." Charlotte looked at the magic spell passing by her and smiled. "Okay, stubborn Mr. Aberforth, let's fight side by side for once." Aberforth stepped forward, and there was no smile on his unshaven face. "Then let me have a look. The strength of the genius just now." Charlotte walked forward. The sea breeze blew the magic robe on his body. His eyes moved, and the originally dark pupils instantly turned into dark green vertical pupils. "Of course, Mr. Aberforth, you will never be disappointed." Charlotte walked forward, and when he stepped forward, his figure instantly shifted to a place in front of him. "Apparate." The Death Eaters headed by Yaxley on the opposite side had a bloodthirsty desire to fight in their eyes. Voldemort stood behind them, watching the two people who kept moving towards them. "My loyal servant, kill these two for me." An extremely distorted and crazy look appeared on Bella's face. She stood behind Voldemort with distorted worship in her eyes. "Of course, my master." The rest of the Death Eaters also stared at Charlotte and Aberforth. "Of course, my lord." Voldemort gave an order, and the 5 Death Eaters around him rushed towards Charlotte like giant bats. The gloomy weather, the dark ocean, and the cloudy sky in the distance suddenly split a silver-white lightning, and a lightning fell on the ocean, making the atmosphere suddenly rise to the extreme. Charlotte's figure shifted rapidly on the island. He calmly looked at these Death Eaters. The most important thing was Voldemort standing behind them. These Death Eaters were all elites under Voldemort, and compared to the useless vampires under Grindelwald, the strength of these elites should not be underestimated. There are many creatures that he can transform into now, but powerful ones like Balrog and Frost Titan require too much magic power, especially Frost Titan. It took about 3 minutes to deal with the giant snake, and after 3 minutes, Charlotte felt a little overwhelmed. "Maybe you can choose something else." Charlotte thought for a while. Her eyes lit up slightly. Thinking of this, Charlotte didn't act immediately, but accelerated the speed of apparition and rushed towards Yaxley. After Voldemort's downfall, Yaxley whitewashed himself as the director of the Ministry of Magic. After Voldemort reappeared, he joined Voldemort's command, but he was always worried that he would not gain Voldemort's trust. So this time I was eager to express myself. Grindelwald only told Voldemort about Charlotte's ability. Although Voldemort reminded his subordinates to pay attention, they never really saw it. Who would appreciate such a thing? Notice a kid? So, in Yaxley's eyes at the moment, Charlotte is nothing more than a slightly talented wizard. And other than that, she is just a stepping stone for him to build a career in front of Voldemort. Stupid wizard. Yaxley moved with a fierce look in his eyes. As soon as he moved the wand in his hand, a ball of white magic power immediately condensed on the tip of the wand. As for flowers, Charlotte's figure rushed towards Yaxley without any hesitation. He looked at the magic ball in front of Yaxley's wand, not even trying to block it. Aberforth followed Charlotte, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Oh no, Charlotte!" he yelled, with a look of panic in his eyes. He immediately stopped his steps and was about to raise his wand in his hand and wave it to block Charlotte's blow. The smile on the corner of Yaxley's mouth became more and more rampant and wanton. "Idiot, I am not some stupid wizard. Even if you are still young, I will not show mercy." He increased his magic output, and his eyes were extremely cold and cunning. As one of Voldemort's most powerful subordinates, he was not a vegetarian. A little smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth, and he slowly closed his eyes, as if he was welcoming his own death. Seeing this, Yaxley paused in his heart. Why did the little wizard close his eyes? Meet his own death? No, Yaxley was no fool. Having dared to come here, and having taken the wand from Dumbledore, he knew that Charlotte was no ordinary wizard. But now, Charlotte closed her eyes and put on a dead look. Countless conjectures crossed Yaxley's mind, but he resolutely decided to increase the output of magic power. The arrow is on the string, and he can't do it anymore. He will not miss any chance to kill the enemy. Yaxley sneered, and with a wave of his wand, the powerful spell shot out from his wand and rushed toward Charlotte. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, Charlotte's figure was covered by the blasted dust. Satisfaction rose in Yaxley's eyes, and Aberforth was stunned for a moment, and there were tears in his eyes. "Idiot!" Aberforth cursed, waving his wand in his hand and shooting countless white lights at those Death Eaters. "Vulnerable," Yaxley said with a sneer, but before he turned his head back, he saw the billowing smoke and dust seem to be blown by the wind and rushed towards him. Next second, a pair of dark green vertical pupils appeared in front of him. The dark green vertical pupils carried the breath of death. Yaxley's fair face turned red instantly, and the hand of the god of death seemed to pinch his neck. His eyes were instantly filled with fear because he recognized those eyes. The eyes of death are small. Not only was Yaxley facing the deadly eyes, but even the Death Eaters and Voldemort who had been paying attention to the movement were a little stunned. Deadeye. As far as they know, the eyes of the basilisk are the eyes of the basilisk. Why does Charlotte have these eyes? Voldemort's livid head became like the eyes of a dead fish that had been rotting for a long time. He was stunned for a moment, looking at the place where the dust hadn't dispersed with an extremely complicated expression, and then seemed to think of something. At this moment, everyone stood there looking at that place, and no one dared to move. Although the dust did not disperse, even the Death Eaters, who were used to being with death, felt a sense of unreasonable pressure in their hearts. This is a kind of pressure from death. It seems that there is an eye suspended above their heads, which will open at any time and drag them into the abyss of death. Hiss! A strange sound sounded, and an extremely huge body appeared in the smoke and dust. The dark green body of the basilisk curled up together, and it was Yaxley who had been deprived of his life. The basilisk transformed by Charlotte roared, and with a flick of his tail, the huge dark green tail threw Yaxley with the curled tail into the ocean. There was a heavy sound of falling into the water, and Charlotte raised her snake's head high and opened her eyes to look at Voldemort standing on the shore. Even from this distance, Charlotte could feel the vicious waves of magic in Voldemort. However, even Voldemort couldn't face the deadly eyes of the basilisk, so Voldemort picked up the wand and cast a spell on his eyes. Hiss! The basilisk spat out the letter and then rushed toward Voldemort. The huge body of the basilisk caused some tiny cracks to appear on the originally weak island ground. The waves slammed on the island, and the blown foam fell on the basilisk's body. The Death Eaters avoided the basilisk's path one after another. They were not Voldemort. Even if they were used to being accompanied by death, they couldn't face real death after all. Sensing the wave of Charlotte's magic, veins throbbed in Voldemort's bald head. "This is your ability?" Voldemort recalled the picture Grindelwald showed him earlier, which seemed to come from the Balrog deep in hell. It was so sensational that he thought it was just an excuse for Grindelwald to join forces with him. But I didn't expect that there are really people in this world who can transform into magical creatures. In fact, Voldemort's Death Eater Legion has also been trying to develop potions that can turn people into magical creatures. After all, magical creatures are much more powerful than wizards. If they can be developed, it will be a great help for him. However, this agent has never been developed. Even a genius like Snape once admitted that such a potion was absolutely impossible. A bit of confusion appeared in Voldemort's closed eyes, but as soon as his body stepped back, it immediately boiled into the sky. Pointing at Charlotte with Bella's wand in his hand, he said, "The basilisk can't save your life. Come down again. Kill them for me." On the ground, a group of reacting Death Eaters raised their wands at Charlotte. Hiss! The huge body of the basilisk swings on the island, almost the hardest body in the world, and throws it towards the Death Eaters around. The first to be affected was a black-robed Death Eater who stood aside and was about to cast the unforgivable spell on Charlotte. Charlotte's huge snake tail swung towards him. The magic in his hands collapsed, and he floated up from the ground. Then it flew into the sky. On the ground, the Death Eaters headed by Dolohov stood together. Dolohov waved his wand, and several light spots formed a ring around him. In the ring, the air twisted slightly, and then an extremely ominous breath descended on the island. Seeing the appearance of the basilisk, Abuforth, who retreated to the back, changed greatly. He opened his eyes wide and looked in amazement at the large circle formed in front of Dolohov, and an extremely evil and gloomy roar was coming from the circle of light formed by the light spots. He exclaimed, "Dementors! Dementors are one of the most hateful creatures in the magic world. They have no soul and are composed of extremely simple evil. They haunt the darkest and filthiest places in groups." As soon as the Dementors appeared, Abeforth raised his wand with some hideous dread. Black Dementors like dirty cloth strips continuously drilled out of the aperture, like countless disgusting black smoke. The Dementor let out an extremely evil cry. That hoarse voice was even more frightening than Parseltongue. Dolohov muttered words, and he continued to summon countless Dementors until the sky above the island was filled with such evil creatures. Disgusting dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the dark sky was filled with annoying white lightning. Under the lightning, these Dementors wandered in the air, bringing an extremely dull and evil feeling to the air. Dementors will evoke the most painful memories in people's hearts. Abuforth raised his wand with a pale face, guarding against these Dementors approaching him. A few Dementors loitered beside him, making evil noises at him. Abuforth kept stepping back, his eyes falling on the basilisk in the distance. The surroundings of the basilisk were already full of Dementors, and the Dementors were flying up and down around the basilisk. Dolohov held up his magic wand and shouted in his mouth, "To the great master, offer your loyalty and consecrate him." Countless swimming Dementors all looked at the basilisk, and even the Dementors in front of Abuforth rushed towards the basilisk. The evil aura gathered, and the roar of countless winds came from these evil, mist-like creatures. Charlotte glanced at these Dementors. Dementors have no souls. They are the creations of death, so there is no death, so the dead eyes of the basilisk are useless to these Dementors. The Dementors gathered around Charlotte, gradually forming a huge black ball on the outside, enveloping the basilisk 4.8 times inside. An evil and terrifying aura completely surrounded Charlotte, and countless Dementors even covered the sky. They opened their skinny hands like dying people, and opened them black, and suddenly, a suction force came from the Dementors. It came out of the strange mouth. Dementor kiss. The difference is that when facing human Dementors, they need to look at each other and press their jaws on the victim's mouth. But when facing animals, they only need to open their mouths, and they can absorb all the animal sensations from the animal skin. People and animals absorbed by the kiss of the Dementor will become a walking dead. When Aberforth saw Charlotte surrounded by Dementors, his heart skipped a beat. He stood where he was, and before he could take 2 steps, several spells were shot at him. Dolohov turned his head and smiled evilly at him. He raised his wand, and a white light rushed towards Aberforth. With a wave of the wand in Aberforth's hand, it was also a white light that canceled out the spell, but this spell used up a lot of Aberforth's magic power. His hand holding the wand trembled slightly, and Dolohov led the 3 Death Eaters towards Aberforth step by step. "The Master wants you to die. No one can leave here alive," Dolohov said. Aberforth always had that calm expression on his face, and he sneered, "Idiot, why do you think Dumbledore is so relieved to let us bring the wand?" Aberforth stood where he was, but kept secretly watching the movement of the basilisk. Sensing his gaze, Dolohov squeezed a smile out of his chest, then raised his wand. "Since that's the case, I'll just kill you first." Drilling. Dolohov didn't intend to kill Aberforth right away. After all, what he liked most was seeing others struggling in desperation, and he preferred Cruciatus to Avada's death. In his opinion, Charlotte is doomed. With so many Dementors, no one can escape. However, in the middle of Dolohov's spell, he heard a strange roar coming from his ear. 16HOO. Surrounded by the Dementors, Charlotte flicked her long tail and let out a sharp cry towards the Dementors. A burst of transparent sound waves centered on Charlotte and instantly spread toward release. The Dementors that surrounded him so impenetrably were blown back and forth by the gust of wind caused by the huge roar and retreated backwards. The wizards on the ground were also unable to stand still in the gust of wind caused by the screams. Before Dolohov and the others could stabilize their figures, the basilisk raised its long tail and swept across the sky. On one side, hundreds of Dementors and 4 Death Eaters were thrown into the sea. Dementors are originally composed of evil. Although they are not afraid of death, they also have extremely humane emotions when facing the strong. A lot of Dementors scattered away from Charlotte, apparently also lost the ability to continue fighting with Charlotte. This is one of the talents of the basilisk, using its powerful body to roar, causing damage in a very large area. In addition to the Eyes of Death, this is the second reliance of the basilisk. It's just that in the secret room at that time, the basilisk didn't use this ability because it didn't dare to destroy the secret room. Aberforth stretched out his hand to block the strong wind. He looked at the huge basilisk not far away and remembered what Albus had said to him. "The biggest reliance on you this time is Mr. Elvis Jr." Aberforth didn't believe it at first, and even thought that there was something wrong with Dumbledore's head and really believed a second-year student's proposal. But at this moment, he also had to believe it. But Aberforth has not relaxed now. Countless Dementors are still circling around Charlotte. Even though the distance is far away, the Dementors are still absorbing Sherlock's love in Zhongzhong. The basilisk is indeed very strong, but it seems to be somewhat powerless in the face of the dead creatures. After all, the strongest thing about the basilisk is its deadly eyes. Now, the ability of the deadly eyes is limited, no matter how strong the body and defense are. They can only be beaten passively. Abufa thought about helping Charlotte, but after thinking about it, he still stood still. If Dumbledore comes, it is still possible to say to help, but his ability is far inferior to Dumbledore, and now it is just to cause trouble for Charlotte. At this time, the figure of the basilisk suddenly dissipated, and Charlotte regained her humanity. The huge body of the basilisk is not as useful as its deadly eyes. Facing the Dementor, the advantage of the basilisk is passively reduced. It's better to change the form. At this moment, Voldemort had already seen that something was wrong. The muscles on his livid face twitched slightly, and he glanced at the Dementors around him and the Death Eaters who crawled from the sea to the shore, all wet like dead fish. He looked again at Charlotte, who had returned to her human nature. Transforming into magical creatures is definitely not free. Voldemort thought that Charlotte didn't have much mana to support Animagus's head. If this kid hadn't got the Elder Wand, he would have become the strongest wizard now. Voldemort looked at Charlotte with a murderous intent in his eyes. He originally wanted to capture Charlotte alive and take it back to do research on magical creatures. But the defeat in front of him and Charlotte's obstruction to his acquisition of the Elder Wand made his anger peak. With a hoarse voice, he pointed forward at Charlotte with his bony fingers. F***me. Kill Charlotte Elvizin. The Dementors that had already dispersed rushed towards Chonluo again under Voldemort's stern order. Call God to protect you. Just as countless Dementors rushed towards Charlotte crazily, Charlotte waved his wand, and an extremely pure white light shone from his wand. The whole world was illuminated by this white light. Countless evils were invisible under this white light, and the Dementors screamed and fled in all directions. This white light was as bright as the sun, even though it was not as fearful as the Dementors, but the purity contained in the white light made Voldemort's eyes blink. Aberforth narrowed his eyes slightly, with waves in his eyes. Such powerful magic, dispelling hundreds of Dementors' God-calling guards in the blink of an eye. Such a profound magical power is no longer possessed by ordinary wizards. Charlotte didn't know Aberforth's shock. He just looked at Voldemort, who had no effect at all, and thought in his heart, the God-calling guard who could disperse evil has no effect on Voldemort. It seems that he is really powerful. You must know that last time, all the remaining points were added to various spells by Charlotte, and even the God-calling guard has been upgraded to the full level, which is very powerful. But the highest level, which can dispel the evil summoning guard, has little effect on Voldemort. Charlotte couldn't help but added a level to Voldemort's danger level again in her mind. However, just as he was thinking, those Death Eaters who fell into the sea had already climbed up, and one of the Death Eaters raised his wand with a face full of anger and hatred, and the tip of the wand shone with an evil green light. The green light is the prelude to the launch of Avada Kedavra. Charlotte just glanced at it briefly, remembering the spell she got from the Frost Titan. Winter's Wrath. The moment the spell sounded, a blue curse quickly flew towards the Death Eater and landed on the Death Eater in an instant. Click it. There was a sound like crushing ice. Afterwards, the ice spread from the place hit by the magic strike. The Death Eater let out an extremely miserable cry, and he kept slapping the ice on his body, but the ice didn't fall off because of his actions. Instead, it spread in all directions. In less than a moment, the Death Eater turned into an ice cube and froze in place. Standing in midair, Voldemort watched this scene happen because the time was so fast that he didn't even have the time to stop it. Strong, at least unexpectedly strong. A strong murderous intent surged in Voldemort's heart. Charlotte was not very old, but her strength had already posed a threat to him. If he is still in the magic world, then he will not want to rule the magic world again in the future. Voldemort snorted coldly, his aura rising steadily. Countless black mist rushed towards Voldemort. He was holding his wand in his hand, and his pitch-black robe was blowing in the wind, and immediately an extremely evil aura enveloped the world. Voldemort showed his strongest strength. Countless black mists surrounded him, and even formed a terrifying skull behind him. In just an instant, the entire sky was darkened. Such a powerful force, and such a terrifying and evil aura made Aberforth a little breathless, standing on the ground. It is not that there are no dark wizards in the Pig's Head Tavern, but there have never been only black wizards with such a powerful oppressive force in this world. Voldemort was alone. In the dark clouds covering the sky, Voldemort held his wand and looked at Charlotte. Your strength has been recognized by me, and I will give you a chance to fight me. Die, Charlotte Elvis. Charlotte looked at Voldemort. He didn't like to look up, so he flew to the same position as Voldemort. He looked directly at Voldemort and said flatly, "Have you ever seen the eyes from the end of time?" As soon as the voice finished speaking, a bit of coldness emanated from Charlotte's body. In the pitch-black world, the ice-blue light illuminated the world instantly, and the dazzling white light seemed to contain the power of destroying heaven and earth like a neutron pulse. Aberforth stared at the light in the sky with wide eyes and murmured dully, "Albus, do you know that your students possess such great power?" The next moment, the white spot of light dissipated, and a towering frost titan appeared on the island, and the island looked like a boat that could be broken at any time under his feet. Fragile. Charlotte exhaled a breath of cold air, and the ice spread from his side in all directions, and the surrounding temperature dropped to freezing point in an instant. "Frost Titan!" Aberforth exclaimed, his eyes showing horror. "Frost Titan! Isn't that only legendary creatures? Legendary creatures that can fight against gods." Aberforth was incomparably shocked, looked up at the huge titan in front of him, and shouted in disbelief, "Running Gorgon! My Merlin! What the hell am I witnessing?" Even Dolohov, Bella, and the others who were preparing to jointly fight against Charlotte couldn't help being stunned. The cruelest wizard, Dolohov took a step back and said in disbelief, "Frost Titan! He can transform into a Frost Titan." With an evil look on Bella's face, she turned her head to avoid the wand in the hands of the Death Eater behind. "We're going to kill him." Dolohov's eyes showed curiosity, cruelty, and madness. "Frost Titan, I don't know what is hidden in the Frost Titan, what kind of organs and what kind of magic power is supporting this Titan, Bella. Come on, let's serve our master together." Loyalty to the master. Two evil breaths soared into the sky, and Dolohov and Bella instantly apparat behind Voldemort. Voldemort waved his wand in his hand, and an extremely powerful spell shot out from his wand. A giant frost axe appeared in Frost Titan's hand. Charlotte stepped on the island with one foot, and the surrounding sea water rolled and fell on the condensed ice under his feet. The heavy roar resounded through the heaven and earth. "Winter is coming." Charlotte raised the giant axe in her hand, and the giant axe slashed towards Voldemort with countless shards of ice wrapped in it. The two extremely powerful forces collided between the sky and the earth. Boom! The loud sound even exceeded the upper limit of human hearing, and finally turned into sharp sound waves and spread in all directions. The tsunami churned and swallowed the island at the foot of Titan almost instantly. The invisible energy collided and spread in all directions, and right in the middle of the colliding spells, white light enveloped the world. Then, almost in the next second, the knife light slashed through the entire ocean, splitting the sea level. The huge force caused the sea surface to temporarily expose the seabed below, and the tall waves rolled on both sides, and then fell down. Boom! Countless sounds echoed around. The sound of the island collapsing, the sound of rolling waves, and the sound of force friction. The world seems to have returned to the original pot of soup again, and the violent force raged the world, until a huge thunderstorm suddenly fell from the sky, and the world began to slowly recover. Clatter! It was raining heavily. The Frost Titan incarnated by Charlotte stood on the sea, and the thick ice under his feet supported him. Not a moment later, the Frost Titan turned into a phantom and dissipated, and Charlotte reappeared between the sky and the earth. And where Voldemort was originally standing, there was no one there. Voldemort had a Horcrux, and his own strength was not weak. He didn't think that Voldemort's escape was an accident, but it was just regrettable. It's a pity if Voldemort can stay. I think there will be a lot of skill points. Charlotte said, looking at the sea level. The island had completely disappeared in the tumbling waves, because the Frost Titan he turned into dissipated, and the ice was gradually melting, and a wizard on the sea flew towards him. Obviously Aberforth. Aberforth had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Charlotte, and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Charlotte nodded towards Aberforth, and waved the wand in her hand as if to show off. The Elder Wand has never been lost. Except that Voldemort is not left behind. We may have received a lot. Where's a lot? This time Voldemort brought 5 Death Eaters, 3 of them died, plus hundreds of Dementors. The remaining 2 Death Eaters and Voldemort would definitely be seriously injured, even if they didn't die. In this case, Aberforth dared not even think about it. You know, during the time when Voldemort was in power, there was no one in the wizarding world who resisted, but no one had ever fought Voldemort to such an extent, except for Harry Potter. No one has ever been able to harm Voldemort. In terms of magic power, Voldemort's magic power is even higher than Grindelwald's. And the little guy in front of him seemed to be regretting not killing Voldemort. This kind of performance couldn't help but give Aberforth some headaches. Are all young wizards so powerful these days? After thinking about it, Aberforth had no choice but to say, "We should go back." Charlotte nodded, then unlocked the door key, Chien Hao, and followed Aberforth to the Pig's Head Tavern. Charlotte didn't stay long when she came back, and Aberforth asked, "You are so in a hurry. What's wrong with you? People are waiting for you." Charlotte smiled and said, "Of course, Mr. Aberforth. I have many good friends waiting for me to watch Quidditch. Which academy do you think will win this year?" His tone was unusually relaxed, as if he hadn't just returned from the battlefield. Aberforth looked at Charlotte, who was very calm in front of him. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly felt that the Frost Titan and the earth-shattering axe just now seemed to be an illusion. He snorted coldly, walked behind the counter, and said, "Which academy are you from?" "Lewin-Crow, Mr. Aberforth." "Oh, then I think Lawin-Claw will win." Aberforth lowered his head and started to take out his wine glass. Charlotte smiled and waved his wand in his hand. "Thank you for your good words, but I think Gryffindor will win this year." At the entrance of the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium, Hermione and the others stood at the entrance, looking inside and outside. Seeing Charlotte walking in from the outside, several people waved excitedly. "Hey, Charlotte." Charlotte nodded towards the 3 of them, and Joya said excitedly, "Charlotte, it's just in time. The next match is the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin." The 3 of them talked and climbed up to the viewing area from the steps on one side. Dumbledore was sitting on the highest viewing platform at the moment. When he saw Charlotte coming back, he nodded slightly towards Charlotte. Charlotte smiled back and then sat next to Joya and Hermione watching the competition on the field. On the Quidditch field, Harry was riding on a Nimbus and greeted Charlotte, while Malfoy on the opposite side had a stinky face and stared at Harry and Charlotte coldly. The match soon started, and Gryffindor and Slytherin immediately fell into a fierce battle. The 2 houses were originally rivals. Slytherin's violent Quidditch showed no mercy when facing Gryffindor, although they did not show any mercy to other houses. Will not release water. Harry and Malfoy wandered the sidelines, looking for the snitch. As soon as the golden snitch appeared, the 2 immediately started chasing each other on the field. Charlotte was sitting in the viewing area, and the little wizards around saw the fierce chasing game on the field and couldn't help but shouted loudly, looking very excited. Even Hermione and Joya hugged each other excitedly, shouting to cheer for the team on the field. Charlotte smiled, somewhat affected by the joyous intensity of the atmosphere. While he was concentrating on watching the game, he felt that someone was patting him from behind. Charlotte turned around and saw Qiu Zhang sitting behind him smiling. Her smile was somewhat lost. "Charlotte." There was a lot of noise around. Charlotte leaned back slightly, trying to hear what Qiu Zhang was saying. Qiu Zhang leaned forward to Charlotte's ear and said, "I'm sorry, I lost the game." Charlotte turned her head and glanced at Qiu Zhang. Qiu Zhang was very close to him. It seemed that he could see the fine hairs on Qiu Zhang's face clearly. He stepped back a little and said, "There are always winners and losers in the game. Lawin-Crow's opponent is usually Hufflepuff, but Hufflepuff's captain this year is still Cedric. Cedric is a good Quidditch player. Without him, the Lawin-Crow team wants to snatch it from Cedric. Victory is indeed difficult." Qiu Zhang looked a little lost. She whispered, "Charlotte, can you teach me how to be a good ball seeker next time, BGCG?" Charlotte raised her eyebrows and said, "I think you need to speed up your speed. You can't use the spell now. You'd better ask Mrs. Hodge for advice." Before Qiu Zhang could answer, the surrounding voices began to rise wildly, and many students stood up from their seats excitedly, waving and shouting towards the field. Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Charlotte turned her head and saw Harry riding a broom, clutching the snitch tightly. He smiled, and then patted Hermione and Joya, who were also excited. The two looked over at the same time, and Hermione asked loudly, "Circle Road?" Charlotte bowed her head and whispered in their ears, "I have something to do, so I'm leaving first." He turned his head to look at the high platform, and Dumbledore's figure on the high platform had disappeared. The two looked up at Charlotte, and Chauya grabbed Charlotte's sleeve and asked, "Where are you going? If there is anything, we will definitely stand by your side." Hermione nodded, eyes determined. "Yeah." Charlotte curled her lips into a smile, reached out, and patted the heads of the two of them. "Okay, it's just some small things. I'll see you at dinner." After finishing speaking, Charlotte waved her hand. Apparition was activated, and his figure disappeared in the same place in an instant. Xiao Zhang, who was sitting in the back, had a flash in her eyes. Although she knew that Charlotte was a genius wizard, she was still a little surprised when she saw this scene. Apparition, as far as she knew, was a powerful spell for wizards, and now Charlotte, a second-year student, could use such a powerful spell. Facing such a powerful wizard, Xiao Zhang had some strange emotions in his eyes, and Charlotte was already standing in the headmaster's office at this moment. He took out the Elder Wand and handed it to Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, the task has been completed. I don't think Voldemort will dare to use the Elder Wand for a while." Charlotte blinked. Dumbledore's eyes flashed, and his expression was extremely complicated. Although he had seen Charlotte transform into a Balrog, he was still surprised that Charlotte could easily repel Voldemort. After all, when it comes to magic power, Voldemort is far above Grindelwald. But Charlotte wasn't hurt at all, and Voldemort seemed to have suffered quite a bit from what he said. Dumbledore did not go to pick up the Elder Wand, but said, "This wand is very suitable for you, child." Now the two great demon kings join forces, and the entire wizarding world may depend on you. Charlotte smiled. This wand is actually useful for him, but it is not that big. He prefers to cast spells without a wand, and has the ability to transform. The magic spell can only be regarded as icing on the cake. "Headmaster Dumbledore, this wand will also exert great power with you," and Charlotte looked at Dumbledore with some seriousness. The wizarding world cannot lose the most powerful white wizard. Dumbledore looked at Charlotte, and then reached out to take the Elder Wand. "Okay, in this case, I'll keep this wand for you for the time being." Dumbledore didn't use the enchantment, but just took it from Charlotte, which meant that as long as Dumbledore used the Elder Wand, he would never be able to defeat Jinlo. Charlotte didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking, but she didn't say much, but instead said, "By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, I need to leave the school for a while." Dumbledore put away his wand and said with a smile, "You're going to Hagrid's hometown? I've heard Hagrid say it, the festival of the Titan tribe. By the way, if you're going somewhere, I think..." Dumbledore turned around, looked around on the bookshelves, and suddenly he stopped looking, waved his wand, and said, "Oh, by the way, this is a letter from Newt. I think you will need this letter." Dumbledore handed the letter to Charlotte, who took it and opened it. Seeing the contents of the letter, Charlotte's eyes flashed. Newt Scamander, although old, still likes to explore all kinds of magical animals. Recently, he discovered a very strange creature in Northern Europe. Although it looks like a big tree, it has wonderful power and ethnic culture. He wrote the specific address in the letter and sincerely invited Dumbledore to come and have a look. The tree crowd seems to be very interested in human wise men. Charlotte smiled and said, "Looks like I can finally see Mr. Scamander." Nermingard. Grindelwald stood in the room, and with a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared in front of him. In the water mirror was the Balrog he saw at that time, and the monstrous flames that seemed to come from hell. There was fear in Grindelwald's eyes, and then the water mirror in front of him shook, and Voldemort appeared in the water mirror. Voldemort was lying on the bed, his body almost torn apart, and there was mad hatred in his eyes. "Galant!" Voldemort's hoarse and frantic voice came through the water mirror. Grindelwald looked at Voldemort's injury, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You're seriously injured, Charlotte? Kill him. He is our enemy. He is our worst enemy." Voldemort's voice was full of sullenness and hatred, He grabbed the edge of the bed, almost gnashing his teeth. His strength has become stronger again. Grindelwald murmured. He looked at Voldemort's injury. Voldemort's injury was serious, but it seemed that he was not injured by Lien, but by another kind of strength. Grindelwald didn't know how Charlotte got the power of these magical animals. He always thought it might be Charlotte's talent, but now that Charlotte injured Voldemort with a new power, his eyes flashed. Voldemort, what strength did Charlotte use this time to hurt you like this? Voldemort's distorted and hoarse voice came out through the water mirror. It's the Frost Titan. Damn, you never said that he actually has the power of the Frost Titan dash. I don't know, Voldemort. At least when we fought, he only showed the power of the Balrog to me. Grindelwald said flatly. Voldemort gritted his teeth, but calmed down again. However, his calm still had a distorted color. Gellert, he is different from Dumbledore. The two of us could defeat Dumbledore together, but we may not be able to defeat that kid together. He's a hindrance. We must kill him. Grindelwald closed his eyes and killed Charlotte. It was easier said than done. His ability was unbelievable. He had been in the magic world for so many years, but he had never heard of an Animagus who could transform into a magical creature and possess such powerful magic. But this incredible thing happened to Charlotte. Grindelwald pondered for a long time, opened his eyes slightly, and said, "Perhaps we need to verify some things, Mr. Voldemort. Please tell me all the details of this fight." 17. At this time, Hogwarts. Charlotte came out of the headmaster's office. Hogwarts had no classes today, and all the students were celebrating Quidditch, especially the victorious Gryffindor house. "Hey, Charlotte, we won." A Gryffindor student walked past Charlotte and put some candy in Charlotte's hand. "Congratulations." Charlotte took it and then walked into the dining room. In the dining room, at the Gryffindor's table, every student was celebrating loudly, and many students were all around, communicating with students from other colleges about today's Quidditch. Harry was surrounded by the Gryffindor crowd, and the twins shouted, "Harry Potter! Harry Potter!" Charlotte smiled, and then sat down on Ravenclaw's table. Ravenclaw paid more attention to learning, and was not so eager to win the Quidditch match. He was also very happy talking about today's Quidditch show. In the restaurant, the only ones who couldn't blend into this atmosphere were the Slytherins, especially Malfoy, who looked up at the Gryffindor table in the distance from time to time, and then raised his fist fiercely to hit the table. "By the way, I'll be away from school for a while," Charlotte said, nibbling the bread in her hand, and Xiaoyu was also eating bread in small bites. When she heard what Charlotte said, she froze for a moment, then turned her head and asked, "Would you like where to go?" There was some confusion and curiosity in her eyes. This time going to the Titan tribe, Charlotte thought about it and didn't plan to tell a few people. After all, the more people there are, the more dangerous the level will be. "Well, go somewhere," Charlotte said. Joya frowned, puffed her cheeks, and said, "Charlotte." Charlotte hummed, and turned to look at Xiaoyu in doubt. Xiaoyu stretched out her hand and pinched Charlotte's ears with both hands. "You have kept too many secrets lately. Is there something that is inconvenient to tell us? Or what? Anyway, are you going to take another risk?" Xiaoyu stared at Charlotte. Charlotte coughed lightly, reached out, and pulled her hand off. He motioned Xiaoyu to look around. Although everyone was hilarious, there were still people around who noticed them and were looking at them. 7. Xiaoyu's face turned red instantly. She sat down immediately, and after a while she turned her head and said, "Anyway, where are you going?" Charlotte thought for a while and said, "It's Hagrid's invitation. Their tribe will hold a celebration. I don't need to attend classes, so it's okay to follow Hagrid to see, but you all need to attend classes." When Xiaoyu heard this, her face collapsed, and she lay down on the table listlessly. "Ah, why can't we go?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Maybe you can also apply with Dumbledore instead of going to class." "I think so too, but there are too many spells, and there are potions," Xiaoyu said, reaching out to pick up the bread in front of her and continuing to eat it. Since Charlotte is going with Hagrid, she can rest assured. After all, she knows that Charlotte is looking for the blood of magical creatures, and Antonio has treasured the blood of many magical creatures. Those bloods are very precious, but compared to the Balrog and other magical creatures, they are much worse. After telling Joya and others that she would leave Hogwarts for a while, Charlotte began to prepare for Hagrid's hometown. After the Quidditch match, Hogwarts seemed to have regained its calm, and the little wizards began to live their daily routine of having lessons and being deducted points. In the corridor of the castle, Lucius stood on one side, and Dobby the elf stood on the other side. Dobby shrugged his shoulders in fear. He was holding a small bottle in his hand, and the bottle was still covering a trap. Lucius said coldly, "The bathroom on the second floor. Dobby, I only give you an hour." Dobby knows. Dobby stretched out his slender fingers, snapped them, and then disappeared in place. Malfoy came over from not far away and stood in front of him. "Father." Lucius didn't turn around and said seriously, "Della, I want you to remember that you must not lose the glory of our Malfoy family." Malfoy lowered his head, listened to Lucius' lecture, and finally said. Lucius turned around and squatted in front of Malfoy. His hand stroked Malfoy's face. His eyes flickered slightly. "Master needs you at Hogwarts. Hereby monitor Charlotte and report his whereabouts." Malfoy's eyes flashed. "Father, are you talking about the mysterious man?" Lucius looked around to make sure no one overheard his conversation with Malfoy before continuing. "Yes, he needs you to do something, and if Charlotte has anything, remember to tell me." Although Malfoy is arrogant, proud, and has no brains, his nature is not bad. When he heard that Voldemort seemed to be targeting Charlotte, his body trembled and he asked, "Father, is the mysterious man going to kill Charlotte?" Lucius looked away. "No one knows what the master is going to do." Malfoy was silent. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before raising his head and said, "Father, I heard from others that Charlotte seems to be leaving Hogwarts recently and seems to be leaving with Hagrid. No matter who spread the news, Charlotte was an eye-catching existence in Hogwarts. Even if others didn't pay attention to his every move, they would still be noticed by 017 unintentionally. So there was no need to inquire about it. Malfoy only knew about it from other people's discussions." Lucius' eyes flashed, and after telling Malfoy to go back to class, he waited for Dobby to come back. When everything was done, he turned and left Hogwarts. "Boss, why is he going to the Tribe of Titan?" Reyna asked curiously as she stood behind Grindelwald. Grindelwald sat in the spacious chair and said, "The Frost Titan is one of the ancestors of the Titan. According to Voldemort's news, maybe he is looking for something. Look for those magical creatures, get some things from them, then get the power of transformation from these things." Grindelwald's eyes flickered. "Although I don't know how he did it, but if he really wanted to do this, we must stop him. We can't let him gain more power, and in order to kill Charlotte Elvis, this is also an opportunity." The Titan race has never been a friendly race. They are bloodthirsty and love to kill, and even retain the tradition of cannibalism. If we can unite with the Titan tribe, our power will be even stronger. Hearing this, Lena's eyes lit up immediately. If they can unite with the Titan tribe, their power in the magic world is far more than powerful. You must know that the skin of the Titan has a high resistance to spells. Although they are not as good as humans in using spells, the power of the Titan itself is strong enough. Such an ally is simply a great help for them. "Boss, I will send people to the Titan tribe immediately. I will definitely bring back their loyalty for you." Grindelwald nodded and said, "Remember, don't confront Charlotte this time. Use the power of Titan. You are not his opponent now." It would be the best if he could use the power of the Titan to kill Charlotte. If he couldn't kill Charlotte, he could at least hinder Charlotte. As long as he prevented Charlotte from continuing to gain new power, he could find a way to kill Charlotte one after another. Total kill. As long as Charlotte is killed, no one in the Tufa world will be a threat anymore. Let Rogier pass this time. Reyna, remember not to confront Charlotte head-on. If you can't kill him, just hinder his plan. Understood, boss. This time, the main purpose was that Grindelwald wanted to form an alliance with Titan. As long as Titan is willing to form an alliance with them, their strength will definitely increase. It will be much more convenient when doing many things. Ever since the Titan was expelled into the forest, he has hardly had any communication with the outside world. When Grindelwald was trying to win over the vampires, he also wanted to find traces of the Titan. But at that time, because of the need to find the Eye of Cyclops first, this matter was postponed. Unexpectedly, this time because of Charlotte, it reminded him of this matter again. The other side, Charlotte packed up some things and came to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid had already tidied up. He specially changed his clothes and cleaned up his usually frizzy hair. In addition, he was carrying a suitcase and stood there excitedly waiting for Charlotte's arrival. Charlotte waved to Hagrid, and Hagrid waved back. Charlotte. Charlotte walked to Hagrid's side. Hagrid touched his head and said, "Wait a minute. I'll say goodbye to little Cheelin and the others." Charlotte smiled and nodded. It stands to reason that Titans are generally irritable, but Hagrid doesn't have any character traits of Titans at all. After Hagrid bid farewell to Ling, his puppy named Yaya, and the hippogriff named Buckbeak, the two officially embarked on the road to the Titan tribe. It took the two of them less than half an hour to walk out of Hogwarts. This was the first time Hagrid had left Hogwarts since he entered Hogwarts. He turned his head to look at Hogwarts. With some reluctance in his eyes, Charlotte patted Hagrid's huge back and said, "It's not like we won't come back." Hagrid nodded and said honestly, "You are right, but this is the first time I've been away from Hogwarts for so long. Well, the celebration of our tribe will last a little long. I think it should not delay your class." Charlotte shrugged and said, "As long as that Mr. Lockhart doesn't come to see me, I don't think I have any lessons to delay." "That's good. By the way, Hagrid, how should we get to your house?" Charlotte asked. The direction Hagrid was walking was not in the direction of London. Could it be that they were going to walk there? Hagrid took out his wand and said, "Oh, of course not. We're going to apparate to Bratislava first, and then go to Bratislava there. We had no choice but to walk in because the terrain is too complicated, and sometimes I can't remember the way, but I remember I should have marked it." Charlotte nodded, and also took out her wand from her pocket. The next journey was a journey that was completely unfamiliar to him. I have to say that Charlotte was still very excited. After all, apart from Hagrid, he has never seen other Titans, but according to Hagrid, he is only a mixed race, and his height is considered short in the tribe. Chong Luo Quan saw taller people in the Kulu tribe. Although Hagrid's magic power was not as good as Charlotte's, he was barely able to drive apparition. It took the two of them about 3 or 4 days to stop and go from Hogwarts to Bratislava in Slovakia. After the air twisted for a while, Hagrid and Charlotte appeared in the woods at the same time. Hagrid wiped the sweat from his brow, sat on the ground, and said, "Oh, such a long journey is really annoying. I don't think I remember the wrong way." Hagrid walked ahead, and Charlotte followed Hagrid. In the primeval forest in front of me, there are almost no traces of human life. There are thick piles of fallen leaves on the ground. Hagrid is relatively heavy, so he just stepped on the fallen leaves and walked forward. Charlotte cast a spell on herself, and she became like an elf walk on fallen leaves. Charlotte looked around. It was not easy to find the direction in the primeval forest. He looked around and saw a small mark on a huge deciduous tree. He asked, "Hagrid, what does this mark mean?" Hagrid took heavy steps. Half of his body was sunken in the pile of fallen leaves. He dragged the pile of fallen leaves to the front of the fallen leaf tree, panted and looked at the mark on it, and said pleasantly, "Oh, we're here." Charlotte looked at the fallen leaves, took out her wand, and waved at Hagrid. Hagrid's body immediately floated on top of the fallen leaves. Hagrid exclaimed, and when he stood still, he hurriedly said to Charlotte, "Oh, thank you, Charlotte." Now that the marker was found, Hagrid led Charlotte across the 16 ridges for a long time. In less than half a day, the two arrived in a valley deep in the mountains. In the valley, there are many huge caves. Below the caves, there are several huge stone houses. These stone houses look very simple and plain. Many Titans come in and out of the stone houses, and many people carry cages. The wild boar walked to the village. Even as tall as Hagrid, among these 6-meter Titans, he still looks a little short, let alone Charlotte. Charlotte didn't cancel his levitation magic either. He simply floated in mid-air, looking up at the Titans together with Hagrid. Among the Titans carrying wild boars, someone seemed to have noticed Hagrid standing by the side of the road. His eyes lit up, and he broke away from the group and ran towards Hagrid. Boom, boom, boom. The valley resounded like an earthquake. Even Hagrid was shaken up. Charlotte's eyes showed a bit of vigilance. He knew that the Titan was violent by nature and also liked to eat people. It is possible that this Titan found himself and wanted to rush over to eat on? Before Charlotte asked, Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the man, shouting, "Sorbo!" The two Titans embraced together. Hagrid was obviously a lot shorter, but it didn't hinder the two Titans from hugging affectionately at all. Sorbo put the pig cage aside, hugged Hagrid warmly, and asked, "My dear brother, why are you back?" Hagrid said gruffly, "My mother told me to come back. Is she okay?" Sorbo nodded and said, "Paley-Ann is fine. She has been thinking about you and asked me to go out to find you several times." The two talked for a while. Hagrid brought Sorbo to Charlotte. Charlotte floated to the Titan, nodded politely. Hagrid said, "This is my friend." Before Hagrid finished speaking, Sorbo opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, is this an elf?" "Hagrid, your friend is an elf." Titans and giant dragons actually have a little similarity. That is, they both like beautiful creatures very much. In the eyes of Titans, elves are the most beautiful race in the world. Charlotte was already good-looking, but now she can fly because of the spell, which is no different from an elf in the eyes of the Titan. Charlotte smiled and bowed slightly towards Sorbo. "I'm not an elf. I'm a human." Sorbo's eyes flashed. He looked at Hagrid, then pulled Hagrid to stand a little far away, and said in a low voice, "Hagrid, the Patriarch said that we will stop eating people in the future. Why do you bring people back?" Ever since the Titans were driven into the depths of the forest by humans, they have been away from the blood diet, and after so many years of adaptation and change, although they still have tyrannical genes in their bodies, the Titans generally don't eat people now. Moreover, his temper has improved a little bit. But humans generally board the Titan's table as food, and now that Hagrid brought a Titan back, Sorbo naturally thought Hagrid brought a reason for not eating. "Come back when you come back, and bring something to eat. Besides, we don't want to eat this now," Sorbo said, and glanced at Charlotte secretly. But the Titan is big. No matter how small the movements and sounds are, it is obvious when the Titan sits up. Charlotte didn't even have to listen. She heard what Sorbo said to Hagrid. Hagrid shook his head and looked at Sorbo seriously. "I think you misunderstood. Sorbo, he is my good friend. He doesn't eat anything, and cannibalism is not good. The war between Titan and human is not good. Can continue." Sorbo was stunned for a moment, and after a long time, he nodded. Hagrid has been living in the human society outside for these years, and it is normal to have human friends. But in this way, it seems that he is a little unreasonable. Sorbo scratched his head and looked at Charlotte. "Sorry, human friend. Anyway, since you're Hagrid's friend, it is mine, and all of us my friend. My name is Sorbo Hagrid. Welcome to our tribe." Charlotte looked at Sorbo with a smile. The appearance of the Titans looked very thick, and even if the facial features were beautiful, after being magnified so many times, there was an inexplicable, strange feeling. Therefore, in Charlotte's view, Titans and vampires are two extremes. "Of course, my name is Charlotte Elvison. It's an honor to be here for your tribe celebration." Sorbo put the 650 pig cage on his shoulders again. According to Charlotte's visual inspection, there were at least 100 wild boars in the pig cage. Sorbo's thick voice sounded, "Welcome, my friend." Now the Titan tribe is preparing for the upcoming celebration, and many Titans are busy transporting various ingredients to the place where the celebration will be held. Sorbo was also busy, so he sent Hagrid and Charlotte to Hagrid's village, then turned and left. Hagrid's home is in the cave at the upper part of the valley. Hagrid walked around the stone house, walked up a step, and said to Charlotte, who was floating beside him, "One of these houses is the village head's house, and there are a few others. The place where the food is piled up. As for us Titans, we live in the caves on both sides of the valley." As Hagrid was talking, a few Titans walked towards him, who seemed to know Hagrid, and greeted Hagrid, and glanced at Charlotte. Charlotte could easily feel that these gazes were not mixed with bloody desires, such as wanting to eat, but pure curiosity. It seems that the Titans in the Hagrid tribe are somewhat similar to Hagrid. At least they have no interest in humans. Soon, Hagrid walked to the door of his house. Hagrid was nervously clutching the hem of his clothes at the door of the house. He turned his head and looked at Charlotte. "Charlotte, look at me. There is something I need to tidy up." Charlotte looked at Hagrid's appearance and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Hagrid, there is nothing to tidy up." Hagrid nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Charlotte followed Hagrid, looking around curiously. The things used by the Titan are huge, like pots, half the size of a house, and 2 or 3 meters high. Charlotte looked at the huge decoration in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little novel. There's no very complicated decoration in the cave. Even the ground is very ordinary soil. There are some simple things inside. The most important thing is a cooking fire. Titan civilization is not developed, basically not the earliest tribal civilization. Charlotte was looking at the things in the house when a female Titan came out, and when she saw Hagrid, the struggling wild boar in her hand fell to the ground. The wild boar fled outside with a cry, but the female Titan didn't care at all. She reached out and grabbed the wild boar again, covered her mouth, and shouted in surprise, "Rubeus! Oh, my baby!" The female Titan rushed in front of Hagrid, stretched out her arms and hugged Hagrid tightly, and Hagrid burst into tears, shouting, "Mom!" The female Titan gave Hagrid a few kisses, and then excitedly held the wild boar and said, "You are finally back. If you don't come back, I will go to Dumbledore." Hagrid said in surprise and embarrassment, "No, Mom. This time it was Headmaster Dumbledore who asked me to come back. Hogwarts is fine." "That's good. Wait a minute," the female Titan said happily. Then she turned her head and looked calmly and surprised at Charlotte floating in midair. "Oh, where did this cute elf come from?" The woman stretched out her hand cautiously, as if she was a little afraid that she would scare Charlotte away. Hagrid stood aside and said with a smile, "Mom, this is my friend. His name is Charlotte Elvis." The female Titan stretched out her hand, and Charlotte also extended her hand and gently shook the finger that the female Titan stretched out. "Hi, ma'am. I'm a friend of Hagrid." "Song." The female Titan blushed with excitement. She stared at Charlotte curiously, waited for a while, and then said with a smile, "Oh, baby, I'm Perry Hagrid. Welcome to our tribe. You are so beautiful. Oh, I don't think you will mind if I praise you so much, but you're like an elf." Perry said bluntly. Such blunt praise made Charlotte feel a little embarrassed. "Thank you, ma'am." Pelly covered her mouth and smiled happily. Then she showed the wild boar to the two of them and said, "Hagrid, take your friend for a walk around the village. I think you will like our village, and I go and kill the wild boar and make a big meal for you." "Okay, Mom," Hagrid said excitedly. His face was flushed, and he returned to his mother, which made him seem to be much less shy. Charlotte floated beside Hagrid. Watching Perry go out, he said, "Hagrid, why is the Titan celebration held?" He felt that the celebration this time seemed to be a very important event in the Titan tribe. Along the way just now, he could see that many Titans were preparing for the celebration. Hagrid scratched his head and said, "It's for our ancestor, Emer. The celebration every 100 years is to celebrate Emer's birthday. I think you will like it, Charlotte. We will dance the Titans under the moon, and there will be a lot of delicious food. Oh, yes." Hagrid patted himself on the head and said, "I almost forgot to find something for you. The village chief should be in the house now. We can visit the village chief." Charlotte nodded. Walking along the way, he also has a little understanding of the system in the Titan tribe. The higher the Titan lives, the higher the status in the tribe. The Hagrid family seems to have a high status in the Titan tribe, which is very important for him, and the future actions are also helpful. As Hagrid led Charlotte down, he said, "The village chief is my uncle, and his name is Hagrid. He is very old, and he must know where these things are. The things left by the ancestors should be very important to your tribe." Charlotte asked. Hagrid scratched his head, looking a little naive. "Well, I don't know, maybe this is the first time I have participated in a festival since I was born. My mother told me before that in festivals, as long as they are approved by Emer Titan, you can become the new king of Titan and then get a chance to make a wish to Emer. If the village chief doesn't want to give it to you, maybe you can make a wish to Emer." Charlotte laughed out loud. He suddenly felt that Hagrid was so naive and cute. Hagrid, I am human. How can I become the king of Titan? Hagrid smiled foolishly and said, Oh, Charlotte, we don't have so many rules. As long as you're strong enough, anyone can become the king of Titans, although no other race has ever become the king of Titans. But Dumbledore has said you are strong, and I believe you can. The two talked and soon went down to the valley. Hagrid took Charlotte to the front of Stone House. There were two slightly dirty linen strips hanging on the door of the stone house. Hagrid stood at the door and shouted inside. Uncle Al? After shouting twice, a heavy voice came from the stone house. It's Rubeus? Come in quickly. Hagrid lifted the curtain and walked in with Charlotte. The furnishings inside the stone house are a little more refined than those in the cave. At least there are some tables and chairs inside, and some bones as decorations. A stout Titan was sitting on a chair made of huge wood, holding a large wooden board in his hand, on which some strange symbols and traces were drawn. Apparently the language of Titan. Entering Hagrid, Al had a happy look on his face. He pushed the stool and gave Hagrid a hug, and then invited Hagrid and Charlotte to sit down. He didn't seem very surprised by Charlotte's arrival. Dang, Zhao Li's, Bullito wrote me a letter. I think you are Charlotte Elvison. Charlotte nodded and said, Mr. Al Hagrid, nice to meet you. Al Hagrid nodded, showing some wisdom different from other Titans. He looked at Charlotte and said, I can give you the blood of Titan, but I have one condition. The things from the ancestors, the Titan will definitely not give up easily. And Charlotte has thought about this issue before coming here. But for the Titan, Charlotte can't think of what he needs to give the Titan. Could it be that you gave yourself to the Titan? Now that Al directly said that there are conditions, Charlotte's heart is a little more at ease. At least Al will not propose things that he can't do. After all, conditions mean mutual benefit. Can't the conditions be cannibalism? Please speak, Charlotte said. Al's expression was obviously very serious. I need you to compete for the position of the King of Titans. Charlotte was a little surprised. He looked at Al. Didn't he think that he would let him participate in the election of the King of Titan? Al Highball looked at Charlotte and said, There are 3 Titan tribes in the Carpathian Mountains, the Hagrid tribe, the Sand tribe, and the Slinka tribe. Although there were many Titan tribes in the past, since the Titans moved after entering the forest, our bloodline was gradually cut off. Up to now, the Titan tribe, as far as I know, only these 3 Titans are still alive. Of course, there may be Titans living in other mountain ranges. In short, the King of Titan will be elected from our 3 tribes, and I just learned that the Sander tribe has decided to join the human Black Wizard. That is, maybe his name seems to be Rogier. Hearing this, Charlotte and Hagrid froze for a moment and looked at each other. Isn't Rogier the wizard next to Grindelwald? Unexpectedly, Grindelwald actually sent people to the Titan tribe and wanted to make Titan join him. The power of the Titan, Dumbledore and Charlotte said in detail before coming here. The skin of the Titan is resistant to spells. Although the Titan cannot use spells proficiently, its power must not be underestimated. And Charlotte herself felt the same way. If it wasn't for the Frost Titan consuming too much mana, he felt that even if he didn't use the power of Frost 903, he could still fight the Dark Wizard fiercely with his physical strength alone. Such a race, as a companion, will undoubtedly increase the strength of one's own side. But if Grindelwald is allowed to gain the loyalty of the Titans, the consequences can be said to be unimaginable. Once the Black Wizard and the White Wizard start a war in the magic world, then in terms of strength, the Black Wizard will obviously surpass the White Wizard in the country. This time, Charlotte is not only here for the blood of the Forest Titan, but also for the purpose of winning over the Titan. No matter whether the Titan is willing to participate in the war between the Black Wizard and the White Wizard. If he is willing, then pulling to her side is the best good. If you don't want to, then you definitely can't let Grindelwald get this power. Charlotte's eyes flickered. Al said this, and he had the blood he needed, so he had to intervene. Growing enemies are not good enemies. Neither Grindelwald nor Charlotte want to see their opponents become too strong. Uncle Al, why did you let Charlotte go again? This matter is clearly a matter for Titan himself. Hagrid disagreed somewhat. Even though he said, just now that he wanted Charlotte to participate in the selection. He clearly knew the horror of the Titan's power. With Charlotte's small arms and legs, he was a little worried that his friend would be injured. Hagrid frowned, and then continued. This matter is no longer our tribe's business, Rubeus, because Sander sent a wizard to participate in the King of Titans competition. Although I don't know who it is, it must be a black wizard. They want to use this game to become the King of Titan. As you know, Titan must obey the order of the King of Titan. Once if the Dark Wizard becomes the King of the Titans, we must join the battle. Hagrid looked at Charlotte. According to his selfishness, he was actually unwilling to participate in the war in the magic world. But now that the Dark Wizard had infiltrated the Titan tribe, he had no choice but to make a choice. Mr. Elvis, I promise that as long as you take the position of King of Titans, you will get what you want, and we are willing to swear allegiance to you. Charlotte looked at Al. Okay. Hagrid turned his head to look at Charlotte, with some worry in his clean eyes. Charlotte, if this, you don't have to force it. I don't think Uncle Al will force you. Hagrid also had some uncertainty and worry in his eyes. In fact, Charlotte does not have to play, but to obtain the blood of the Forest Titans, he must obtain the consent of Emer, that is, to become the King of Titans. Since Charlotte asked for it, he must get it yourself. Moreover, since a black wizard is involved, this matter is not purely a matter of the Titan. He does not know, BGBH, the power of the black wizard. Although the Titan is resistant to spells, it is not foolproof. Once the Titan, if you are cursed, you will completely lose your resistance. According to Al, in this match, the possibility of Titan's failure is still very high. After all, they have lived in the mountains and forests for too long and know nothing about the outside world. And the unknown is what people need to guard against the most. In order not to become the blade in Grindelwald's hands, you have to think well. Charlotte smiled and said, Don't worry, if it's just a dark wizard, I'm fine. Hagrid now obviously didn't take Charlotte's words to heart. Al seemed a little preoccupied, but turned to his face with a simple smile. He patted Charlotte and said, Son, don't worry. Our tribe, there are also warriors who will fight by your side. Charlotte nodded and said nothing else. After returning to Hagrid's home with Hagrid, Perry has already prepared some food, which is a very simple roasted wild boar. Perry handled it very well, adding some cooking techniques and seasonings unique to Titan, making the simple roasted wild boar. It also has a very seductive taste, very rough, but very appetizing. Charlotte finished eating, and while going out for a walk with Hagrid, she opened her property panel. After wounding Voldemort and killing 3 Death Eaters and hundreds of Dementors last time, he gained a total of 98 skill points. Because Dementors cannot be completely killed, there's only one skill for more than a dozen points. In this regard, even Charlotte admires the stinginess of the system. Name, Charlotte Elvis. Age, 11. Kissing face. Occupation, wizard, Animagus. Talents, thunderstorm, abyss demon flame, dream eater soul. Strength, 11. 12. Mana, 35. Charms, killing curse, level 9. Disillusionment curse, level 9. Thunderbolt, level 9. Flying curse, level 9. Untraceable extending curse, level 9. Occlumency, level 9. Apparition, level 9. Abyssal flame, level 9. Guardian curse, level 9. Armor protection, level 9. Disarming curse, level 9. Obstacles, level 9. Winter's wrath, level 3 class. Transfiguration proficiency, 6th level. Potions mastery, level 6. Herbalism mastery, level 5. Astronomy proficiency, level 3. Divination mastery, level 2. Skill points, 98. This time the Battle of Titans will definitely reach 100 skill points, but this Titan bloodline will have to wait until after the Battle of Titans. But Charlotte still has some expectations. He has already felt the power of the Frost Titan, but what about the power of the Forest Titan? Will it be more powerful than Frost Titan? Looking at the newly acquired attribute points, Charlotte did not hesitate to increase Winter's Wrath to the highest level, and then added and subtracted to increase the other magic spells to the highest level, spending a total of 26 points. After dinner, Hagrid took Charlotte for a stroll around the Titan tribe. Many people in the Titan tribe were still preparing for the festival. All kinds of wild boars were thrown into hills and placed in large bowls cut from giant trees, as well as various wild fruits and berries in the mountains and fish in the river. One or two of these things are okay, but the wild boar and fish obviously haven't been processed. These things piled up together, exuding an embarrassing smell, mixed with the smell of fruit, which is not flattering. The Titans that Charlotte met along the way were all wise, especially Al and Hagrid's mother. But when wandering around the village, most of the Titans' eyes were a little confused and dull. As if they were uncivilized, these Titans glanced at Charlotte with ignorant eyes, showing a strange expression, as if they were a little curious, and seemed to want to bite him. Hagrid touched his head and said honestly, "Charlotte, I'm sorry. Maybe their eyes will make you feel unhappy. I've almost never returned to the tribe. Because of my height in the tribe, I am actually not very popular welcome." Charlotte said she didn't care. Hagrid looks rough, but he is actually very careful. The two walked for a while, and then they returned to Hagrid's house again. In the middle of the night, Charlotte was woken up unexpectedly by a sound. Humans are very small in the Titan tribe. Hagrid's mother found a small piece of flannelette for him. In a hurry, he set up a bed. But when Charlotte woke up, she found a pair of eyes staring at her. Seeing that he was woken up, the owner of the eyes was obviously frightened, and then there was a loud footstep in the cave, and the figure turned around and ran out of the cave. Charlotte frowned. Hagrid and Perry didn't seem to be woken up. He got up, flew out of the cave, and followed the shadow under the moonlight to a cave in the corner of the village. The Titan wore twin ponytails and wore a rare dress that looked like a human being, but it was made of many pieces of fur. She didn't seem to notice that Charlotte was following her, and when she ran to the door of her own house, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That villain is so pretty. It's a good thing he didn't notice me." Charlotte floated behind her and asked aloud, "What are you doing?" Hearing this voice, the female Titan jumped instantly. She turned around and took 2 steps back and saw Charlotte's figure leaning against the outer wall of the cave in horror. "Yes, sorry," the Titan yelled at Charlotte. The magic robe on Charlotte's body was blown by this cry. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you spying on me?" The female Titan raised her head, glanced cautiously at Charlotte, stretched out her hand and grabbed her ponytails and said, "I'm sorry, but our tribe has never had humans before. I heard people say that Rubius brought back a human. I want to see you. I love you, no malice. I don't eat people. I just want to be friends with you." The female Titan looked up, looking pitiful. Charlotte didn't pursue it. This is the 4th Titan with special wisdom he saw in this tribe. "You seem different from the other Titans?" Charlotte asked. The female Titan blinked her eyes and didn't seem to understand what Charlotte said. "I'm like them, and I'm also a Titan." "That's not what I meant. You seem to know a lot about human beings." Charlotte pointed to her clothes. The female Titan lowered her head and said shyly, "Although we live in the deep mountains, sometimes Professor Dumbledore, he will teach us some knowledge about humans and the magic world. Although I don't have such an opportunity, I often go to a village at the foot of the mountain." Charlotte nodded. "That's it. No wonder he said YL knew Dumbledore," and his tone was quite respectful. "It turns out that Dumbledore will come to teach the Titan." "What's your name?" Charlotte asked. "Diana." Diana's status in the Titan tribe is very special. She is not a very high-level Titan, but she possesses wisdom, which makes the tribe have to pay attention to her. Among the people who fought in the Hagrid tribe, arranged by Al, there was Diana's position. In addition to Diana, there were 2 tall Titans. On the 3rd night, when Charlotte arrived at the Titan tribe, Al led everyone in the Hagrid tribe to the common altar of the 3 tribes. "Ask for flowers." This altar is built on the top of the cliff. Where the moonlight shines, the Titans call it Solda, which means the place where Emer dances. Legend has it that Emer danced here and got the sense of the forest, becoming the most powerful Titan in the world, and then died in the battle of gods and men. Although the aesthetics of the Titan is a bit poor, it is just right for the altar. Countless towering pillars are surrounded by a huge circle. The simple and plain carvings and altar seem to have a unique atmosphere of ancient times. As soon as Charlotte came here, She seemed to feel the long continuation of the Titan bloodline. It seems that this altar was not renovated recently. As soon as Charlotte finished feeling, she keenly caught a gaze directed at him. Charlotte turned her head to look over, but that gaze disappeared into the pile of Titans again. Rogier stood among the Titans with the vampire, and beside her was a vampire aristocrat holding his nose with an ugly look on his face. This group of pigs, don't they know how to wash themselves well? Rogier didn't react, because she had already cast a spell on her nose. Charlotte Elvis is indeed here. Remember not to face him, although we don't know what he's going to do this time. But if he has not taken part in the Battle of Titans, just ignore him. The vampire named Gour de Compston standing next to Rogier had a pale face. He reached out and cast a spell on his nose, and then glanced at the opposite person. He killed Nay. Although Nay was just a lowly dambell, how could he who killed our Compuston family escape so easily? Rogier gave Goulet a warning look. Stupid, do you think your strength can fight against him? Goulet, don't think too highly of yourself. Goulet's eyes showed disdain, but he concealed it in a flash. How long have vampires existed? Humans have not existed, and vampires have already appeared, and they're the descendants of noble gods. Even if they fall, they are definitely not human beings. It's just a little Hogwarts second-year student. How could he be their opponent? Blood. Let me taste your blood, Elvis. Goulet whispered. His fangs flashed a gleam. He is not the same as that trash Nehe. He is a pure vampire. The competition rules for choosing the King of Titans are actually very simple, although according to the wisdom of Titans, they can't think of any complicated selection methods. 3 tribes, each tribe chooses 4 people to fight. A total of 12 people fight, as long as the last one standing is the winner. In the process, even killing is completely permissible. At this time, this huge altar showed its magical effect, because even the Titans seemed extraordinarily small and the altar surrounded by huge stone pillars. Before the game started, the atmosphere of the 3 Titan tribes had already reached its climax. They roared one after another. The roar was like a mixed version of the gorilla and tiger, with a wild and unruly feeling. They don't seem to be worried that the cry will attract humans, because the altar seems to have a unique magic barrier that can isolate their 980 sound and the movement caused by the movement. Charlotte stood beside Hagrid. Watching the Titans gathered together, Hagrid looked very excited. He turned to Charlotte and said, "This is the first time for me to participate in such a celebration. Look, that's the dance of our Titans, also known as the dance of the forest. When we choose the King of Titans, we will also dance this dance." It's great. Hagrid twisted his body. Looking a little clumsy, his face was flushed, and he seemed to have been affected by the atmosphere of the scene. But for Charlotte, the joys and sorrows of this world are not connected. Titan's roar was too loud for him, and he had to cast a spell on his ears. A bunch of Titans in front of me were dancing a wild dance, and when the dance was over, those dancing Titans retreated to the side, and all the Titans fell silent. A ray of moonlight fell on the altar, and then a small grass grew in the middle of the altar. The grass and the moonlight almost merged into one. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the grass gradually grew taller like a vine. At the same time, the grass roots gradually dissipated. Finally, under the moonlight, the grass circled in the air and wove into a crown. At this time, an old Titan came out from the Scully tribe, and all the Titans lowered their heads when they saw this old Titan. This old Titan is the outgoing King of Titan. The old Titan said a few words and expressed his blessing to the Titan who was about to participate in the battle, and then he walked to a stone-carved throne on the left side of the altar. The crown race is about to begin. On the huge stone pillar, countless flames suddenly lit up. 4 warriors from the 3 tribes stepped up to the altar one after another, stood in the altar and waved to everyone. Of the 12, only 9 were Titans, and the remaining 3 were wizards. Charlotte stood on the altar, looking at Rogier and Goulet opposite. Rogier looked very graceful and nodded slightly toward Charlotte. Charlotte responded with a decent smile. Their eyes met and then parted. Goulet looked at Charlotte. His eyes showed some caution and some disdain, and then he looked at the several titans beside him. Solve these pigs first, and then teach Charlotte a good lesson. Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing his fangs. The king of titans sat on the stone throne, looked at the 12 titans, raised his hand, and said, "May Emer grant you glory that will never be lost. Today we will hold the battle of the king of titans here. No matter who comes, no matter what race. As long as we win here, we will recognize the winner's throne and dedicate our greatest loyalty to it." That's what you say, but whether you will do it or not is another matter. Charlotte's eyes flashed. He had no interest in the throne. He could get the best. So even if Titan planned to participate in the battle between the wizarding world and Grindelwald and Voldemort, he could justifiably let Titan withdraw from this battle. Moreover, the most crucial thing is, of course, the blood of the Forest Titans. After the king of Titan finished speaking, the 12 people on the field turned their heads to look at each other, and then the brutal fighting began. Diana had never seen such a scene. She looked at Charlotte floating beside her, voice trembling slightly. "Chon Luo, relax." Charlotte took out her wand, waved her hand, and stopped the hand that was punching in front of her in the air, and then he dodged sideways, and the fist came back with the momentum, blowing the wind. He continued calmly, "Diana, you have to believe in your own strength." Diana nervously dodged the Titan's fist, and Charlotte waved her wand to stabilize Diana's unsteady figure. "There's no need to be afraid. Didn't Al tell you the dangers of the Titan battle before you came here?" Diana's voice trembled slightly. "The patriarch said, but I don't know, so the battle of Titan is desperate." Charlotte stretched out her wand. According to his mana value and spell level, even low-level spells in his hand could have extraordinary effects. Watching a savage Titan rushing towards him, Charlotte raised her wand to aim, and an illuminating spell rushed from his wand. The entire altar was illuminated by his lighting spell. Even the surrounding torches were eclipsed. The Titan in front of him was so close that his eyes were instantly injured by his lighting spell. Roar! The savage Titan hugged his face. Huge tears leaked from his palm. Jinluo glanced at the Titan on the field. Many Titans thought the wizard was easy to bully, so they besieged him, Rogier and Goulet. However, Rogier and Goulet knew a lot of black magic, so none of the Titans could approach them. Even if Titans are highly resistant to spells, many Titans fell to the ground under the bombardment of such huge magic power. Hagrid, who stood aside, blinked and said, "Charlotte is such a magician." Al squatted beside Hagrid and nodded involuntarily. This wizard seems to be much stronger than the wizards I've seen in 3.6. On the altar, within half an hour, 2 of Tion Air's Titans had fallen down. Although this is only 1/6 of the number, according to Titan's huge strength and body, 2 fell down in half an hour, which already made the Titans on the field vigilant enough. Charlotte was still floating in the air, but the besieged Titans looked at him and became vigilant, because there was a fallen Titan just now because of his spell. Charlotte held her wand, surprise in her eyes. I have to say that the Titan is really rough and thick, and most of his spells are blocked by these Titans, which makes people somewhat speechless. On the opposite side, Rogier and Goulet were a little embarrassed. Goulet's eyes became more and more disgusted. This group of damned pigs. These bloody pigs. Goulet cursed, and Rogier waved his wand, paying attention to Charlotte's situation. Charlotte seemed to be much more relaxed than them, although his spell didn't have much effect on these Titans. Rogier looked at the Titans approaching all around. She waved the wand in her hand. Some green light appeared from the tip of the wand, and her eyes became extremely fierce. "Girlie, don't waste time. Remember, all we have to do is P***S off these idiots." Goulet snorted coldly at the side, and the cloak on his body unfolded, wrapping him in an instant. His body turned into a black mist, and countless black bats circled around the black mist, and in an instant, a cloud of black mist rushed towards the Titan's neck. With a wave of the magic wand in Rogier's hand, the green light rushed towards the Titan. Even though the skin was rough and the flesh was thick, Avada Kedavra still had an effect on the Titan. Bang! The huge sound sounded like thunder, and Titan didn't feel anything, but Charlotte felt that the surrounding pillars seemed to be shaking. Charlotte looked over, and it turned out that the two Titans besieging Rogier and Goulet fell on the altar together, and the huge body like a hill fell on the altar at once. Thanks to the fact that the altar was built by the Titans themselves, if humans, or it's another race, and if it hits it all at once, it will definitely make a big hole directly. But the two Titans fell on the altar without any damage. The fallen Titan was quickly dragged away from the altar by the people of his own tribe. At this time, there were only 8 people left on the field, and 5 of them were Titans. The Titans didn't talk about unity, but the fall of the same kind seemed to make them irritable, and the 5 Titans roared towards the sky in unison. The crown suspended on the altar suddenly dropped several beams of brilliance and landed on the Titans, and the power of those Titans seemed to rise to another level. No wonder no other race became the king of Titans before. Charlotte looked at the crown. That crown seems to have very powerful power. It seems to be able to double the power of Titans. Nice one. Charlotte looked at the crown, and her heart skipped a beat. Hagrid and Al stood on the edge of the field, and Al's eyes showed something bad. It's the power of the crown. It seems that your friend is going to be in danger. Hagrid looked at the crown, and Al said next to him, "The crown is the proof that Emer left for the King of Titan. It has the ability to enhance the power of the wearer. Although it cannot be strengthened infinitely, it is also extremely powerful. It used to be not that other races came, but all were defeated by the crown. 17. Even if this crown only bestows 1% of Emer's power on the Titan, it is definitely not something these wizards can match." Hagrid widened his eyes and looked at Charlotte anxiously. "Oh no, Uncle Al, what can we do to stop Charlotte? If he gets hurt, he is my friend. I can't look at his hands." Hagrid clasped his hands tightly and was about to enter the arena. Al stopped Hagrid and said with a serious face, "Hagrid, you know, according to the rules of the Titan, you must not enter the altar, otherwise let alone your friends. Everyone all are hated by Emer." Hagrid froze. He looked up at Charlotte. He could only see Charlotte's back, but couldn't see Charlotte's front. He said worriedly, "Oh, my Merlin, please bless this little wizard." Charlotte glanced at Rogier's battle situation, and then looked at the two Titans in front of her. After being blessed by the crown, the aura of these Titans instantly changed. They looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Their eyes seemed to be shining with red light, and invisible waves scattered from their powerful bodies to the surroundings, and the magic robe on Charlotte's body was blown up by the waves. Diana came out from behind Charlotte, posing in aggressive posture towards the one in front of her. She also received the blessing bonus. Her eyes remained rational. "Charlotte, I will protect you. You go to the back. The Titan crowns increase their strength, and these Titans are more than you can handle." Charlotte floated back. He kept an eye on Rogier and him all the time. He always felt that Rogier's purpose didn't seem to be simply to be the king of Titan. He looked up at the fragile and beautiful crown. Such a powerful crown, Grindelwald would not want to. The two Titans in front of her roared loudly. Diana clenched her fists tightly and rushed towards the two Titans with a roar. The 3 Titans immediately fought together. Since Diana was able to participate in the competition, she was definitely not a useless Titan. Titans face. Those 2 Titans were not to be outdone, and waved their fists towards Diana. In the most primitive way of fighting, Diana can draw with 2 Titans. Charlotte looked at Rogier and Goulet next to him. These 2 were still fighting with the other 2 Titans, but these 2 Titans seemed to be stronger than before. He saw that Rogier and Goulet were actually being eaten by these 2 Titans. Some losses. 2 Titans fight Diana. 2 Titans fight Rogier and Goulet. It seems to be arranged, but Charlotte is floating in the air alone. Something is wrong. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? Before Charlotte could think about it in detail, the 2 Titans on Diana's side joined forces and punched Diana into the air, hitting the pillar beside Charlotte. Boom! There was a loud sound, and billows of dust continued to fall from the huge stone pillar. Diana, was vomiting blood and sitting under the stone pillar 860. She clenched her fist tremblingly, as if she wanted to stand up. Charlotte floated in front of her, and before she could check her injuries, a sharp punch came from behind him. Charlotte turned to dodge, but another huge fist came from the other side. Charlotte flew up and saw 4 electric men rushing towards him. Rogier and Girlast. Before Charlotte could find the traces of the two, 4 Titan fists slammed towards Charlotte. Boom! Huge smoke and dust rolled in the altar, and the surrounding stone pillars heard fragile creaking sounds, as if they would collapse anytime and anywhere, but the shouts around were getting louder and louder. Titan's enthusiasm has reached its peak. Anyone can see that this is the final battle. 4 Titans against a wizard. Hagrid was squeezed by the huge crowd, or Al reached out and fished him out of the crowd. Hagrid exclaimed, "My God!" Charlotte. Al's eyes were calm. In fact, no matter who became the king of Titans, as long as it wasn't Grindelwald's wizard, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him. After all, Titans need to obey the orders of the king of Titans. If the Black Wizard becomes the king of Titans, they must participate in the war. Titan is not willing to be cannon fodder for the war. At least, Hagrid didn't want to. The fists of the 4 Titans pressed towards Charlotte with the force of an avalanche and tsunami, and the wind of the fists made the surrounding air flow chaotic, and the Titans around them all took a step back involuntarily. Behind Charlotte is the injured Diana, and now the battle has entered a fierce stage. The Titan blessed by the crown has 1% of Emer's power, and no one dares to step forward to lift Diana out of the battle circle. The huge punch was about to reach Charlotte, and Charlotte waved her wand. Extreme Abyss Fierce Flame. The red flames formed a wall of fire in front of Charlotte. The scorching flames reduced the pressure of the surrounding air a lot. The fist wind blown by the huge fist and the air scorched by the flames caused the airflow to become chaotic in an instant. Countless violent air currents blew against the altar, leaving countless scratches like knives on the pillar. Many Titans backed away in exclamation, and the altar became larger in an instant. But that fist didn't seem to fear the wall of fire at all. A Titan penetrated the wall of fire with its powerful body, and Lien immediately wrapped around the arm of the Titan. The hair on his arm was ignited, and that arm instantly became scorched black, but the Titan didn't seem to notice. He roared angrily and swung his fist resolutely at Charlotte. Charlotte frowned slightly and flicked her wand in her hand. Super armor. Boom! The fist collided with the armor, and the armor was instantly shattered, and the Titan also took several steps back due to the force of the collision. Charlotte frowned, and Lien, who had been blown away by the wind of the fist, returned to his side again, surrounding him like a cloud. Roar! The 4 Titans didn't give up. Their eyes seemed to be a little redder again, and something like tree knots grew on their huge fists, and they kept punching Chonluo. Shape-shifting. Charlotte kept moving her position, but she was thinking about how to deal with these Titans. Of course, he can directly transform into a Frost Titan, but the Frost Titan consumes too much mana. If he transforms, it will be difficult to handle if Rogier and others have backup. He couldn't believe that the people sent by Grindelwald would be defeated by the Titan so easily. Therefore, he still needs to be distracted to observe his surroundings to prevent these guys from sneaking up on him from behind. Charlotte frowned, his eyes flickered slightly, and then stopped operating. He stood in the air, starting from the hand holding the magic wand. Golden feathers continued to grow, and within a moment, a huge golden thunderbird appeared on the altar. Sonorous, a cry resounded through the heaven and earth, and black thunderclouds began to condense even around the moon. Hagrid and Al exclaimed in unison, "Thunderbirds!" Al blinked, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He looked at Hagrid. "Your friend, is it a descendant of Thunderbird?" As a wise Titan, Al knows that some wizards have the blood of magical animals and can return to their ancestors, but such things are almost unheard of. Hagrid was a little embarrassed. He didn't know that Charlotte had such abilities. He looked at the Thunderbird hovering over the Titan in admiration and said, "Oh, my Merlin, Uncle Al, I didn't know that Charlotte had such abilities." Dumbledore didn't tell me either. The surrounding titans looked at the huge and gorgeous Thunderbird and made admiration sounds. They thought that the wizard was absolutely no match for the titan, but they didn't expect to see this scene. All of a sudden, the cheers on the field became even louder. Rogier and Goulet, who were hiding in the crowd, looked at the crown on the altar. Rogier looked at Goulet and said, "Boss asked you to get the crown. Remember not to damage it. Maybe you can use the power of the crown to kill Charlotte." There was a gleam in Goulet's eyes. "Of course, I'd love to, Ms. Rogier." On the altar, the battle between Charlotte and Titan is still going on. Not only did the giant Thunderbird cry loudly, purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit Titan's body. Crackling. The purple thunder snake was swimming on Titan's body. Titan roared loudly with red eyes. There was no damage on his body. Titan clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of bone joints constantly came from his body. Suddenly, the four titans roared towards the sky in unison. The roar was like a torrent with devastating power. The huge sound almost made Charlotte feel a little unstable. With a thought in Charlotte's mind, the Thunderbird disappeared. He turned into a green light and threw it down. It was as if a meteor fell from the sky, smashing a big hole in the ground, and then amidst the smoke and dust, a huge basilisk appeared on the altar. The surrounding titans took a sharp breath. Ael's pupils were shocked, and he couldn't find anything to say for a while. He looked at Hagrid, pointed at the basilisk for a long time, and asked, "Can all you wizards transform into these magical animals?" Hagrid was a little dazed. He let out a sound. He didn't understand the situation. He opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Al, I don't think everyone can transform into a magical creature." Al turned his head and saw Charlotte's transformed basilisk tightly entangled the four titans together. The dark green pupils of the basilisk stared at the titans, but the pupils of these titans were covered in red, as if they were dead to each other. Eyes have a certain resistance. But the power of the basilisk is more than just the eyes of death. The physical strength of the basilisk itself is not weaker than these titans. The basilisk locked the four titans tightly, and the four titans were struggling hard, and the strength of their bodies kept rising and climbing. In their bodies, there was the sound of blood rushing wildly, like a waterfall, and the great power brought by the rolling of blood even made the basilisk's entanglement movement freeze. On the altar, just like the scene of Lacaneo, there are four titans bound by giant snakes, and the four titans have red eyes, and no one could do anything, Zhao, to kill anyone. At this moment, amidst the enthusiastic shouts all around, a black light rushed from the crowd like a sharp sword towards the crown shrouded in moonlight above the altar. Charlotte had been waiting for this time, and he knew that Rogier and Gure would not disappear for no reason. These four titans are probably already Grindelwald's helpers. With a thought in his mind, the basilisk disappeared instantly on the altar, and he reappeared on the altar, looking up at the crown as if about to rush towards it. But the four titans seemed to have inexhaustible strength, without the shackles of the basilisk. Some of them stretched out their hands, and some roared to attack Charlotte. A little cold light appeared under Charlotte's feet, and his eyes turned cold. These titans hindered themselves again and again, so don't blame him for doing it. While the scuffle above the altar was going on, Goulet turned into a black smoke among the crowd and charged towards the titan crown hanging above the altar. Although Charlotte noticed, she was stopped by four titans. Charlotte turned around and waved her hand. The surrounding air suddenly cooled down. Originally, such a fierce scene in the altar aroused the blood of the titans. But in an instant, everyone stopped their movements because of the sudden, severe cold. Even the smiles stopped at the corners of their mouths because the severe cold was so old and deep, it even brought back a little bit of memory about the titan a long time ago in their hearts. The tribe Hagrid belongs to is the legacy of the Forest Titan, and the Forest Titan once fought side by side with the Frost Titan tribe. Some hard-to-capture images flashed in Hagrid's mind, and then he saw several jagged icicles appear out of nowhere in the air. These icicles surrounded the four titans, each of which was more than 10 meters long. Huge icicles suddenly appeared in the air, lowering the air pressure. Goulet, who was speeding, cursed secretly, accelerated his speed, and flew towards the crown. 760 Charlotte stood among those icicles, seeming to be from the King of Winter. His eyes swept away, and his fingers pointed towards the four titans. Winter's wrath. Boom! Huge icicles fell towards those four. A huge bang sounded, smoke and dust billowed in the altar, ice crystals splashed, and the titans surrounding the field retreated one after another. Even the original titan, sitting on the throne Wong, also stretched out his hand to resist the splashing ice crystals. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a huge block of ice stood in the middle of the altar. The four titans remained motionless, and they were all sealed inside the block of ice. Silence. Afterwards, the titans around the altar erupted into loud applause. Originally, the battle between titans has a very wild side of titans. Kill them all, and the surrounding titans will not feel any problems. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. It has always been the truth of the Titan tribe. Amidst the cheers soaring to the sky, Goulet secretly thought that something was wrong. This Charlotte really had some tricks. He speeded up again, but soon he noticed the magic wave behind him, which was even faster than his own. Obviously, he started first and let the Titan block Charlotte, but in the blink of an eye suddenly, Charlotte seemed to be catching up with her. On the court, Hagrid and Al had happy expressions on their faces. Hagrid looked up, but saw Charlotte rushing up, and the surrounding titans were all reveling. Even Al was no exception. Al never thought that Charlotte would be so powerful, and now the position of King of Titan must belong to their tribe. Although the appearance is rough, Hagrid, who is meticulous in heart, did not miss everything that happened. He stretched out his hand to hold Al and said, "It's not over yet, Uncle Al." Al heard Hagrid's voice and looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, he saw Charlotte and a black smoke rushing towards the crown of Titan. His heart clenched suddenly. Oh no, someone wants to steal Emer's power. The crown of Titan is something that Emer left to Titan. As long as you wear it, you can gain the power of Emer. Although it is not the original power of Emer, it definitely exceeds the power zone of the current Titan. Once someone gets it, the consequences will be disastrous. Al immediately led Hagrid around the reveling blind crowd and walked towards the king of the Titans. Above the altar, the battle between Goulet and Charlotte was still going on, and the cloud of vampire incarnation was very fast, almost reaching the crown in an instant. Charlotte's eyes froze, and he rushed forward to speed up, reaching out to snatch the crown. The speed of the two was almost the same, but Goulet suddenly sneered. A blue flame jumped out of his hand and rushed toward Charlotte. Charlotte's eyes flashed. Fiend fire? Is it Grindelwald's fiend flame? And Grindelwald actually hit a fiend flame here in Gear? At such a close distance, Charlotte hadn't transformed yet, so he couldn't help taking a step back, and with a wave of his hand, a red flame instantly engulfed the flame in front of him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Goulet flew to the crown and reached out to pick up the crown made of moonlight vines. Ah, Charlotte! Charlotte! Goulet looked at Charlotte, who was flying across from him, and he sneered, his eyes full of the color of a wolf queen. Anyone who hinders Compuston's footsteps will die, he said, and he brought the crown to his head, and the brilliance of the moon projected on Goulet. Goulet stood in the air, wrinkled by the strong wind around him. The robe on his body was smashed by an extremely huge force in an instant. His body that was originally as thin as paper swelled up instantly like blowing a balloon, and at the same time his head instantly changed, became a vampire. Goulet raised his head and let out a strange cry in the moon. He wrapped the cloak around his body and threw it away suddenly, and the aura on his body was constantly rising. Charlotte can clearly feel that Goulet's power has increased a lot in this powerful magic wave, and he is facing Grindelwald. No, it is even stronger than Grindelwald's power. Today I will kill you. Offer your head to Lord Grindelwald. Goulet raised his head to the sky and screamed, and rushed toward Charlotte. In the altar, Al and Hagrid passed through countless carnival titans and finally squeezed in front of the seat of the King of Titans, and the guards guarding the King of Titans stopped them. But then a voice was heard. Let them come over. Before Al and Hagrid came to the throne, they saluted the King of Titan. The King of Titan looked down at the two of them and asked, "Please invite human wizards to become warriors of your tribe. Although it is not forbidden for Al to do such a thing, it is not allowed." Things you can do. Al maintained his saluting posture and said, "My lord, the Titan War never said that other races are not allowed to participate." King Titan frowned and was about to say something when he heard exclamations from around him. He got the crown of Titan. My God, it's that vampire." Titan Wong Meng stood up abruptly, looked up, and saw a vampire screaming towards the sky under the moon. His face immediately became serious. "It is absolutely unforgivable to snatch the crown of Titan. Help that human wizard. Kill he." The surrounding guards suddenly stood up, and countless Titans also bowed their heads towards King Titan and then flocked to the altar. Hagrid stood behind Al and seemed to want to say something, but Al held out his hand to stop Hagrid. Hagrid stood still, watching hundreds of Titans swarming towards the vampire. In the sky, Charlotte waved the wand in her hand, and a super armor appeared in front of her again. The claws in Goulet's hand suddenly became abnormally sharp, like sharp knives, and the air scraped made a squealing sound. His long, gleaming nails slammed into the front of Charlotte's armor, but couldn't break through. Goulet sneered, and his body surged with power. The sharp blade actually penetrated bit by bit. Charlotte looked at Gower, and more precisely at the crown on his head that didn't quite match him. This crown seems to be up for grabs. Originally, the purpose of the battle between the Titans was to get this crown. So if he kills Goulet, he can get this crown? Charlotte had a thought, and then apparat to the other side. The armor was shattered in front of his eyes, and Goulet turned his head to look at Charlotte. His red eyes had a bloodthirsty light, and there was no sense in them. Charlotte looked at Goulet's crazy appearance, and there was something in her heart, another concern. He stretched out his hand, and just as he was about to make a move, there was a huge roar from below. The roar of a single Titan carried great destructive power, not to mention hundreds of Titans. The magic barrier protecting the altar could hardly hold up such a huge force zone. Goulet seemed to have noticed these Titans. He opened his mouth wide, and his fangs were like daggers under the moonlight. In the next second, Goulet turned into a black smoke and rushed towards the Titan below. Among hundreds of Titans, a streak of black smoke pierced through. The Titans stretched out their hands to grab the black smoke, but they couldn't catch it at all. The black smoke passed between the necks of the Titans. There would be countless pillars of blood gushing out. Dozens of Titans clutched their necks. Unstoppable blood sprayed from their fingers. Goulet stretched out his cloak, and two huge bat wings stretched out from behind him, like the wings of a giant dragon, almost cover the moonlight. Titan's blood sprayed down, and Goulet Fay was in the blood rain, enjoying the blood with his head raised. Charlotte covered her nose and looked at Goulet with a frown. The pungent smell of blood made his brain wake up suddenly. It seems that something is wrong. Something seems wrong. Ever since the Crown of Titan appeared, even he has become interested in the Crown of Titan. This kind of interest is not just for looking at it, but for wanting to occupy it. Looking at Goulet's appearance now, Charlotte somewhat understood. This thing, I'm afraid, only people can use it. But for specific matters, you still need to ask Hagrid now, or even the King of Titan. On the altar, the hundreds of Titans that were crowded together scattered in an instant and ran around screaming. In the middle of the altar, dozens of Titan corpses fell together, piled up like a hill. The face of the King of Titan changed drastically. He didn't expect things to develop in this way. Al and Hagrid hurried forward, and Al said, "King, we need the blood of our ancestors." The face of the King of Titan changed. He turned to look at Al. "Only the King of Titan can get the blood of the ancestors. You want to watch everyone die here. And you saw the battle just now. The winner was the little wizard, so there is no problem for him to get the blood of his ancestors." The King of Titans looked at the fleeing Titan and the huge bat, and then took out a bottle of blood from a hidden space under the throne. This bottle of blood can only be obtained by successive Titan kings. Only by drinking this bottle of blood can the crown of Titan be fully driven without being confused by the power within it. King Titan looked at Charlotte, remembering Charlotte's strength just now. His eyes flashed with determination. If he can save my Titan clan is willing to regard him as king. I'll reach for the blood, then handed it to Hagrid. Hagrid, give this to your friend. Hagrid nodded, and the simple and honest Titan held the blood tightly in his hands and ran towards the altar. At this moment, the Titan is running away, but how can the huge body of the Titan be a match for the bat? But in a second, dozens of Titans fell down. Drenched in blood, his body continued to grow bigger and stronger. As for flowers, Charlotte flew towards the bat, but now the bat's strength was much faster than his speed. Goulet seemed determined to drink up the blood of these Titans first, and then turn to deal with him. Even if Charlotte sent out the magic, the curse will also be dodged by Goulet. Hagrid strode toward Charlotte and yelled, "Charlotte!" Charlotte turned around. Hagrid threw the bottle in his hand to Charlotte, and Charlotte got the bottle firmly with a wave of his wand. "This is the blood of my ancestors. I hope it can help you." Hagrid yelled. Charlotte nodded to him, and then turned to look at the bats preying on the Titan swarm. The bat has now grown to a height of 5 meters, and its wings are tens of meters long. It hunts among the Titans and sucks the blood of the Titans. Hundreds of Titans have already been poisoned by bats. 0. Charlotte opened the bottle of blood and drank it without thinking. Although the Frost Titan is very powerful, its speed is not fast enough. If it transforms into a Frost Titan, it can only passively wait for the bats to come over. Thunderbirds are fast, but their strength is slightly inferior to bats. Now, let's see how effective the Forest Titan's blood is. As soon as the blood entered, Charlotte immediately felt a powerful force flowing through his blood. Although he was standing in the air, he seemed to feel the pulse of the forest under his feet. His eyes dimmed, the wand in his hand disappeared, and he fell from the air. Hagrid saw it from below and shouted, "Charlotte!" In the next second, a tall, green Titan appeared out of thin air. There were many vines wrapped around the Titan's hands and feet. The vines covered the entire Titan in like armor, and even the head was completely covered by Quowan. The only thing that was exposed was the pair of deep eyes. The moment the Titan appeared, countless birds in the forest flew up, fluttering towards the sky. Goulet, who had been sucking blood, seemed to have finally sensed the danger, and turned his head to look at Charlotte. He opened his mouth, and blood dripped down the ground along his fangs. Wang Meng, the Titan on the ground, raised his head abruptly, with a look of horror in his eyes. "Emer, enter!" Even the running Titans stopped in their tracks, and even some Titans knelt down in Charlotte's direction. Tears flashed in the eyes of the King of Titans. "Emer, did our ancestors come to kill us?" Al stood aside with a shocked expression on his face. He opened his mouth and said after a while, "No, I think it's that student from Hogwarts. It's that student from Hogwarts." At this moment, all the Titans looked at Charlotte nervously, and even Goulet looked at Charlotte cautiously. He felt a kind of power from Charlotte, a kind of extremely powerful power. Charlotte feels that this state is very good. It is completely different from the Frost Titan. The power of the Forest Titan contains a feeling of recovery. It seems that as long as he wants, the surrounding forest can grow wildly regardless of the laws of nature. Breathing out 863, Charlotte looked at Goulet opposite. Goulet's blood-red eyes reflected the appearance of the Forest Titan, and the sharp fangs were covered with Titan's blood. Goulet's wings spread out violently, and the tens of meters long wings almost enveloped the entire world. He flapped his wings, and the airflow rolled wildly, turning into countless sharp blades and rushing toward Charlotte. The Forest Titan clenched his hands violently, and his hands were instantly bound tightly by countless vines, forming a glove made of vines on his hands. The wind like a sharp blade blew on Charlotte's body, and the sharp blade tore apart countless layers of vines, but the second after it was torn apart, countless vines entangled Charlotte's body again. Boom, boom, boom. There was a vibration from the ground, and Charlotte rushed towards the huge bat and slammed her fist hard on the bat's wing. Crunch! There was a huge cracking sound, followed by a sharp cry that seemed to pierce the sky and the earth. Hagrid stood on the spot, his pupils trembling, looking at the bat whose wings were smashed by a punch. Half of the bat's right wing has been broken, and the bones of Sun Han are exposed in the air. The stench of blood flows out from the broken wound and falls to the ground, corroding the ground into potholes one after another in an instant. Hagrid ran back and returned to Al. He looked at Al tremblingly. Al was watching the battle over there wholeheartedly. Hagrid said, "My Merlin, is this Charlotte?" Al looked like a wise man, but his shock was completely betrayed by his trembling hands, and he reached out to pat Hagrid on the shoulder. "Relax, Hagrid. Your friend doesn't seem to be losing his mind." The Titan King also nodded. Every Titan King will consume the blood of the ancestors and wear the crown of the ancestors, hoping that someone can activate the remaining blood and regain the glory of the Titan. But we did not expect that we have worked hard for so many years, and finally the ancestors responded to a human wizard. The Titan King stroked his beard with trembling hands. He looked at Hagrid and asked, "Rubeus, your friend, isn't he a child?" Hagrid shook his head. "No, Wall, my friend is a genius wizard." Although he knew the answer, King Titan still hoped to be able to deceive himself. Otherwise it would appear that their titans were useless, although it was true. Squeak! A sharp cry came from not far away, and a burst of transparent ripples centered on the bat and scattered in all directions. Charlotte stood closest. The vine armor on his body was instantly shattered by the ripples. Countless vine fragments spread in all directions with the sound waves. Charlotte put her hands in front of her, and her feet did not move. When the bat saw this, bloodlust flashed in its blood-red eyes, and its sharp nails slammed into Charlotte's chest. After being fed with the blood of the Titan, Goulet's claws became sharper, and the tip of the sharp blade was even almost transparent. The sharp claws tore the air, causing a sharp whistling sound in the air. It was like blowing a split flute. The sound made people's eardrums hurt, and even Hagrid and Al in the distance couldn't help but cover their ears. The vines on Charlotte's body had been blown away by the sound waves. Goulet's claws cut through the air and came towards his chest, all of which happened almost at the same time. In just a second, Goulet's sharp claws seemed to be touching Charlotte's chest. Boom! The moment the claw is about to reach the chest, countless vines burst from the ground beneath Charlotte's feet. The dark green vines carried the great power of the entire forest, restraining Goulet in place abruptly. His sharp claws reached a millimeter from Charlotte's chest, but they couldn't get in at all. With a thought in Charlotte's mind, countless vines circled from all over his body again, forming a new armor. The huge bat that Goulet turned into in front of him frantically bit the vines rushing towards him from all directions. Those vines were like bugs. The bat bit off one side of the vines, and the other side was already entangled. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and the power of the forest titan was activated instantly, and countless vines shot up from the ground, looking down on the bat like a giant snake under the moonlight. After that, in an instant, the giant snake swooped down and slammed towards the bat fiercely. Crunch! The sound of cracking bones rubbed against the air, making people's teeth sour. Countless blood gushed out from the bat's body, and the wings that had been broken were completely broken this time. Two wings, stretched tens of meters, crashed down from the air. A huge column of blood gushed out from the bat's arms, and the stinky blood fell on the wings, corroding the wings so hard that only a white skeleton remained. In the distance, the eyes of Al and the King of Titan were full of shock. Al even reached out his hand to cover Hagrid's eyes and said seriously, "Hagrid, your age is too young for Titan. You don't need to watch this picture." Hagrid moved his nose and smelled the strong smell of blood. He touched his hand without saying a word. His heart was shaken. He was amazed, but there was still a bit of distress in it. For Hey 2.6, Charlotte is just a 12-year-old wizard, a second-year Hogwarts student. Before bringing Charlotte here, He had said to himself that he would protect Charlotte, but he didn't expect to actually face these things. Boom, boom, boom. The bat's body was torn apart by the vines of the forest titan in an instant. Countless titans bowed their heads on the edge of this battle, and none of the titans dared to look up to see what happened here. Charlotte looked into the distance, and there seemed to be some helicopter-like things flying toward her in the distance. His mana had bottomed out, and the moment the bat disappeared, his figure also dissipated. Charlotte stretched out her hand and forcibly mobilized some magic power to cover up all the situations here. In any case, it's better not to let muggles know about things in the wizarding world for the time being. The muggle helicopter flew away after patrolling around. After all, this is a virgin forest, and things like landslides are very common. When Hagrid and others arrived, Charlotte was snorting and receiving the huge bat skeleton into her beads. Bats were originally one of the potions. This kind of bat skeleton is so huge that it can refine a lot of potions. It's not a loss this time. Not only got the Titan blood, but also got such a big bat skeleton. Charlotte was very happy. The magic power in his body was slowly recovering. After putting away the bat skeleton, Charlotte picked up a branch that fell to the side and jumped up the Titan's crown that was still flashing fluorescent light on the ground. Then he walked up to King Titan. "Here are your things." The Titan King felt his brows bulging. This thing is a good thing. Their Titans fight every year for this crown. Facing a crown with great power, it's okay for this human wizard to be indifferent. And showing a look of disdain? 16, as a matter of fact, King Titan just needs to think about it. Charlotte's current attitude is, after all, worn on the head of a bat. Bats are one of the animals that don't pay much attention to hygiene. Not very clean. "It's too dirty. Remember to take it back and wash it," Charlotte added. "It is better to wash the things on the bats." What's more, this crown actually drove Goulet crazy. It looked like something ominous, or something that was only suitable for Titans. He didn't have that kind of leisure time to think about this magical creation. The surrounding Titans also got up from the ground and slowly surrounded them. Charlotte picked up the crown and raised her head at King Titan, motioning to take it away. But King Titan didn't touch the crown. Instead, he knelt down slowly towards him, put his hands on his chest, and said, "My king, I am willing to regard you as my master." Al and Hagrid also bowed their heads devoutly beside the King of Titan. Bang, bang, bang. All the Titans around Charlotte bowed their heads and knelt down. Charlotte blinked her eyes, flicked the branch in her hand, and flew the crown onto the head of the original Titan King. No need. King Titan felt the crown on his head. He was silent for a moment, reached out and took off the crown, and said, "My king, you are the established king of Titan. If you don't believe it, let the ancestors choose for themselves." He recited a mantra in his mouth, and the crest seemed to become more crystal clear with a click, and King Titan's voice sounded. "My ancestors once said that this crown was picked from the laurel tree of the gods. I once predicted the future of Titan, saying that Titan will become ignorant, bloody, and violent, but the person who wears this laurel crown will bring the glory of Titan back. Only noble and wise men will truly be recognized by the laurels. We have fought for a long time. Only by relying on the blood left by our ancestors can we barely use this crown. Now, in the name of Titan, I release the power of this crown and let it to decide who should be the real king of Titans." As King Titan's voice fell, and the sound of Wang Guanjing, the light above seemed to become clearer, as if some restraint had disappeared. Charlotte stood in place, perhaps because he could transform into a forest Titan. He actually felt the joy of the crown in the dark, and it seemed to want to fly towards him. "But that old bat just put you on your head. My Merlin." Charlotte had never been afraid of anything, but facing the shining crown, he subconsciously took a step back. All the Titans turned their gazes over. Facing the crown, even the most ignorant Titans seemed to have some light of wisdom in their eyes. The crown floated from a hand of the King of Titan, and then wobbled towards Charlotte without hesitation. Don't come here," Charlotte said. The crown that floated in front of him stopped, and wanted to rub against him very humanly. Charlotte reached out to stop the movement of the crown, calming down her turbulent heart. Then he said, "I am very grateful that you chose me." Charlotte's eyes swept across the expectant king of titans and other titans in front of him, and he continued, "But I believe that in this field, there is always a second person worthy of your strength." The light of the crown shone for a moment, and after hesitating for a long time in front of Charlotte, Charlotte sighed. He didn't really want the crown worn by the bat. What's more, he doesn't need to increase the power of foreign objects at all. The power of the Forest Titan is enough to match or even overwhelm this crown. Otherwise, he couldn't easily kill Goulet just now. The crown seemed to have sensed Charlotte's heart. It made a very slight sound, and then floated out of the crowd unsteadily. Charlotte looked at the direction of the crown. The direction that the crown goes is the altar. But now on the altar, there seems to be only one person. That female Titan named Diana. Charlotte felt relieved, watching the Titans walking past with the crown. He followed slowly. Hagrid was a few steps behind and walked beside Charlotte. His voice was a bit embarrassing. "Sorry, Charlotte. I put you in danger." The kind big man, Charlotte smiled, reached out and patted Hagrid on the back, and said, "Hagrid, there's no need to say sorry. I have nothing to do, and you were the one who gave me the blood of the Forest Titan just now. I should thank you, yes." Hagrid looked at Charlotte's expression and saw that Charlotte was smiling from the bottom of his heart. He heaved a sigh of relief, scratched his head, and said, "That's good. If you're happy, I'll be at ease." The two fell behind, and Hagrid told Charlotte something about the Titan tribe, and then the two went to the altar, where Diana's injuries had been healed by the crown. Wearing the crown 547 on her head, she seemed to have grown a lot in an instant, and there was no timid expression on her face anymore. She stood in front of the old Titan king, accepting Titan's obeisance. After seeing Charlotte, she came out from the Titan, knelt down in front of Charlotte, put her hand on her chest, and said, "My friend, Titan is always open to you. As long as you need it, our power is always there for your use." Charlotte also saluted Diana. "Hogwarts has received your kindness, and on behalf of the wizarding community, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Titan for his choice." Titan chose the side of the White Wizard. Although their war with the Black Wizard has not officially started, once the war starts, with this guarantee, Titan will come out of the forest. The battle between the Titans is over. The king of the Titans has been chosen. The remaining Titans buried the dead Titans, then built a huge bonfire on the altar and danced the most primitive Titan dance around the bonfire. Charlotte and Hagrid sat on the side, and while watching the wild dance, Jean-Luo took out a few bottles of butterbeer and sat and drank with Hagrid. As for the food of Titan, Charlotte said that she couldn't compliment it, let alone eat it, looking at the hills of food. Diana walked up to Charlotte, sat next to Charlotte, and said, "Charlotte, I'm sorry. Although I became the king of Titan, I must apologize to you about the Sander tribe." Charlotte was drinking butterbeer, and Grindelwald's subordinates were elected by the Sander tribe. It can be said that if the Sander tribe were not busy, today's Titan dispute would not be so complicated. "Diana, you are already the king of Titan. I think you will handle the matter of the Sander tribe yourself," Charlotte said. Diana nodded and continued, "I'm not just talking about their cooperation with Grindelwald. Just now, when I checked the situation of the Titan tribe, I found that the people from the Sand tribe had already left. Withdrawing from the altar means that the Sander tribe has abandoned their Titan identity, and they will no longer be the tribe of the king of Titan." Charlotte drank butterbeer. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, the Sander tribe would be so straightforward. After leaving the king of Titan, it means that the Titan of the Sander tribe is no longer a Titan. Hunt them down. This also meant a long flight for the entire tribe. What good thing did Grindelwald promise to the Sander tribe, so that the entire Titan tribe would willingly follow Grindelwald? Grindelwald is indeed the Dark Lord. We can't predict his methods, and you don't need to apologize. Instead, you should be more careful. The Dark Lord will not give up so easily," Charlotte said. This time Grindelwald's method was obviously much stronger than before. Few of Grindelwald's subordinates had confronted him except Giur, and he had never even seen anyone except Rogier and Giur. They had been hiding in the Titan tribe, and they're wooing the Titan tribe, either because they want to snatch the crown or because he also came here. Perhaps the entire tribe of Titans will turn to Grindelwald. At that time, it will be a little bit bad. After staying in the Titan tribe for a few more days, Charlotte decided to go back to Hogwarts. The Titan tribe was good, but he did have some things he wasn't used to. Diana personally escorted Charlotte out of the Carpathian Mountains. With some tears in her eyes, she looked at Xia Luo with gratitude. "Thank you, Charlotte." Charlotte was floating in the air. He looked at Diana and said, "There is nothing to thank. I got what I needed. Just solve some troubles, that's right." Charlotte took out her wand and remembered how Diane stood up on the altar. He had a good impression of the new king of Titans before him, so it would be better to give the king of Titans some small gifts before leaving. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, it's still my gift to celebrate your appointment. With a wave of Charlotte's wand, Diana's dress made of animal skins turned into an enlarged orange dress. Diana's eyes widened, and she reached out to touch the dress on her body in disbelief. The dress was extremely flexible and textured like cotton. Diana was so excited that she jumped up on the spot, and she reached out her hand to hug Charlotte. Charlotte floated in front of Diana, smiled, and said, "You're welcome. See you next time, Diana." Diana nodded, revealing the innocent and sincere look she had when she first met Charlotte. Her eyes sparkled, and she said with a smile, "Goodbye, Charlotte. If you have a chance, please come to the tribe again as a guest." Charlotte nodded, waved her hand, and then apparat with Hagrid and disappeared in place. Diana wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then walked into the Lord of the Mountain again. Rogier's figure suddenly appeared not far away, and beside her was a Titan who was squatting on a rock with an evil light in his eyes. Grindelwald promised us that he would let us drink the blood of mankind to our heart's content. Don't lie to us. Rogier's eyes flickered, and she said, "Of course not. When Master Grindelwald ascends to the pinnacle of this world will be your dining table." Hogwarts, Dumbledore was standing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He reached out and stroked Cheelin's head with a very kind smile on his face. Cheelin was still eating obediently. As if it sensed something, it lightly pressed its head against Dumbledore's hand and barked twice. Dumbledore looked in front of him. Not far away, Hagrid and Charlotte walked slowly towards this side. The return trip was the same as the previous one, and it took a few days. Hagrid carried the gifts that Perry had given him and walked towards the hut excitedly. Charlotte saw the flash of white light in front of her eyes. Cheelin yelled at him twice and knew that the white robe in the distance was Dumbledore. Just now, he sent Hagrid to the hut in the Forbidden Forest and waved, "Hagrid, I'm going back first." Hagrid waved happily to Charlotte and said, "Goodbye, Charlotte. Let's go to my house together next time." Charlotte smiled and nodded, then apparat and disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared at the door of the principal's office. After saying the sign, Charlotte walked in. The freshman fox was busy arranging his feathers. Many portraits in the principal's office were secretly looking at him. Dumbledore was sitting in front of the desk. He raised his head and looked at Charlotte with a smile. "Welcome back, Mr. Elvis Jr." Charlotte bowed her head towards Dumbledore and said, "Principal Dumbledore, the Titan tribe has agreed to join hands with Hogwarts." Dumbledore came out from behind the desk. With a wave of his wand, a letter the size of a dozen treacle pies floated in front of him. He smiled and said, "Oh, Queen Diana has sent me the letter. She also said in the letter, 'Thank you for the gift you gave her. She really likes it.'" Old Dang winked playfully at Charlotte and then said, "Well, I seem to smell something special." Charlotte blinked and said, "Oh, you smelled wrong, Headmaster Dumbledore. When I went to the Hagrid tribe, I really liked the rock, Nama, pies made by Lady Friedwaffe." Dumbledore said, looking at Charlotte's hand with a smile, "It is Miss Friediva. I think she should be called Perry Hagrid in the tribe, and Freeburn is her original name in the wizarding world." Dumbledore explained. Charlotte shrugged, and with a thought, a package half the size of him appeared in his hand. He put the package on the table and said, "This is what Mrs. Perry gave you." Dumbledore reached out to untie the package, and the package was full of rock cakes the size of an adult's palm. Because of the magic, it still kept the appearance and smell of being taken out of the oven. Old Dang took a rock cake, took a bite, and said, "It's really good, Mrs. Perry's craftsmanship." Dumbledore looked at Charlotte while nibbling on the pie. Then he thought for a while and said, "Newt has a letter for me. I thought you might be interested." Dumbledore handed Newt Scamander's letter to Charlotte. Charlotte opened the envelope, which contained Newt's current location and that he might need an assistant. If Dumbledore was willing to help, Hogwarts might be able to students came to help him. He's in Northern Europe now, and he's on his way to find the Treant tribe. Treants are a gentle species that also possess very powerful power. If you need them, I think he might be able to help you obtain Treant blood, said Dumbledore. Charlotte thought about it. He had almost finished all the Hogwarts courses now, and it was not very meaningful to stay here, because Hogwarts could not make him stronger quickly. He needs to find more magical animals, and obtain the blood of those magical animals, and then gain more powerful power. And right now, this opportunity is very rare. Newt Scamander is undoubtedly the person who is most familiar with magical animals in the entire magical world. He may know many, many unknown locations of magical animal communities. Charlotte nodded and agreed, but then said, "Principal Dumbledore, I need your permission. I want to go to the restricted area to read. Is it possible?" Dumbledore turned around, took a letter stamped with the headmaster and battalion commander from the table, and then picked up a quill to sign it. A lot of powerful magic, even black magic, is sealed in the restricted area, and of course there may be traces of the magical animals you are looking for. Charlotte, I believe in your nobility and kindness. Black magic will not make you lose your way, nor will it make you blind to the way forward. Dumbledore handed the document to Charlotte. This document needs to be stamped once a month. You can come to me after a month. Newt is still on the way. If you are going, I will let him know in advance. Charlotte nodded. Although he had almost learned the Hogwarts courses, the Hogwarts library was too big, and he had many books that he hadn't finished. And he also wanted to read the hands in the restricted area. I hope Mr. Scamander can slow down a bit, Charlotte said. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Of course, boy, he's never fast on his feet. A loyal and simple Hufflepuff always likes to keep his feet on the ground. I guess he still has a lot of time before he can determine his own direction and find the Treant tribe. After all, the race of tree people has not appeared in the magic world for a long, long time. But Dumbledore winked at Charlotte with a hint of naughtiness. You are still a second-year student at Hogwarts, and you still have to take the final exam. With Dumbledore's permission, Charlotte gained the right to enter and leave the restricted area, but Jean Luo didn't immediately go to the restricted area to read. After all, he just came back. There is no need for such urgency. The news of Charlotte's return quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, and many students from Winclaw came to welcome Charlotte. After all, the erudition that Charlotte showed before had deeply impressed this group of students from Winclaw. In particular, under Charlotte's guidance, quite a few students even managed to get away with the most terrifying potion science. Joya, Hermione, Harry, Ron, the twins, Cedric, and others caught Charlotte in the restaurant right after class. "Where had you been all this time?" Cedric asked. "Just a trip to the Titan tribe with Hagrid," replied Charlotte. Ron sat next to Charlotte, with curiosity and envy shining in his eyes. "Titan tribe. God, I heard that every Titan is 6 or 7 meters tall. Is Charlotte really like this?" Charlotte nodded and said, "That's true. I'm so envious. You can go to the Titan tribe with Hagrid. We can only be at Hogwarts." Harry also said enviously. The twins hooked their shoulders together, Gab, with interest in their eyes. "Jinlo, where's the Chinju tribe? I wonder if we can go together." "Yes, just take advantage of summer vacation or winter vacation," George shouted. Fred added, "Summer holidays. Mom and Dad always go to see Charlie in Romania during the summer. Maybe we can sneak over there while it's time." "That's not allowed. It's a violation of school rules, and Principal Dumbledore will definitely not allow us to go," Hermione said with a puffed face, while Joya looked interested. "My God, Titan. I once heard Grandpa Antonio say that Titan lives in the forest and is ignorant and bloody. My God, Charlotte, are you not injured? Xiaoya looked at Charlotte worriedly. Charlotte shook her head and said, Don't worry, Hagrid's family is very friendly. Cedric said on the side, Titans have lived in the forest for a long time. Maybe they are not as ignorant as before. Maybe they have become kind? Ron yelled, It makes sense if that's the case. Can we go to the Titan tribe with Hagrid? A group of people chattered around Charlotte, and Charlotte said helplessly, Maybe it's not possible. The celebration of the Titan tribe is over, and they usually don't welcome other races into the tribe. The voices of several people stopped talking. Feeling a little lost, Gemini clapped their hands suddenly, and their eyes flashed. Oh, Charlotte, the matter of you going to the Titan tribe will definitely become a great legend. We will write for you a book, and then we can make a lot of money from your story. You must tell us in detail what the Titan tribe is like. Charlotte didn't reject the twins. The wizards knew very little about the Titan. If Charlotte hadn't followed Hagrid to the Titan tribe this time, he actually knew quite well about the interrogation. After covering up the most important parts, Charlotte and the twins talked about some habits in the Titan tribe, and then pulled out several huge packages from beads. These are unique snacks in the Titan tribe. Just as everyone is here, everyone can get some, Charlotte said loudly. Ron, Claw, and the students at the Gryffindor table were the first to raise their hands in cheers, and everyone walked over to get the Titan's food. After all, no one has seen it before, so soon all the food in several large packages was divided. Even the Slytherin students were excitedly holding huge pies the size of their faces, happily nibbling on them. Malfoy sat on the dining table with a dark face and said coldly, Titans are just some stupid guys. What's so delicious about what they make? Hagrid is the same. They are just stupid Titans. After all, Malfoy looked at those sitting on both sides of him, salivating at the huge pie crab, and Goyle shouted, Don't go. Nurmengard. Rogier's figure appeared outside the dilapidated iron gate of Nurmengard. She looked up at the tall Nurmengard castle in front of her, and then walked in. Grindelwald stood in the yard, reaching out to catch the snow that fell on his hands. Boss. Rogier came over, and Grindelwald said, Rogier, Nurmengard seems to be snowing all the time. Rogier looked up, looked at the cloudy sky, and said, The snow won't keep falling, boss. The Sand Tribe has agreed to join us. Grindelwald turned his head and didn't seem to care much about it. He asked, What about the Road Elvis? Our operation failed, boss. Goulet was killed by Charlotte. Rochelle said with his head bowed. What power did he use? It's a forest titan. Rogier has been hiding in the dark to observe the battle between Charlotte and Goulet. She is not an idiot like a vampire, and it is naturally impossible to do such a dangerous thing as confronting Charlotte head-on. Forest titan? Grindelwald frowned slightly, but raised his eyebrows again. The Sander tribe seems to be the descendants of the forest titan. Those titans that have lasted for an unknown number of years have the power that galloped in the magic world in the past flowing in their bodies. Forest Titan, where's he going for this? Sorry, boss, because I'm a little far away. I only saw that King Titan seems to have given something to that big guy at Hogwarts. His name is probably Hagrid, and Hagrid gave that thing to Charlotte. Then Charlotte successfully transformed into a Forest Titan, Rogier said. Charlotte Elwes is Grindelwald's archenemy. Except for the crown, she has been watching Charlotte's movements. Grindelwald didn't look angry. He was still as calm and indifferent as Nurmengard. But when he heard Rogier say these words, his eyes changed a little bit. What? Grindelwald murmured. What is it that makes you so powerful? Charlotte Elvis. Rogier, tell Voldemort that I need his strength. After Charlotte returns to Hogwarts, she may leave. I want to know all about his movements. Hogwarts. Finish all the Titan snacks that Paley gave to himself, and happily go to Enkeluo's dormitory to prepare for rest. After all, he ate a lot of those things in the Titan tribe. If it wasn't for Perry's enthusiasm, he really didn't plan to bring back all those special products. Charlotte, will you leave again after you come back? Xiaoya asked. Charlotte was already in a state where she didn't need to study at all at Hogwarts. Joya knew that Charlotte was going to collect the blood of all kinds of magical animals, so it was certain that she would leave Hogwarts, but she was somewhat reluctant to part with Charlotte. Charlotte nodded and said, Of course, I need to make myself stronger. However, I think you are already very strong. Xiaoyu said, Joya, strength is endless. When a strong man stops his footsteps, he will become weak. Grindelwald and Voldemort will not give me any chance. Charlotte said. Xiaoyu was taken aback and stopped her steps. Yuan Luo turned her head to look at Xiaoyu in doubt. What's wrong? Xiaoyu raised her head with some determination in her eyes. It's nothing. I just feel that we seem to be a little unable to keep up with your footsteps. We are. Charlotte stretched out her hand and patted Joya's head and said with a smile, We are best partners, of course, including you, Hermione, and Ron and Harry. It's very easy to keep up with me. First, you can get Principal Dumbledore to take classes as you like. Permit first. Xiaoyu snorted. Of course. We will definitely follow in your footsteps. After all, you cannot be the hero who saves the world by yourself. Charlotte smiled gently, and Xiaoyu also bent her eyes and smiled. The two walked forward side by side. Before walking for a while, they saw Professor Lockhart posing in the corner, as if waiting for someone. Professor Lockhart, Charlotte said. Startled, Lockhart turned his head and smiled awkwardly. Oh, Charlotte, hello, Charlotte. Good evening, Professor Lockhart. You are guarding outside La 1 Keluo's dormitory. Who are you looking for? Lockhart stretched out his arm and shook it, then coughed, leaned against the wall thinking he was handsome, and said, I'm here to find you, Charlotte. Ask for flowers. Charlotte raised her eyebrows, and Lockhart seemed to be on the fence with herself. That's right. Not long ago, in front of Winclaw and Gryffindor, I made the famous defense against the dark arts Professor Lou's face. I don't know what the professor came to see me for. That's right, Charlotte. Tomorrow is Gryffindor and Slytherin's defense against the dark arts class, and I would like to invite you to be my teaching assistant. Lockhart exuded self-conscious goodwill. Charlotte frowned slightly, Lockhart's saving face almost on his own face. It is not that there are no professors in Hogwarts who will find some outstanding students to be teaching assistants, but he has nothing to do with Lockhart. Why should he be a teaching assistant for him? Charlotte began to wonder if Lockhart built up too much self-confidence when he plagiarized other people's stories. Isn't his reputation as a genius wizard not loud enough? As it turned out, it was precisely because of his name, Xiang Liang, that Lockhart had his eye on this genius wizard who almost went his own way at Hogwarts. It would be a very proud thing if this genius wizard could become his fan. As for Charlotte's loss of face before, Lockhart said that as long as Charlotte becomes his fan, this matter is nothing at all. Lockhart smiled brightly, trying to look as sincere and handsome as possible. Charlotte didn't say anything, but just took out her wand from her pocket. Lockhart thought Charlotte was going to cast a spell on him, so he jumped to the side in surprise and hurriedly said, Charlotte, to the professor. Before he could finish speaking, Charlotte tapped the eagle-shaped knocker on the door of La 1 Keluo's dormitory with her wand. The knocker trembled and said, How to prove that a thing exists? Charlotte smiled, then looked at the startled Lockhart and said, Professor Lockhart, if you answer the knocker's question, I think I will accept your invitation and become your teaching assistant. When Lockhart saw that Charlotte was just a wand knocking on the door, his beating heart calmed down, and he put on a self-righteous smile again, then looked at Joya and then at Charlotte, and replied, Oh, of course. Let me think about work. Lockhart lingered at the door of La 1 Keluo, and many students of La 1 Keluo returned from the dining room to the gate of La 1 Keluo's dormitory. Seeing Lockhart, many people were curious, and seeing Charlotte was there, many people were talking in low voices. Hey, why are Charlotte and Professor Lockhart here? Yeah, why didn't anyone answer the knocker's question? Oh, really? I still want to go in and read a book. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Charlotte turned her head and said with a gentle smile, Sorry, everyone, I made a bet with Professor Lockhart. If he can answer the question about the door knocker, I will promise him to be his teaching assistant. So, I will delay everyone, it's been a while. Charlotte has a gentle attitude, and her words make people feel like a spring breeze. Even the little eagle who is eager to read a book blushes and shouts. It's okay, Charlotte. After all, 950 Xiaoying just likes to read books and knowledge, and he is not completely unreasonable. Moreover, it is human nature to watch the excitement. Lockhart saw more and more people, and the smile on his face became more and more awkward and unstoppable. Finally, he laughed and said, "Aha, I see. It's such a simple question. I think your door knockers will is necessary to set some more difficult problems. Otherwise, it is not very safe." Charlotte smiled and said, "So what's the answer, Mr. Lewhart?" Lockhart moved his slightly fat body confidently, walked to the door knocker, and said, "Oh, things exist. I don't think I need to prove how they exist, because they exist." The door knocker trembled and said coldly, "The answer is wrong." Lockhart's face turned pale instantly, and his smile couldn't hold back. There are more and more students around, and the discussion is getting louder, and even students from other colleges seem to be attracted. Hey, it looks like Lockhart answered wrong. Oh, that question made me think about it. It seems that the professor is not doing well. Seeing that the voice of discussion was getting louder, a gloomy voice came from the corridor. "What are you doing here?" Snape was wrapped in a black robe like a bat, and appeared eerie behind all the students. The students all shut their mouths. Snape's sharp eyes swept over everyone, and then fell on Charlotte. Charlotte nodded slightly towards Snape. "Professor Snape." Snape's sullen voice said, "Charlotte Elvis, tell me what's going on here." Lockhart's face was a bit ugly. He smiled and looked at Snape, and hurriedly said before Charlotte said, "Oh, Professor Severus, I don't think it's something important. It's because they can't get through this door." Lockhart habitually wanted to lie to cover up the past, but before he finished speaking, the honest Kitty said beside him, "Charlotte made a bet with Professor Lockhart, saying that if Professor Lockhart answered the knocker's question, Charlotte would become his teaching assistant." Snape glanced coldly at the little wizard, who shrank his neck and didn't dare to speak anymore. Then he looked at Charlotte and Lockhart, who stood in the crowd with calm and embarrassed faces. "Charlotte Elwes, Headmaster Dumbledore gave you the right to take classes as you like, not as a teaching assistant. Go back to your library and read your books, Professor Lockhart. It's late now. I think you don't want to stand here all night." Snape's voice almost merged with the night outside the window. But Charlotte felt that since Harry was no longer Voldemort's target, he seemed to have a little bit of warmth. Lockhart walked out of the crowd in embarrassment and waved to the student, pretending to be generous. "Go back and rest, children." He looked at Charlotte, but he didn't dare to look at him. "Oh, Charlotte, we really don't have a fate. Maybe you will be willing to come next time. Good night, children. I hope you have a pleasant night." Snape's eyes swept over everyone, and then he grabbed his cloak and hurriedly left La 1 Keluo's dormitory. Charlotte stood where she was, and the students of La 1 Keluo watched the two leave, and it was unknown who couldn't help laughing at the beginning, and the little eagles in the store waited together at the door. "Oh, look at his appearance. Hey, I can guarantee that he will explain this matter in class tomorrow." "Who says it's not? I can guarantee it. You're not allowed to speak ill of Professor Lockhart. He's just here to invite Charlotte, isn't he?" The eaglets were chirping. Charlotte knocked on the door knocker with her wand and said, "How to prove the existence of a thing? You just need to use it." The knocker trembled and shouted, "Correct." Then the door of the dormitory was opened towards the eaglets, and the door of the dormitory was not closed until all the eaglets went in. Joya followed Charlotte and said, "You really don't plan to be a teaching assistant in Professor Lockhart's class?" Charlotte turned her head to look at Joya. He didn't understand what kind of magical power Lockhart had that could make all the girls, including Hermione and Joya, so obsessed with his lessons. "I don't think I'm going." Chow-Yun nodded regretfully and said, "Well, if you go, we can see you every day." Charlotte smiled, then went back to the dormitory to rest. At midnight, when Charlotte was fast asleep, he suddenly felt something moving at his feet. Charlotte opened her eyes in a daze, and by the moonlight he saw a pair of big eyes staring at him blankly. Charlotte was taken aback. "Elf?" The elf stared wide-eyed and immediately jumped off Charlotte's bed. Charlotte got up, and the elf shrank back in fear, holding her slender hands tightly together. "Oh, Charlotte Elvis, oh." The elf was very embarrassed, looking at Charlotte with uneasy eyes. "Huh." Charles turned over slightly next door. Charlotte took out her wand and cast a spell on Charles. Charles, who was about to wake up, slowly sank into the water again. 2.1 Charlotte looks like an elf. Under the moonlight, Dobby the elf looks abnormally ugly. He wears ragged clothes and looks very funny. "Who are you?" Charlotte asked. Dobby rubbed his hands nervously and said, "Charlotte, you can't leave Hogwarts. Oh, I mean, you must not leave Hogwarts. Someone will do bad things to you." Charlotte blinked, not rejecting Dobby the elf's kindness. Although Dobby was a bit uglier, his heart was undoubtedly much cleaner than that of the dark wizard. He smiled, got off the bed, and waved his wand. The table that was originally piled with books was cleaned up immediately, and the books on the stool were also cleaned up and piled up neatly and put aside. Charlotte sat on the stool and said to Dobby, "Don't be nervous, just sit down first." Dobby looked terribly flattered, with tears streaming from his eyes. "Oh, you made Dobby sit down. Oh my God." Dobby wiped his tears with his old clothes and wiped his snot along the way. "What do you mean by telling me not to leave Hogwarts?" Charlotte asked. Dobby sat down on the stool and looked up at Charlotte. "Oh, because someone is going to hurt Charlotte Elvis." "Want to hurt me?" "Yes, they are really bad." As soon as Dobby finished speaking, he immediately stood up like a madman. "Oh, Dobby, how can a dog speak ill of his master? Dobby must never speak ill of the master." Dobby rushed to the wall of the dormitory. G himself on the head with the wall. Although she knew that Dobby was such a strange elf, Charlotte was still a little surprised when she saw it. He stretched out his wand to stop Dobby from harming himself. Dobby turned his head and said pitifully, "Oh, I'm sorry, Charlotte. I can't speak ill of the master." 16, even if Dobby didn't say anything, Charlotte guessed something, and he said, "You don't need to say, I won't leave Hogwarts for the time being. You don't worry." Dobby seemed relieved. He let out a breath and looked at Charlotte with emotion. "Oh, Charlotte." In this case, Dobby is at ease, but Charlotte had better not leave Hogwarts. Dobby said, and then snapped his slender fingers together. Dobby disappeared into the dormitory, and Charlotte's sleepiness was gone. Dobby meant that he would be in danger if he left Hogwarts, and this matter has something to do with Lucius, so it has something to do with Voldemort. After thinking about it for a while, Charlotte finally understood the general idea of the matter. Probably Voldemort wanted to wait for him to leave Hogwarts before attacking him. Charlotte smiled, but didn't take this matter to heart. At this time, London. The wound on Voldemort's body has healed a lot, but it's not much better. After all, it's the wound left by the Frost Titan, and it can't be healed so quickly. He looked at the water mirror in front of him with his dark, dead fish eyes. Grindelwald appeared in the water mirror. Voldemort said, "Gellert, he is growing. He is growing. If he is allowed to continue to grow like this, he will become ours greatest enemy." Grindelwald sat on the chair, looking very calm. "You should calm down. He is indeed growing. Although we failed this time, we have also confirmed one thing. The people in the Titan tribe gave him something, giving him the ability to transform into a forest Titan. This ability must have a medium. This is the purpose of his going to the Titan tribe. I have already sent people to the Titan tribe. Although the Titan tribe has a new king, there are always holes. Maybe we will find out in a few days. What exactly is he looking for in the Titan tribe?" Voldemort's dark voice was like a crawling reptile in the corner, and he said, "What's the use of that? Gellert, we must kill him, whatever the cost. We don't have that kind of power for now." Compared to Voldemort's anger, Grindelwald looked unusually calm. Acknowledging this matter is like a routine for him. We will get the answer and gain his power. As long as we find that medium, maybe we can also have that powerful power. Grindelwald's eyes rarely showed interest and longing. "The Thunder Tribe has surrendered to us. Our cooperation should be closer. Keep an eye on Charlotte's every move at Hogwarts. Please tell me any news about him. My partner." With a wave of Grindelwald's hand, the mirror disappeared in front of Voldemort. Selwyn, who was standing next to him, showed dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Oh, my master. The master of Nurmengard is too arrogant." Voldemort sneered. "We are still working together. We need to maintain trust, Selwyn. Continue to monitor Charlotte's every move at Hogwarts. Once he leaves Hogwarts, report to me immediately. Gellert is right. We need to know what he is looking for." Selwyn lowered his head, with madness shining in his eyes. Obey, my dear master. Hogwarts. Charlotte, who was missed by Voldemort in Grindelwald, was currently reading in the restricted section. The spells in the restricted section are extremely powerful, including some unforgivable black magic spells. Charlotte read it with gusto, and many of the spells in it were not very difficult spells for Charlotte, and some of them he had already seen in Antonio's magic notes. In addition to spells, there are also some books that record various magical creatures. Charlotte noticed that the author of some books is Newt Scamander of the popular branch. Newt has been looking for all kinds of magical creatures almost all his life. There are dangerous and gentle in these magical creatures. The gentle part is probably in his fantastic beasts and where to find them. But the dangerous part probably puts Bulido in the restricted area. For example, Newt recorded a wonderful mermaid in the list of dangerous creatures. Mermaids were originally called sirens. They like music and usually live in lakes. They have their own words, can use stones to build very beautiful recipes, and can domesticate animals such as Grindylow, Loba, and so on. There are creatures such as horse-headed fish-tailed sea monsters, and jewelry creation sculptures are also made. And the mermaids also have their own language. There is a mermaid community living in the big lake next to Hogwarts, and more mermaid communities are distributed in the big lakes formed by the major rivers in Europe and even the Alpine lakes. It seems that this kind of creature has a very wide range of life, but according to Newt's records, in addition to these mermaids living in lakes, there's also a kind of mermaid living in the vast ocean. Newt has never seen this kind of mermaid, but he has heard the voice of a mermaid from afar. According to Newt's memory, this voice is very beautiful and has the power to control people's hearts. The voyage of exploration was because of this is a strange kind of mermaid, so the whole army was almost wiped out because they not only heard music during the voyage, but also encountered a rare sky tide in 100 years. Charlotte looked at Newt's record about the mermaid with relish, and after turning the previous page, the next page was Newt's portrait of the mermaid in the lake. In the portrait, the skin of the mermaid is iron gray. The hair is dark green, very disheveled. The eyes are yellow, and the incomplete teeth are also yellow. They have no clothes on their bodies, but some pebbles are hung for decoration. A mermaid living in the ocean, Charlotte showed a little interest in her eyes. It is a mermaid species that Newt has never seen, and it seems to have very powerful power. Music and tides, perhaps by chance. There are so many books in the restricted section that Charlotte can't read them all in a while. However, in this book, the only one that Charlotte can catch eyes with is this unique oceanic mermaid. As for the others, compared to the Forest Titans, some seem to be too weak. It was almost lunchtime. Charlotte left from the restricted area, and as soon as he got out of the library, he saw a little golden retriever walking beside him. He stared closely and saw Malfoy and his two followers glaring at him viciously, and then walked towards the restaurant. Is there no Slytherin class today? Or is Malfoy transsexual? Charlotte looked at Malfoy's receding back, thoughtfully. Malfoy actually came to the library. This is simply unbelievable. He always thought that Malfoy would only bicker with Harry. But speaking of it, Malfoy's grades are not bad, even in the forefront of Slytherin. Charlotte thought about it, and put this matter aside for the time being. After all, according to his current strength, unless Dumbledore joins forces with Voldemort and Grindelwald, plus vampires and titans, it will cause him trouble. But thinking about it, Voldemort and Grindelwald wouldn't do that. Although vampires and titans cooperate with Grindelwald, if the two come out together, they will be judged by the magic world as black wizards wanting to launch a war against white wizards. Initiating a war now, the chances of winning for the dark wizards are not great. After all, the dark wizards also have titans and vampires, and the number is far higher than the dark wizards. Besides, I don't know if Voldemort's injury has healed. After finishing dinner with Joya and the others in the restaurant, Charlotte went back to the library, taking out Tom's diary along the way. Although Voldemort was crazy, the early Tom Riddle was definitely a rare magical genius, and he happened to have some things he wanted to ask this magician. Do you speak mermaid? Charlotte wrote on it. Tom in the diary frowned, feeling extremely confused. Grindelwald, are you so studious? Last time I just asked myself to learn parcel tongue. This time I'm here to ask mermaid language. Dear Mr. Grindelwald, I don't know mermaid language. Tom wasn't lying. Currently, there are not many people who can speak mermaid language, and Dumbledore is one of them. Since Tom didn't know how to do it, Charlotte didn't force him. He put away the diary and started reading again. The matter of the mermaid can't be rushed. Anyway, he doesn't need to go to class, so he might as well go to the big lake to have a look later. At 3 or 4 at noon, Charlotte left the library. As soon as he left the library, he saw Crabbe standing not far away, seeming to look over here, and as soon as his eyes locked on him, he turned his head away like a thief. Charlotte frowned. Something was wrong. It's okay if it's Malfoy. After all, it's normal for Malfoy to be a bit studious, but what is Crabbe? This guy, besides the dining table, is also interested in the library? Charlotte expressed disbelief. He pretended not to see Crabbe and walked forward as if nothing had happened. He didn't know whether it was Crabbe's stupidity or big heart. He followed Charlotte and followed Charlotte to the Great Lake. On the way, Charlotte met Hagrid. Hagrid greeted Charlotte happily and blinked at Crabbe behind him. Charlotte, is that your friend? Charlotte blinked. Oh, he seems to be following me. Don't pay attention to him. Hagrid, just pretend you didn't notice him. Hagrid nodded foolishly and then said happily, Charlotte, Mr. Scamander sent me a letter. He said that the lovely Cheelin needs to be fostered with me temporarily. Oh my God, I can actually live with such a beautiful and holy creature. Hagrid seemed extremely excited, but it was also understandable. Hagrid had a special liking for magical creatures. If not for Dumbledore and Hogwarts, maybe he would be more willing to be a breeder of magical animals. Charlotte was also happy for Hagrid. That's great, by the way, Hagrid. Do you know the mermaids that live in the Great Lakes? Oh, those nasty little guys. Hagrid said, although he said nasty, but he still had a cheerful look. Of course I know that they live in the depths of the Great Lake and come up occasionally. The reason why I say they are hateful is because they sometimes hurt Buckbeak with a harpoon. Sometimes when I fish, they will come up too, interfere with my fishing. Charlotte nodded. It seems that the mermaids in this big lake are not easy to get along with. If so, we still have to wait for a good opportunity. After all, these mermaids won't come out easily, and he can't swim, and he doesn't understand mermaid language yet. I have to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to learn mermaid language 10 times. Thinking of this, Charlotte and Hagrid said a few more words, and then said goodbye to Hagrid, and when they turned their heads back, Crabbe had disappeared. Nermingard. Grindelwald was sipping coffee and looking at the newspaper in his hand, feeling like a retired old man. But after a while, Rogier appeared in front of him and said, Boss, we have already found out. Grindelwald put down his coffee and looked at Cromie. It's blood. The battle between the Titans is not just about the crown. According to the chief of the Sander tribe, the Titans who can wear the crown will obtain the blood of their ancestors to stabilize and utilize the power of the crown. That night, what the Titan gave Hagrid was the Titan blood hidden under the throne, which can only be opened by the King of Titan. Grindelwald stood up abruptly, his eyes shifting several times before calming down. Blood. So to speak, he can gain power as long as he gets blood. Grindelwald laughed. He looked at Carosi and said, Oh, our little Mr. Elvis is really a cute vampire, Janaheo, no. Grindelwald took a deep breath, and he said, Tell Voldemort the news. Let him take a good look at our little Mr. Elvis and let Rhaenys study it. If we can also use blood, I think even Charlotte Elvis Weiss is definitely not our opponent. Carosi nodded. I see, boss. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Charlotte held the envelope in her hand and looked at Dumbledore. Can I go play now? Dumbledore nodded and said with a smile, Newt has found the way to the Treant tribe. You go with him. Charlotte nodded, put the letter away, and looked at Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore, I wonder if you can teach me something? Oh, our genius wizard. What does little Mr. Elvis need me to teach you? Mermaid language. After leaving the principal's office, Charlotte went to Hogsmeade through the passage under the Whomping Willow. The Pig's Head Tavern was open today, and the business in the shop was very good. Aberforth still had a cold face, and angrily took out the wine glass from the counter, poured some wine into it, and handed it to the wizard in front of the counter. The wizards were used to Aberforth's attitude, and they sat drinking with a glass of wine while smiling, and Charlotte pushed the door open and walked in. The eyes of several wizards rested on Charlotte for a while, and then moved away, but when he arrived, the voice in the tavern was obviously lowered. Charlotte glanced at several wizards in black robes, and then walked to the counter. He took out a few galleons and said, "Mr. Abeforth, I need some butterbeer. I have to say, this thing is really delicious. Since the last time I drank a lot of butterbeer here in Aberforth, Charlotte likes to drink butterbeer and sneaks out for a sip from time to time." Abeforth took gallon and said with a cold face, "Hogwarts students can sneak out without Dumbledore's permission, and he, the headmaster, is just like that." Charlotte smiled happily and said, "Mr. Abeforth, please don't say that. How could I sneak away without Dumbledore's permission? I usually leave quite above board." Aberforth snorted coldly and was about to turn around to get the quilt. Charlotte took out a wooden jug the size of a small baby from her beads and said, "Oh, the first butterbeer in autumn. Please put it in here." Abeforth looked at the wooden pot somewhat surprised, looked around, and asked in a low voice, "Are you leaving Hogwarts?" Charlotte snorted, cleared her throat on purpose, and said, "Mr. Aberforth, what do you mean? I'm a student at Hogwarts. Where else can I go? It's just that I need to study hard in the library recently, so I can't come over and be your regular customer." While talking, Charlotte paid attention to those black-robed wizards, and those black-robed wizards really stopped drinking and listened to him very intently. Charlotte showed a somewhat nasty smile. "It's just that I really need to leave Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore said that he would take me to the Ministry of Magic and rebuild Azkaban." Abeforth stretched out his hand, intending to hit Xia Luo Begfi on the head, but he withdrew it temporarily, and he snorted angrily, "It's better like this." Aberforth turned around and made a big jug of butterbeer for Charlotte. Charlotte put the butterbeer into her beads, thanked Aberforth, and then turned and left the Pig's Head Tavern. The wizards in black robes seemed to want to stand up immediately when they saw Charlotte leave, and Abeforth walked over from behind the counter. Slamming a few glasses of beer on the table with a stinky face, he said in a cold voice, "The boy bought you a drink. And by the way, I wish you a happy day, and Voldemort have a happy life." The faces of the black-robed wizards turned pale immediately. They laughed bitterly, and then sat down. Aberforth turned and walked away. The wizard who was sitting close to these wizards turned his head and glanced at these people, then silently moved his stool away. "Damn Charlotte Elvis." The black-robed wizard gritted his teeth. "As long as he leaves Hogwarts, he will die at our hands." A few people whispered, but the tavern was already noisy, and the angry whispers of these people were not heard. After Charlotte left the Pig's Head Tavern, she returned to Hogwarts with the goods. It was lunchtime now, so he walked toward the restaurant, met Xiaoya and others at the door of the restaurant, and said, "I need to leave for a while." Ron and Harry looked at Charlotte at the same time. "Are you leaving Hogwarts again? What are you going to do this time?" "Oh, we still have a lot of questions to ask you." Harry said that since Harry was taken home by Sirius, Harry became eager to learn and occasionally consulted Charlotte on various learning matters. Moreover, Harry also regards Charlotte as his good friend and hopes that he can follow in Charlotte's footsteps. For example, first become a special student in Dumbledore's eyes, without going to class, without seeing Snape, and so on. Charlotte smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just that I'm away for a while, and I'll come back for the final exam." Hermione frowned, looked at Charlotte, and said, "Is it just for a while? This semester, you've been away for at least half a semester, if you add this time. Anyway, take care of yourself." Xiaoyu said after thinking for a long time. She frowned and looked a little unhappy and seemed a little entangled. Charlotte reassured them with a smile, then sat down to eat. While they were talking, Malfoy dawdled very slowly behind several people. He walked slowly to the Slytherin table, looking up from time to time at Charlotte, who was at the Winclaw table. After eating, Xiaoya looked around and asked, "Charlotte, where are you going this time?" "This time, I probably won't be able to tell you." Charlotte said, "Voldemort seemed to have been watching him, and if someone noticed his presence, it might bring trouble to Newt. Now, Newt, who was younger than Dumbledore, didn't want to frighten an old man. Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, but she concealed it very well. She puffed her face and said, "You have a little secret. Since you are leaving Hogwarts, then fine. But, Charlotte, can you come back for this year's winter vacation?" Sterlinte. Charlotte blinked. He hadn't thought about it. He always felt that he would probably be on the way to find magical beasts. But during the winter vacation, Hogwarts students can't stay. No matter who they are, they have no privileges. At this time, he really should find a place to put things or stay or something. As for Sterlinte, he can go, but it is not good to keep going. It seems that he still needs to find a place in the magic world. After all, he doesn't want to go back to the orphanage, which has lost touch with him, but it is not easy to buy a house in the magic world. First, he had to find himself a guardian or something. After all, he was only 12 years old. Joya obviously didn't know about the little things in Charlotte's mind. She said happily, "Although vampires don't celebrate Christmas, we can go wandering in the Muggle world together. Maybe we can be with Hermione when the time comes." Hermione said, "Muggle Christmas in the world is very interesting. We can go to play together at that time. By the way, can we go to Hogsmeade during Christmas?" Joya was talking to Charlotte while walking towards La 1 Keluo's dormitory. When they reached the door of La 1 Keluo's dormitory, Charlotte fell behind Xiaoyu, and when she walked in, she glanced outside. In the corridor, a tall figure seemed to be looking for a place to hide. Charlotte smiled slightly, then walked into the dormitory. The news that Charlotte was leaving Hogwarts was spread among the students. Although it was not a big deal, besides Hermione and the others, many people also knew about it. The next day, Charlotte came out of La 1 Keluo's dormitory with his things packed. Almost all his things were packed in the beads on his hands, so no one could tell even if he packed them. At this time, the students of Winkeluo and Hufflepuff were in class, and the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin happened to be free. Charlotte wandered around the school and walked to the high-rise corridor. He leaned on the corridor and looked at the different Hogwarts entrants in the distance. A blond man walked in from outside. Charlotte's eyes fell on Hogwarts not far away. Another blond boy seemed to be looking around and walked quickly toward a remote corridor. Coincidentally, isn't it? With a movement of Charlotte's figure, she appeared in front of the blond boy in an instant. Malfoy's eyes froze. He stopped his hurried steps and said with a stinky face, "Charlotte Elvis, get out of the way." Charlotte stretched out her hand, without saying much to Malfoy. "Be chemical." Malfoy froze for a moment, and was frozen in place the next second. After doing all this, Charlotte walked slowly towards the remote corridor. Lucius Malfoy was standing in the corridor, looking around vigilantly. There were not many students in this place, so no one would doubt him if he walked in the name of watching Malfoy. Lucius looked around and saw Charlotte slowly walking in front of him from not far away. Charlotte greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius turned pale. He still remembered how Charlotte taught Malfoy a lesson in Diagon Alley, without any regard for Malfoy's identity. "Charlotte Elwes." Charlotte still maintained a very decent smile. He asked, "Mr. Malfoy is here to find Delaco?" "Unfortunately, he seems to be unable to make it through." Lucius rubbed the cane in his hand tightly. "What do you mean?" He looked at the corridor in the distance, hoping that Malfoy would appear here as soon as possible. But after looking for a long time, there was still no sign of Malfoy. "Because I petrified him over there." Charlotte gestured to Malfoy's position, which immediately brought Lucius a slightly surprised look. "Charlotte, your behavior is not what a student should do." Lucius looked at Charlotte coldly, and he continued in a low and extremely dark voice. "Don't think that you are at Hogwarts. I dare not treat you take action. You have to know that even Dumbledore has a way to make him disappear from Hogwarts." Charlotte raised the corners of her lips. "What way?" Lucius froze for a moment, shook the robe on his body, and was about to step over Charlotte to find Malfoy, but Charlotte said flatly, "Relying on your master, Voldemort?" As soon as the words Voldemort came out, Lucius immediately turned around and looked at Charlotte with extremely vicious eyes. His voice suddenly became hoarse. "Charlotte Elwes, please watch your words. It is best not to say such things. The honor of the Malfoy family is not something you can tarnish." Charlotte shrugged. "Oh, the honor of being a Death Eater? or the honor of being a fool? Lucius was not a staunch white wizard, or in other words, he was not a staunch black wizard. When Voldemort gained power, he became a Death Eater. When the white wizard won, he betrayed himself without hesitation. But in any case, what he values most is honor. It was his own pride and the honor of the Malfoy family. On this point, he resolutely does not allow others to criticize and insult. Lucius pulled out his wand and pointed it straight at Charlotte, his eyes like a reptile in a dark corner. Charlotte Elvis, I'm not afraid to cast a spell on you here. Do you think you are powerful? A genius wizard? There are black spells in this world that you don't know about. You better not provoke me too much. Mr. Elvis. Lucius walked forward, his wand seemingly poking straight into Charlotte's heart. Charlotte looked at Lucius and felt that Lucius' irritated look was a bit funny. Oh, I really want to see those black spells that I haven't seen before. Lucius' face became even paler, as if his face was covered with flour, and now the anger made the flour fall down, making Lucius extremely funny. Seeking Flower 0. At this moment, under Lucius's cloak, Dobby lifted Lucius's cloak and immediately appeared in front of Charlotte. He looked at Lucius with a flustered face and shouted, "Oh, Master, don't. Please don't hurt Charlotte Elvis." Lucius' cold face was almost frozen. He looked at Dobby, stretched out his foot, and kicked Dobby fiercely. "You stupid little elf trash scum! What are you doing?" Dobby squatted on the spot, tremblingly, his whole body trembling. Charlotte walked up to Dobby, frowned slightly, and said, "Lucius, your upbringing is how you treat an elf?" Charlotte Elvis. Lucius gritted his teeth. He raised the wand in his hand, as if he was about to cast a spell on Charlotte. At this moment, Dobby stretched out his hand and grabbed Lucius' cloak, begging, "Master, please don't hurt him, Master, Dobby. Dobby knows he's wrong." Lucius kicked Dobby fiercely again. Dobby grabbed Lucius' cloak. Trembling all over, Charlotte moved her finger, and a purple lightning flashed across Lucius' cloak. Tear! The ear-piercing sound of cloth was heard. Lucius looked at the corner of his cloak. Dobby fell to the side, looking at the cloth in his hand in shock. "Owner, it stands to reason that as long as a house elf gets something from its master, it is considered free, even if it's just a piece of fabric." Lucius had a cold face and didn't notice this. He just scolded angrily. "Idiot! Idiot!" Lucius slammed the wand fiercely at Dobby's head, and with a wave of Dobby's slender fingers, he stopped the wand in midair. "How dare you shoot me, Dobby?" A smile appeared on Dobby's face. His eyes were full of excitement and excitement. Dobby got the master's clothes. The master gave it to Dobby. Oh, Dobby is free. Dobby is free. As if Lucius had just realized it, he turned his head and stared at Charlotte viciously. He took a deep breath, seeming to restrain his anger, and then walked over to Charlotte with extremely heavy steps. "You better stay here forever and save everyone." Charlotte smiled with a bit of firmness. "Don't worry, I will make 5. Lucius left Hogwarts without looking back. His cloak was missing a corner, which looked a bit funny. Charlotte looked at Dobby, who was holding the cloth, and said with a smile, "Congratulations on being free, Dobby." Dobby walked cautiously to Charlotte's side and bowed to him sincerely. "Thank you, Mr. Charlotte Elvis. It's okay, but I need to do me a favor." Dobby looked up, looking at Charlotte. Charlotte pointed to where Malfoy was. "Go and undo his petrification spell. Of course it will be later, preferably in the middle of the night." Charlotte blinked. Dobby nodded, and then asked, "Charlotte, are you leaving Hogwarts?" "Of course I will come back. It's just a temporary departure. But it's dangerous outside. Master, Mr. Malfoy and the mysterious 957 seem to be doing some bad things to you. During this time, he has been letting me spy on you secretly." There was some embarrassment and guilt in Bai's tone. Charlotte didn't mind in the slightest. He'd been aware of these things for a long time. Even if you don't realize it, what effect does it have on yourself? "I know, don't worry, Dobby," Charlotte said, waving at Dobby, and then apparat and disappeared in place. London. Voldemort said to the water mirror in a cold voice. "Lucius, you really let me down. He has already left Hogwarts, and you don't even know where he is going." Lucius' voice came from the water mirror. "I'm sorry, Master," but he never mentioned in Hogwarts where he was going. Even Dobby didn't hear where he was going. Voldemort was silent for a while and waved away the water mirror in front of him. Selwyn said on the side, "Master, we don't know where he is going. Do we need to send someone to find his whereabouts?" "No, there is no need. As long as he is still a wizard, his whereabouts cannot be kept hidden. We just don't know it now. Selwyn, I need you to do something for me." Voldemort looked at Selwyn. His injury has healed a lot, but he is far from recovered. Since his resurrection, he has been recovering his peak strength. But because he split too many Horcruxes, his strength dropped greatly, and now he was injured again. His current strength is far worse than before. Moreover, when he was resurrected, he only used his father's bones and the blood of his enemies. He desperately needs one thing left. That thing can make him recover completely. Be that supreme Dark Lord again. He needs to restore his strength, and he needs the flesh and blood of his servants. "My master, I wish to tie it for you. Go find Nagini, find her, and bring her back." Norway. Charlotte looked at the tortuous coastline in the distance, and the tall waves were constantly eroding the coastline, corroding the coastline into a tortuous arc. From a distance, it looks like the hem of a pleated skirt. The plane soon landed at the airport, and Charlotte got off the plane wearing a black trench coat similar to Hogwarts school uniform. The red scarf covered most of his face, but the exposed pair of calm and wise eyes, as well as his elegant and quiet demeanor, still attracted the attention of many people. Charlotte put her hands in her pockets and walked outside. It had to be said that it was really cold in Northern Europe, although he had cast a spell so that he wouldn't catch a cold. But looking at the clothes worn by the people around you and the cold wind blowing in front of you, you can still feel the coldness of Northern Europe. On such a cold day, tree people and others are not trying to sleep, are they? Charlotte thought, and walked out of the airport calmly, took a taxi outside the airport, and came to downtown Norway. Sometimes wizards are not very flexible. For such a long distance, if it is an ordinary wizard, it is estimated that they will choose port key and apparatus. But with such a convenient means of transportation, it is a waste to not use it. Charlotte looked around, and Muggle technology seems to be getting more and more advanced nowadays. But the Nordic area is not so obvious for the time being, especially these old neighborhoods. Charlotte walked under a statue of Venus blown by ice and snow. He looked around, and then reached out and knocked on the statue. The base of the statue slowly falls to the ground and reveals an entrance. Charlotte walked into this entrance, and in a blink of an eye she was on a street that belongs exclusively to wizards. The tall Norwegian Ministry of Magic stands in the middle of the street, and there are many buildings beside it. Most of the bottom of the buildings are some shops, and some wizards tame animals on the street. Adult wizards walked up and down the streets. Most of them wore thick magic robes. Most of them carried briefcases and seemed to be in a hurry. Wizards living in towns are probably wizards of the Ministry of Magic. After all, wizards generally prefer to live in the country than in the city. Because the countryside is far away from Muggles, you can cast magic at will without being discovered by Muggles. Charlotte turned her head and looked around, and then found a bakery on the street. He walked over and pushed open the door of the bakery. A chubby guy looked up at Charlotte. The guy had blonde hair and looked very kind, and he said, "Welcome to Kowalski's Bakery." Charlotte looked at this small bakery. There was a sweet smell in the bakery. The decoration was very warm, and there were many photos hanging on the wall, most of which were a group photo of a blonde lady and a black-haired man. "Oh, that's my mother and my father. Are you here to buy something?" Charlotte looked at the young man who walked in front of her and said with a smile, "Hi, I'm here to find Mr. Scamander. He asked me to come here to find him. Oh, I'm a student of Hogwarts." The boy's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Oh, you're a Hogwarts student? Which college are you from?" Charlotte smiled and said, 1 point for I am a student of law when Kelluo. "Oh, I know. The students of Ravencrow are very smart and eager to learn. Mr. Scamander would be very happy to have a little assistant like you. By the way, I forgot to mention, my name is Stan Goldstan Kowalski." The young man seemed very happy and quickly welcomed Charlotte in and let him sit inside. Hello, my name is Charlotte Elwes. Stan was even more happy when he heard Charlotte's name, and he said excitedly, "Oh, I know you. A genius wizard who invented his own spells in the first grade. You are amazing. I used to go to Hogwarts. I'm from Hufflepuff College." "Hello, senior," Charlotte said. Stan looked very talkative and chatted with Charlotte a lot, until the doorbell outside the store rang again. "Baby," a sweet voice came from outside the store door, and a blonde lady and a freckled, white-haired man appeared at the store door. Both looked very old, but neither of them had the look of an ordinary old man. The blonde-haired lady, who looked very old, was still very elegant. She walked in, hugged Stan, kissed his cheek, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little late." Stan hugged the blonde woman and said, "It's okay, Mom." The white-haired old man with freckles smiled softly. His hair was a little curly, and after hugging Stan, he asked, "I told Dumbledore that I need a little assistant. I wonder if he's here." Stan laughs. "Of course, Mr. Scamander. He's here, a bright young kid." Charlotte came out from inside and greeted Newt Scamander. "Hello, Mr. Scamander. I am Charlotte Elwes, second-year student at Hogwarts, and I am very honored to be here this time, be your assistant on the journey." Queenie at the side saw Charlotte's cute appearance. She couldn't help shouting, came over and hugged Charlotte gently, and said, "Oh my God, look how cute he is. Really, my baby, you are so cute." Queenie had a faint scent of perfume on her body, and she felt like a grandmother at home. Charlotte was a little flattered. Queenie hugged him for a while, then stretched out her hand and took him to sit beside her. "Quick, sit down and talk. Come on, what's your name?" "Charlotte?" "Baby Charlotte, wait a minute." Queenie brought out a dessert from the back kitchen and placed it in front of Charlotte. "This is chocolate mousse. I hope you like it, my baby." Charlotte blinked, and being called baby by such an elegant lady made him a little embarrassed, but Charlotte still maintained a very decent manner and said, "Thank you." Newt sat on the side, looked at Charlotte, and said, "Hi, Charlotte. I'm Newt Scamander. I saw you on the Daily Prophet. I think we'll be good friends this time." Charlotte reached out and shook Newt's hand. "Of course, Mr. Scamander." Principal Dumbledore said, "You have found the Tree People's tribe?" Charlotte asked. Newt nodded, not hiding anything. Except for his appearance, he seemed to be the same as when he was young. Even when facing a junior like him, he still showed some shyness. Bowtruckle stuck his head out of his pocket, seeming to like Charlotte, and a timid Picket emerged from Newt's pocket, waving at Charlotte over his shoulder. Newt looked at the Bowtruckle on his shoulder, and he smiled, looking a lot more relaxed. "Oh, Picket seems to like you." Charlotte stretched out his finger. Picket pulled Newt, turned his head to look at Newt smile, then looked at Charlotte. He also stretched out his slender hand and lightly touched Charlotte's finger. "Cute little things." Charlotte smiled, looking at the Bowtruckle. It has to be said that it is a very stress-relieving thing to have a small animal with you. Newt smiled and watched Picket seem a little shy and slip back into his pocket again, and he continued, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Elvis. I almost forgot to answer your question. That's right, I've found the tribe of Tree People, but the way to get there is very dangerous. We need to walk up the road from the Scandinavian mountains and then pass through a virgin forest where the Tree People live in the depths of the primeval forest. In the books I read, no one seems to be able to wake up the Tree People, so I think they may be sleeping. Sleeping Tree People are not aggressive. That's why I want an assistant. I'm old. Although I want to go on more adventures, my body really doesn't allow it. You just need to stay by my side. Just help me record something." I asked Dumbledore for an assistant. "You've already learned apparition and basic protection spells, haven't you?" Newt asked. He looked at Charlotte. No matter how calm his heart was, waves still had to appear. Because Charlotte looks really too young. But at such an age, Charlotte has already learned apparition. You must know that apparition is not an ordinary magic, and it requires a lot of magic power. And those ordinary protection spells, he remembered that he didn't seem to learn many defense against the dark art spells in the second grade. Right? Dumbledore's recommendation must be reliable, but he didn't expect that the person who came would be Shu Luo, a Hogwarts second-year student who was only 12 years old. Charlotte saw the surprise in Newt's eyes, but she didn't see the doubt in Newt's eyes. Newt really believed in Dumbledore, and as a down-to-earth Hufflepuff, Newt probably wouldn't show it even if he had doubts. Kindness is the usual quality of Hufflepuff, Of course, Mr. Scamander. Newt nodded and told Charlotte some things that need to be paid attention to during the journey. This time the journey is very long, and the route he planned avoids many dangerous places. So all the way is safe. He will only use apparition in a few special places, and the rest of the way is almost walking. After all, this was the last expedition Newt had planned for himself. Although there are many magical animals in this world that he has never seen before, people will always get old. And when they get old, they will inevitably have more than enough desires, but not enough energy. Newt spoke seriously, and Charlotte listened very seriously. He took out his notebook and listened to Newt. After all, he is the most famous magizoologist in the wizarding world. The two discussed for a few days, and then Charlotte followed Newt from Norway to the Scandinavian mountains. London. He showed up in Norway. Gellert. Voldemort looked at Grindelwald in the water mirror. Norway. Grindelwald paused. Yes, Voldemort smiled. Not only that, but he seems to be with your nemesis, Newt Scamander, and they may be planning something. Gellert, I don't think we can wait any longer. The water mirror was silent for a long time, and then Grindelwald's voice was heard. In that case, act, my partner. With a wave of Voldemort's hand, the water mirror in front of him disappeared. Under the water mirror was a big boa constrictor locked in a cage. Voldemort walked over and placed it on top of the cage. How are Selwyn, Dolohov, and Bella's injuries? Selwyn stood behind. Master, they are ready. This time, Charlotte must be completely killed in Norway, and there must be no mistakes. Voldemort's voice was particularly hoarse and gloomy in the damp and dark house. Joy and madness flashed in the eyes of Selwyn and the Death Eaters. Obey, my lord. Scandinavian mountains. Charlotte followed Newt, and Newt walked ahead and said, there are a lot of amazing animals living in the Scandinavian mountains, and I thought, oh, haven't you started this class yet? The course of Fantastic Beasts is in the 3rd grade, and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt will be the textbook for this course. Yes, Mr. Scamander, that's for the 3rd grade. Charlotte looked at the virgin forest in front of her. The Scandinavian mountains are located by the sea, so the mountains are always wet. The green plants and forests in front of me looked extremely lush, and there were not many traces of humans. That's right, I have always regretted not being able to become the professor of magizoology at Hogwarts, but I really don't have the time. If I could, maybe I would teach at Hogwarts after I retire. By the way, I remember there's a man named Hagrid in Hogwarts. I asked him to take care of Cheelin. Is he okay? Newt asked in front. Charlotte nodded. Of course, sir. The two of you said something to each other. Some didn't talk, and soon walked into the Scandinavian mountains. Although Newt is old, he is still healthy and strong. Walking on a mountain road is very steady. Not much old, but let Charlotte see the demeanor of his youth. Charlotte followed Newt, and he cast a spell to keep the occasional raindrops from falling on him. After a while, Charlotte and Newt arrived at a relatively low-lying place. Newt hooked his pocket with his fingers, and Bowtruckle Pickett was hung out by Newt with his fingers. Newt pointed to the place, not far away. One of the trees at the top said, this is a colony of Bowtruckles, and that's where I found Pickett. Newt entered Pickett and placed it on the branch. Pickett glanced at Newt, and then waved towards the big tree. Many tree guards that looked very similar to Pickett soon appeared on the big tree. Hunchback. A group of Bowtruckles embraced each other, and if the short-sighted eye saw it, it would be easy to think that it was a group of green praying mantises. Let Pickett finish the story. Pickett returned to Newt's pocket again, and the two walked forward. Not long after the two left, 2 black shadows appeared at the place where they were standing just now. One shadow is Dolohov. The other is a vampire in a medieval dress. The vampire looked at Dolohov. This is the kid who killed the Campuston family girlie. Dolohov glanced at the vampire. Don't let go of your vigilance. Idiot. He is not an ordinary kid. Once you think you can beat him, it will only bring disaster to me. The vampire sneered, didn't say anything, but disappeared in place with the black robe tightly wrapped around him. Dolohov looked in the direction Charlotte and Newt were walking, and then disappeared in the same place. Over the Scandinavian mountains, countless dark clouds gathered together, and the gloomy sky enveloped the entire Scandinavian mountains. Villagers living near the Scandinavian mountains looked at the dark clouds overhead. Oh, the damn weather. It looks like it will rain for a few more days. A little girl next to the villager looked up at the dark cloud and said, "Maybe it won't rain. The dark cloud has a strange aura. Strange breath. Oh, are you talking about magic?" The villagers teased. "Avia, put away your fantasies. There is no magic in this world," I said, little witch. The little girl blinked. "Okay, I see." Among the Scandinavian mountains, both Charlotte and the perennially adventurous New York Times seemed to feel the danger. "There's an ominous atmosphere covering Scandinavia," Newt said with a frown. "It's a familiar feeling. I think it's Grindelwald and Voldemort," Charlotte said, without much panic or fear in her tone. Newt looked at Charlotte. Seeing Charlotte's calm expression, he asked, "If it's really them, aren't you afraid?" Charlotte shook the wand in her hand and said, half-jokingly, "Of course not, Mr. Scamander. I have a wand, don't I?" "Okay, kid, but you'd better stick to me." Newt averted his eyes, then walked forward, saying as he walked, "Anyway, you have to keep up with Scandinavia. It's easy." "Lost child." Before Newt could finish speaking, Charlotte immediately took a step forward and walked in front of Newt. "Mr. Newt, please stand back." Charlotte pointed her wand at the clearing opposite, and there was a sudden laughter from the clearing opposite, and then Grindelwald, Voldemort, and the two followers all appeared in the clearing. There are even a lot of vampires standing on the branches above the woods, and there are titans ambushing on the left, right, and even the back. Charlotte waved her wand, looked at Grindelwald and Voldemort on the opposite side, and said, "It's a great honor to have two great demon kings personally attacking them." Newt stood behind Charlotte, seemingly unaware that he was surrounded by people, but then he immediately reached out and pulled Charlotte behind him, pointing his wand at Grindelwald, his eyes full of vigilance. "Mr. Grindelwald, I didn't expect to see you again. It's an honor." "Newt Scamander." Grindelwald smiled, still very graceful and proper. "It's nice to see you again, isn't it?" Newt put down the box in his hand and carefully opened the box without being noticed. Pickett jumped out of his pocket and fell on the box from his sleeve. This little trick, under such a tense situation, was not discovered by anyone, because almost everyone's eyes were on Charlotte behind Newt, who was scanning everyone present with a wand in her hand. "It's not far from a Norwegian, Lee's Ministry of Magic." Newt continued. He seemed to want to attract everyone's attention, and his voice was unconsciously louder. "But it's not very close." Grindelwald continued. He took a step forward, walking slowly and leisurely as if walking in front of Charlotte. "Charlotte Elvis, what I said still counts. As long as you agree to join us, you will be the master of the future magic world." Grindelwald's words were extremely seductive. He looked at Charlotte with extremely sincere eyes, as if he had an unusually high regard for Charlotte's great-grandson. Before Charlotte could speak, Newt reached out and pulled Charlotte behind him. In Newt's eyes, no matter how powerful Charlotte is, she is only a second-year Hogwarts student, a young child who needs to protect himself. "Mr. Grindelwald, don't you think you are shameless for what you have done?" "No." Newt watched Grindelwald fearlessly, but was wary of Voldemort at the same time. "Shameless." Grindelwald seemed to have heard something funny, but his expression didn't change much, still very calm. "Mr. Scamander." Grindelwald turned his head and looked at Newt. Grindelwald, as the first generation of the great demon king, possesses not only the charm, but also the coercion of him as the Dark Lord. Our matter may need to be discussed later. Grindelwald waved his hand, and before Scamander swung his wand, he was hit by a powerful magic force and hit the big tree beside him. Boom! The leaves fell one after another, and the box in Scamander's hand hit the tree with him, and it opened with a click. Scamander coughed twice, endured the pain, and looked up at the open space. Charlotte turned her head to look at Newt, and then turned her head to look at Grindelwald. "Mr. Gellert, it seems that you are out of style, facing an old man. Your methods are too much. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to oneself. Mr. Elvis, do you want to think about something I just said?" Grindelwald narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his hand, and flames jumped out of his palm. As soon as the flame came out, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and the air was also compressed by the flame, and the airflow swept around Charlotte, blowing the windbreaker on his body. Charlotte looked at the fiend flame jumping in Grindelwald's hand. Charlotte smiled and said, "No need, Mr. Grindelwald." Grindelwald sneered. He took a step back. Fierce fire twitched in his hand. Behind him, Voldemort raised his wand, and the surrounding Death Eaters and vampires also looked at Charlotte. Beside Grindelwald, including where Lena is, all the incarnations are silent. The air is suddenly torn and squeezed violently by the huge wave of magic power. Even the surrounding trees are also torn by this wave of magic power, and they suddenly fall from the ground, pull it out. The Death Eaters beside Voldemort all took out their wands, and the tips of all wands were shining with green light. Avada Kedavra, the unforgivable spell, pointed in Charlotte's direction, ready to go. The vampire wrapped his body, turning his body into clouds of black mist. Titan walked out of the forest, holding the huge stone axe high in his hand. The narrow forest was filled with countless people in an instant, but the place where Charlotte stood seemed not to be affected. The scene in front of him really shocked Newt. His heart was beating violently, and he looked at Charlotte, who was being targeted by everyone at the same time. He was standing in the middle of the forest, and he didn't hold a magic wand, and he didn't have much magic power fluctuations on his body. But this 12-year-old child looked so calm and peaceful, as if everything in front of him was just a joke. Newt's forehead was covered with sweat. He reached out tremblingly and pulled his box to his side, and then knocked on the edge of the box. Charlotte looked at Grindelwald and Voldemort. The determination to kill was shining in their eyes. He smiled, and a magic power began to sway around him. The magical power, like ice, formed a whole sheet of frost under Charlotte's feet almost instantly, and the hard frost spread towards all directions. Charlotte's originally extremely dark pupils instantly turned into eyes of death. Fierce fire jumped violently in Grindelwald's hand, and then jumped out of his hand in an instant, forming a monstrous sea of flames around him. Countless trees were burned to the ground in the sea of fire, and countless trees made a crackling sound in the sea of fire. This sound was extremely terrifying in this extremely silent environment. "Thanks to you, Elvis. Because of your strength, we have been looking for a way to kill you." Balrog looked at the sea of flames around him. "Do you think you'll be able to escape this time?" Grindelwald looked at Charlotte. It seemed certain that Charlotte would definitely die here. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a sea of flames appeared on his hand at the same time. This was the first time he had the ability to use strange animals. Frost and Lien. Originally, these two powers were incompatible and could not be used together, but because of Charlotte's current mana value, these two powers merged together strangely. The temperature of the originally scorching red flame dropped a little bit, and a little white appeared in the red flame. But it was this strange flame that made Grindelwald's alarm go off. Almost instantly, he yelled, "Kill him!" And at this moment, Charlotte's magic power was powerful, and at the same time, Newt jumped up from the side. Regardless of the danger of his own life, he almost ignored everything around him and rushed towards Charlotte. The moment Newt took action, a big bird flew out of his box. The tail of the big bird curled Newt's body and then spread its wings. The airflow caused by the huge wings would blow the vampire standing on the branch. They blew it down. A few vampires struggled to hold on to the branches, looking at the big bird with blood-red eyes. Airwing. The vampire's red eyes exuded a cursed color and wanted to fly towards the big bird, but every time the big bird flapped its wings, it would cause a huge airflow, which made them unable to even stand still. And this is just a momentary thing. Charlotte saw Newt rushing towards him, and he naturally removed the magic from his body to prevent the severe flames and frost from hurting Newt. Newt threw himself on Charlotte, almost grabbing his arm. At the same time, the air-winged bird screamed towards the sky, flapping its huge wings and flew towards the sky. Titan raised his giant axe to attack the air-winged bird, and Charlotte moved her finger when she saw this. A purple lightning appeared out of nowhere and slammed on the stone axe of the Titans. The stone axe shattered into two halves with a bang, and countless broken stones hit the faces of the Titans. All this happened extremely suddenly, almost in an instant. Even Grindelwald and Voldemort didn't react, and before the two reacted, Newt had already left this place with Charlotte and flew towards the depths of the Scandinavian mountains in the distance. Voldemort looked up at Charlotte and Newt, who were going away, and laughed hoarsely. "Hey, Gellert, it seems that your methods are useless. They can't run away. As long as they're still on this mountain, it is best to separate the two people by increasing the search area." Grindelwald said. He put away his fiend flame, glanced at the burned trees around, and then moved towards go deep into the mountains. The accident happened so quickly, Charlotte and Newt left the glade almost instantly. Charlotte and Newt were bound by the tail of the air-winged bird. Charlotte looked at the mountains below, and Newt said, "It seems that we may not be able to go out." Newt looked towards the entrance of the Scandinavian mountains, and a monstrous black fog was circling around, completely covering the sky at the entrance. It seems that they can no longer go back from the entrance. Newt looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, the air wings slowly descended, and the two got off the air wing. Charlotte looked around. It was far away from the place where they were besieged just now. Jeanne said, "Mr. Scamander?" Newt looked a little nervous now, and seemed a little bewildered. He didn't understand why Grindelwald and Voldemort came here. And in the situation just now, they seemed to be aiming at Charlotte. How could a child who was only 12 years old provoke Grindelwald and Voldemort? Newt frowned. Grindelwald and Voldemort are here. I think we need to speak to Dumbledore. But how do we contact Headmaster Dumbledore now? Makoto asked. Newt also had some difficulties. Charlotte saw his appearance and said, "Actually, Mr. Scamander, you don't need to worry about these things at all, because I will protect you." Newt looked at Charlotte. He thought Charlotte was just joking. After all, this is just a Hogwarts second-year student in front of him. How can he protect him? Protecting himself may not be a simple matter. "Charlotte, I think we can only go forward. That's how it is. The Trant tribe is ahead. Although the nature of the Trants is not very gentle, we have also cooperated with the Trants before, Newt said, "Close your own box and take Charlotte forward." In the past, a long time ago, black and white wizards also had confrontations. In that war, it was the tree people who helped us, and we were able to become victors under the leadership of the white robe wizards. Newt said, Charlotte nodding, without refuting what Newt said. After all, he himself also wanted to see the Trant tribe. If the Trant tribe is strong enough, maybe he can use the blood of the Trants. But Charlotte looked back, and many animals in the forest were startled, as if there was something frightening behind them. Grindelwald and Voldemort had better not interfere with their plans. On the other side, Grindelwald and Voldemort walked forward. Voldemort looked into the depths of the forest and said with a sneer, "It doesn't take any time to kill him. Gellert, are you being kind?" Grindelwald looked at Voldemort. "Scamander doesn't need to die because of Charlotte. He is a talent. If it weren't for Charlotte's stubbornness, he might also be our companion." The forest in front of them was densely packed, and in the extremely pure atmosphere, they found the magic wave left by the air wing without any hindrance. However, in such a complicated terrain, it was indeed difficult for them to find the whereabouts of Charlotte and Newt. Grindelwald's men and Voldemort's Death Eaters scattered together, looking for Charlotte and Newt throughout the forest. Voldemort sneered. His voice was a few degrees lower than the cold and damp air around him. "Gellert, if you are not merciful, then my spell has already been cast on Charlotte at this moment. Can you guarantee to kill him? He can transform into Balrog, Frost Titan, and even Forest Titan. His abilities are far above ours. Admit it, my partners, we are not his opponents. To deal with such, the best thing about an enemy is not force, but brains." Grindelwald pointed to his head, still very calm. Unlike Voldemort, Grindelwald prefers to use intelligent methods to get what he wants, as if he only needs an election to become the master of the wizarding world, instead of intimidation like Voldemort. Grindelwald is well aware that wizards scattered are no threat, but wizards united are a great threat. What Voldemort did was to bring those weak creatures together. If we can't kill Charlotte this time, Our cooperation may come to an end. My partner, I think I am more interested in the Ministry of Magic than in partnering with you, Grindelwald said. As for flowers, 00. Voldemort sneered, his bald head glowing blue. Gellert, do you think you can clear yourself up? The previous methods are no longer suitable for the Ministry of Magic now. Grindelwald looked at Voldemort, with a rare expression of emotion in his eyes. Voldemort, do you really think your intimidation is omnipotent? Killing people is not enough to make the wizarding world a pure-blood paradise. Grindelwald walked forward, and Voldemort held his wand in his hand. He looked at Grindelwald's background, seemingly lost in thought. In the primeval forest, Newt took out a map. He looked at the map in his hand and wrapped his coat tightly. 0. Mr. Scamander, in this season, is the Ent asleep? Charlotte squatted down, grabbing some dirt with one hand, and there was a subtle magic in the dirt. This also means that the tree crowd is not far away. Newt breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's not necessarily true. Maybe the tree people are indeed sleeping, but according to the ancient legends about the tree people's communities, when the tree people are sleeping, there will always be a tree that stays awake to guard the entire tree group. The two continued to move forward, almost getting lost in the primeval forest. After all, to find tree populations in such a vast forest was almost the same as finding a rice worm in a rice jar. Newt looked around for strange things in these trees, but he couldn't find anything after searching all day. Finally, the two lit a bonfire under a big tree and then put down their belongings. Newt brought some food. As things, Charlotte looked at the dark virgin forest on the left and right. The temperature in the virgin forest at night began to drop rapidly. Both he and Newt had spells, but they didn't feel anything. But even so, the cold wind still blew the clothes of the two of them, making the exposed skin feel a bit chilly. Charlotte was eating canned food, and Newt fell asleep on the tree while eating. At this moment, a green vine slowly protruded from the tree and picked up a stone 0 where Charlotte could not see. Gotch! The sound of a stone falling to the ground sounded. Charlotte looked at the bonfire in front of her, and then slowly turned her head to look in the direction where the stone fell. The moment Charlotte turned her head, a vine quickly slipped down from the tree and immediately rushed towards the bonfire. The vine seems to want to slap the campfire out, and once it reaches the bonfire, it can quickly shoot down. Just as the vine was about to get close to the campfire, Charlotte turned her head and stared at the vine. One person and one vine froze in place at the same time. The vines dangled in the air, then immediately retracted. A gust of cold wind blew past the campfire and shook it. Was it just a vine? Charlotte frowned slightly. He looked at the big trees around him. There was no difference between the big trees around and ordinary book trees. Perhaps the biggest difference was that the color of the trees here seemed to be more 183 than the trees growing in the humid zone. At a little deeper, the vine didn't reappear throughout the night. Charlotte sat by the fire, and Newt took turns getting into the box to rest. The next day, Newt was still looking for the Trant tribe in the entire forest, and Charlotte followed behind, saying, I have a way, Mr. Scamander, to find the Trant tribe very quickly. Newt looked at Charlotte. What way? Charlotte smiled and told Newt to step back. He shook his hand, and a red flame appeared on his hand. He stretched out his hand and flicked toward a few big trees, and the flame rushed up the tree like a fiery snake. Newt was taken aback for a moment, as if he hadn't reacted to Charlotte's actions. When he realized it, a big tree in front of him had been ignited by a fire snake, and red flames rushed into the sky. Newt was a little dumbfounded. Summer, Charlotte too. Charlotte looked at the surrounding trees, and he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Scamander, it's an extraordinary time, and he's acting extremely. I think the tree man will understand us. Boom! The fire snake got taller and taller, and jumped from one tree to another. The fires seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and dozens of trees were swallowed by the flames in an instant. The monstrous red flames enveloped everything around. Newt opened his mouth wide and was almost stunned. He pointed to the sea of flames in front of him and said, Oh no, Charlotte, you will start a forest fire by doing this. Newt took out the wand in his hand, and wanted to cast a spell towards the sea of flames in front of him, extinguishing the entire forest fire. Charlotte reached out to stop Newt and said, "Mr. Scamander, don't worry, there won't be a forest fire." Just when the fire started to spread in a large area, a green vine appeared behind Charlotte, and the vine rushed towards the fire in front of her, trying to cover the entire fire. At the same time as this vine, countless vines also rushed towards the place where the fire was spreading. Newt also took out his wand to summon rain to spread the fire in front of him. But how could Li Yin be extinguished so easily? Even though Vine and Newt tried countless means, they couldn't extinguish Li Yin, but instead made Li Yin seem to have a tendency to expand. Charlotte looked at more and more vines around him. He reached out and grabbed one of the vines and said, "Tell the tree people of your tree people tribe to come out. I have something to do." Although she didn't see the tree man, Charlotte already had some vague feelings about the power of the tree man, and the power of the tree man didn't seem to be as strong as the Titan. At least maybe not as good as his own Forest Titan. If it is a Forest Titan, although it will be troublesome to extinguish the flames, it is definitely not as powerless as these vines. But I need these tree people, because a single tree cannot make a forest. Grindelwald and Voldemort brought a lot of people this time, including many titans and vampires. It's okay if there are a dozen or so, but there are obviously too many people. It's not that he can't handle it, but he finds it a bit troublesome, and he doesn't like to spell out all his magic points every time. After using the Forest Titan last time, his mana was almost dry. Although there was no one around him who could threaten him, Charlotte didn't like that feeling very much. So now, since there is a helper, if you don't look for it, don't look for it. Although these Treants were unable to resist Li Yan, Charlotte also noticed that the vines belonging to the Treant didn't seem to have much fear when facing Li Yan. Destroy. This at least shows that tree people are still useful. It would be nice to have these Treants fighting vampires and titans so that I can turn my attention to Grindelwald and Voldemort. Thinking of this, Charlotte let go of the hand holding the vine, and then a tree not far behind him moved. The tree first pulled out all its roots from the soil, and there were many wild animals on the intricate roots. The tree stood in place and swayed, and then the roots gathered together to form two things that looked like feet. The tree swayed, and when it stood firmly on the ground, the two trunks on the trunk suddenly became soft and swayed on both sides of the tree, and then the two adjacent book sections on the trunk slowly opened. What was revealed was a pair of eyes with wisdom. Charlotte looked at the tree man, and behind him was a series of forest fires. He looked at the tree man, and then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A frosty force immediately spread from his body, but all the fierce flames were extinguished in an instant. Numerous vines returned to the tree man. Newt turned his head to look at this side with a dark face. He was panting. Although the clothes on his body were mostly intact, some places were burned. The tree man slowly walked up to Charlotte and opened his mouth and said, "Intruder, you have destroyed our forest." Newt walked up to Charlotte and the Ent from behind, carrying his suitcase, and when he heard the Ent speak, he said, "Sorry, Mr. Ent. He is my student, and he didn't mean to destroy your forest." 1.2. It is like this: we have encountered some dangers and need your help. Newt said, lowering his head with a look of shame on his face. The tree man snorted coldly, and after a while he opened his mouth slowly. "Intruder, your behavior makes us very unhappy. No matter what you encounter dangerous, we will not help," the Ent said, looking at Charlotte with his eyes closed. Treant races are usually slow and gentle, but no matter how slow and gentle they can perceive danger, Charlotte can burn down the entire forest with just one snap of her fingers, and that kind of flame has already burned many of his vines. One must know that the Treant race has lived in such a severe cold place for a long time. Ordinary flames cannot do without Treants, and even fiend fire could do very little damage to Treants. But Charlotte's flames clearly did terrible damage to them. Newt looked at Charlotte. He sighed and didn't force much. After all, they burned down the forest. It's good that the tree man can still stand here and talk to him. But before Newt could say anything, he suddenly felt that the sky seemed to be a little dark. Newt turned his head, and in an instant, a vine rushed over from the side, and Newt fell to the ground. It turned out that the tree people took advantage of the opportunity to talk to them to wake up all the sleeping tree people. Among the countless tree wreckages, hundreds of tree people were slowly moving towards them. Every tree has a big, hideous face. "It's you. Destroyed our forest." The tree people roared wildly and walked towards Charlotte and Newt. The speed of the tree people was not fast, but the ground trembled every time they took a step. Each tree was about 3 meters high, and the crown of each tree spread out. All have a width of more than 10 meters. Hundreds of tree people came together, as if covering the sky and covering the sun, with extremely terrifying and powerful oppressive force, as if the whole sky was walking towards Newt and Charlotte together. Newt was hanging from the trunk, dangling from the trunk, and he yelled, "Oh no, we didn't mean to burn those trees down." The original dull face of the tree man has now become extremely ferocious, and his slender branches and hands have now turned into countless vines, and those vines are dancing in the air like snakes. Charlotte was standing among the tree crowd, and the tree man with Newt disappeared into the tree crowd almost instantly, and all the tree men crowded towards Charlotte. Countless vines swarmed towards Charlotte like countless poisonous snakes, and with great force, it seemed that this person was bound to be tied up and crushed to death. Newt disappeared in front of Charlotte while hanging upside down. He was extremely anxious. His hand holding the wand was bound by vines to his sides. Pickett chirped twice in Newt's pocket, and then climbed up Newt's clothes, as if trying to tear off all the vines bound to Newt's body. But the bowtruckle's body it's not big, and it's impossible to pull the vines apart. "This little thing is so cute." The tree man who tied Newt spoke, and Newt twisted his body and said, "Please, we didn't mean to burn down the primeval forest." The trance said, "This is none of my business. Invaders, you did burn the forest, and I know that you are hiding from the wizards who have evil powers, right?" Newt writhed on the branch, trying to get rid of the vines as soon as possible, but the more the vines struggled, the tighter they seemed to be bound. He looked at Charlotte, who was surrounded by hundreds of tree people in the distance, and his eyes were full of anxiety and panic. Originally, he thought that this trip would not be dangerous. After all, in the Scandinavian mountains, wherever there are dangerous creatures, Newt has delimited them. Although no one has walked on the road they walked before, almost all of them are within the safety line. But they didn't expect that Grindelwald and Voldemort would appear, and not only that, but now the Tran tribe would attack them. Although this matter is because they burned their forest first. But the current situation made Newt's brain hurt a little, and he couldn't figure out what to do with the current situation. For this reason, he can only calm down first. Yes, we are hiding from wizards with evil powers. For this reason, we need to seek the help of the Treant tribe. Aren't you afraid that they will also burn down the forest after they arrive? The tree man walked forward and said, "Hey, you are a ridiculous intruder. We are stupid, but we are not stupid. Just catch you all and hand them over to those black wizards. I don't think those dark wizards will invade. You're also part of the wizarding world, aren't you?" Newt asked. The tree man didn't care much. In the classification of the Ministry of Magic, tree people are not human beings. Are we grouped with dark creatures like hags and vampires? Newt struggled, getting further and further away from Charlotte's direction. He didn't know where the tree man was taking him, but if he went any farther, it would be too late to rescue Charlotte. Newt was struggling, and the tree man was still about to say something, when he suddenly felt that the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to rise a lot. The damp air suddenly atomized, and a thick fog enveloped the entire forest almost instantly. In an instant, palm air swept wildly towards the tree man and Sherlaw's eye. Like a vortex, an extremely explosive vortex formed in the air, and the vortex curled toward the center. Even the trance stopped, and even seemed to have a tendency to move inside. The tree man turned his head and looked at the center. Even Newt looked there in surprise. What happened? Before Newt could ask clearly, he saw that the dense fog that was curling and pouring backward towards the center stopped in an instant and rolled towards the surroundings like waves in the next second. A red, flaming red lotus bloomed in the center of the dense fog, and the loud sound surpassed human hearing, and everything seemed to be silenced. Newt was struggling to watch what happened in the distance amidst the strong wind. I saw that hundreds of tree people, 867, all fell to the ground, and in the middle of the vortex was Charlotte suspended in midair. His hair had completely turned into flames, and red flames seemed to flow around his body. An oppressive aura of machinery radiated from Charlotte, and the surrounding trance seemed to be ignited by flames, and many trance rolled and fled crazily on the ground. Charlotte was standing in midair. He didn't use much strength. He wouldn't burn these tree people to death. After all he wanted to use these tree people, burning them to death would be too much. I need the surrender of the Treant tribe. Charlotte stood in midair, and a huge flame pressure came from him. The tree crowd fell to the ground and howled, and the tree men who bound Newt stood there, as if struggling whether to go forward. Soon, among the tree men rolling all over the ground, the tree man who stood up the first barely stood up from ground. He bowed his head toward Charlotte. The crown of his head had been burned clean by Charlotte's flames. There was no flame, but the high temperature around him made his bark drier. When he moved, a lot of bark fell from his body. He bowed his head slowly toward Charlotte and said with the unique voice of tree people, "We are willing to submit, and the tree people tribe is willing to submit." The flames on Charlotte's body were gradually extinguished. He took out his wand and tapped it on top of the tree man's head. "Would the tree tribe be loyal to me?" Charlotte asked. The tree man nodded and said, "We are willing." After the Treant leader finished speaking, a thin red flame spewed out from Charlotte's wand, tightly wrapped around the Treant's arm. Once the Treant breaks this oath, the Treant community will disappear from this world. Charlotte fell from the sky, and the Treant who bound Newt came back from one side, put Newt back on the ground, and helped him tidy up his clothes along the way. There was shock in Newt's eyes, and he looked at Charlotte in disbelief. Charlotte was obviously only a 12-year-old child, but the fluctuations of magic power from her body were far superior to his. Even he had never seen such strong fluctuations of magic power in Dumbledore. And Newt looked around, and the surrounding tree people gradually stood up from the ground, surrounding the two of them. Newt blinked, not knowing what to say. He has never seen that a single person can easily conquer a community of magical animals, and it is still a community of trees. You know, even if he has been fighting with magical animals for half his life to teach, the methods did not dare to be so violent, because a single Treant might not be anything, but with hundreds of Treants together, even the most powerful white wizard would not dare to take it lightly. Charlotte. Newt looked at Charlotte, suddenly knowing why Dumbledore would send such a second grader to be his assistant. It's a bit of a waste to be an assistant, isn't it? Newt took a deep breath, and Charlotte smiled and said, "Mr. Scamander, I've surprised you, but if you don't let you go away, I'm afraid Li Yin will hurt you." Newt nodded in confusion. He didn't know what was going on here. He just looked at the tree man, whose hair was almost burnt out. If the tree crown on that end could be called the tree man's hair, he surrounded the two of them. But the hostility was no longer exuded, and even many Treants looked at Charlotte with vague fear. Charlotte said aloud, "There is such a big battle just now. Presumably Grindelwald and Voldemort will definitely come over soon. Now we have to prepare early." Newt nodded, only to remember that they were being hunted down. Newt looked at Charlotte and said, "Since this is the case, shall we quickly ambush around?" As he spoke, he looked around and saw that the primeval forest around him had almost been burned. To say that the place they first arrived was a lush virgin forest, but now a large forest has become bare. Charlotte smiled and said, "It's nothing." After speaking, Charlotte's body began to change. From his feet to the top of his head, Charlotte's body gradually began to rise, and when it grew to the height of the Treant, Charlotte's body stopped growing. Many vines wrapped around Charlotte, wrapping him tightly. Charlotte can already control the height of the Forest Titan very easily, but it may not work if it is further reduced. The Treants standing on both sides saw that Charlotte had turned into a Forest Titan, and the leader first exclaimed, "Forest Titan?" The relationship between the Tree Man and the Forest Titan is very close. After all, both are natural creations, and the Tree Man followed the Forest Titan to crusade against the gods a long time ago. It's just that the Forest Titans gradually disappeared later, and the descendants of the Forest Titans were too ignorant in the eyes of the Tree People. So the Tree People never cooperated with the Titans again. But seeing Charlotte's appearance now, the Treant can be sure that the aura on Charlotte's body is the Forest Titan. Why can a human become a Forest Titan? The leader was puzzled, but his heart was shaken abnormally. This can be regarded as a mistake. After many years, they seem to have become the subordinates of the Forest Titan again. Charlotte stood among the Treants, and he reached out and pressed his palms to the ground. After gaining the power of the Forest Titan, Charlotte clearly felt the special nature of the Forest Titan. It was different from the Frost Titan. The Frost Titan gave him the feeling of the eternal cold. Under that kind of severe cold, there would be no life exist. But the Forest Titan has unique revival skills. Green fluorescence gradually radiated from the place where Charlotte's palm touched the ground, and small grasses began to grow again around Charlotte. This is the unique skill of the Forest Titan, life recovery. This is a large-scale magic skill. The limitation is that it needs to be in a place with water so it can create a forest or revive some small life. But this kind of small life is limited to small animals. As for humans, the Forest Titan does not have it at all. Of this strength, the green fluorescence revived the entire burnt area, and even the canopy of the Treants gradually grew out of the green fluorescence. The Treants looked at the fluorescence floating in the air, and many Treants curiously stretched out their vines to touch it. Touch those fluorescence. The tree leader looked at Charlotte, and this time he really surrendered. After all, the Tree People have lasted for many years. In the Tree People tribe, human beings have such a short lifespan. In their eyes, they're no different from ants. But seeing Charlotte's tricks now, the tree leader has no other thoughts. He looked at the gradually recovering forest all around and said, "Thank you sincerely for rebuilding this forest for us." Newt stood aside, looking at all this in amazement. As a wizard, he knew very well that this was not a return to the ancestors of the wizard's blood. Charlotte's method was probably Animagus. But here comes a question. Is there any Animagus who can transform into other races? Newt was a little confused. As a magizoologist, he had studied magical animals for many years, and even received a letter from a dark wizard, asking him humbly about the possibility of fusing the blood of wizards and magical animals. But he knew that this possibility was impossible. Even the mighty Animagus, Wong Hao Hao, couldn't transform into a magical animal. But the Charlotte in front of me has done it. Not only did it, but she is also a Forest Titan. When the forest was completely restored, Charlotte recovered. He stood among the trees and looked at the sky tint in the distance. I don't think we have time to say anything more. Grindelwald and Voldemort are already on their way. I need you to block those Titans and those nasty vampires for me. The Tree Man leader nodded. He greeted all the tree men and walked towards the outside of the forest. He said, "Don't worry, we know." As he spoke, he stretched out the branch, lifted Charlotte, and put on his shoulder. Charlotte looked at the dark clouds in the distance and asked casually, "Do tree people have blood like humans?" The Tree Man leader replied, "Oh no, blood is a symbol of the weak. We don't need it. We're the spirits of the earth. We only need some rain and sunshine to grow and survive. Tree people do not have blood. Although tree people are said to be people, they're still trees in essence, so there is no blood." Charlotte nodded, and this was just a casual question from him. After all, during the shortcut contest just now, Charlotte also knew the treeman's strength to some extent. The forest burned by Charlotte is restored, and Charlotte directs the Treants to hide in the forest, in front of the virgin forest. Grindelwald and Voldemort looked towards the forest in front of them, and their subordinates stood around them. Lena said, "The thick smoke just came from here. Boss, is that brat really here?" Grindelwald glanced at the virgin forest in front of him. The trees in the virgin forest are lush, dense, and extremely intricate. At a glance, the range of vision is only 2 or 3 meters. He took a step forward and said, "Only the Treants live in this primeval forest." Now, it is autumn, and most of the treants have begun to fall asleep. Only the leader of the treants may not be asleep yet. The treants will not release such thick smoke and fire, Grindelwald said, gently stroking the cane in his hand. Lena, you bring people in. Search here. You must find these two people. Lena nodded. Understood, because Voldemort also waved, and the Death Eaters behind him lowered their eyes slightly and walked into the forest. Although Grindelwald and Voldemort are in a cooperative relationship, their subordinates are not very connected. So the two people split into two sides and started a large-scale search of the forest. The trees in the primeval forest are very tall. Even when the Titan walks in, it is almost as tall as those trees. Lena led the vampire and walked inside. A vampire wearing an earl's dress followed closely behind Lena. The two walked forward together. The vampire earl said, "This little devil is very good at hiding. Such a big forest. Perhaps they have left in another direction." Reyna frowned slightly. Since the boss said he is here, he will definitely be there. The vampire earl snorted, and he looked around. The surrounding trees were densely crowded together, and the cold and humid air made the vampire earl feel somewhat enjoyable. Gee, Lord Grindelwald took too much precaution. No matter how powerful our little devil is, he will definitely feel fear and horror. After all, he is the two great demon kings in the magic world. Their family's reputation has become even worse. But in the eyes of the vampire count, this is just the fear of those people. Lena glanced at the vampire count, but walked forward without saying a word. The vampire count stroked his funny mustache and walked forward with a cane. The wet forest floor is covered with all kinds of plants, grasses, mosses, and mosses. The vampire beau frowned and looked at the surrounding environment. Such a mixed ground, damp and dark place made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although vampires like dark and humid air, they should live in a magnificent castle. The vampire count held a cane and tapped on the trees he passed by, looking around while beating. It looked a little more relaxed. When a vampire count passed by those trees, the soil beside the trees moved slightly, and then a green vine rose from the tree, trailing behind the vampire count like a bamboo leaf chain. But the vampire count didn't know anything about it. He continued to walk forward, looked at the nearby trees from time to time, and knocked with his cane along the way. The green vine crawled slowly on the ground, not tentatively circling towards the vampire count. The vampire count seemed to have noticed something. He stopped, looked down, and found a green vine wrapped around his calf. "What is this?" he exclaimed. Before he could react, the world in front of him was turned upside down in an instant, and the cane inlaid with various gems fell to the ground. When Reyna heard the vampire's cry, she immediately turned her head to look at the outstretched hand. A rumbling sound rang out from her ears, and almost instantly all the trees around Reyna stood up from the soil. A few vines rushed towards her. Lena waved the wand in her hand. A few spells made the vines take a few steps back. Her face was solemn. Doesn't it mean that the Ent is sleeping? So were these things in front of her? Surrounding Reyna tightly was the treant that Grindelwald said was sleeping. The vampire duke was hanging from the trunk of one of the trees, and his face looked very bad. "Stupid treant!" he shouted with full anger, and then his whole body turned into a cloud of black mist, rushing out from the vines tightly wrapped around the treant, and landed beside Reyna. It's just that he looked a bit disheveled, and he didn't have the comfortable feeling when he came in at all, and his walking stick was also rolled up by the soil brought up by the tree man, and landed on an unknown minister of the king's court. The vampire count looked at the tree man with anger in his eyes. Lena reached out to stop the vampire count with thought in her eyes. She was still vigilant, and just said, "The tree man has been sleeping for many years, and he no longer knows anything about the magic world. I don't think you are willing to fight against the dark wizard, so why stop us?" Lena couldn't figure out why the treants surrounded them, and it was not a simple matter to wake up the sleeping treants. Lena never imagined that Charlotte would set fire to the primeval forest to force the treants to wake up and make them submit to her, let alone that Charlotte would be able to restore the primeval forest. She looked at the tree people around her suspiciously, and the alarm bells rang in her heart. The Tree Man said slowly. This is the Tree Man's choice. Black Wizard, you have invaded the forest. Anyone who invades the forest is the Tree Man's enemy. We didn't disturb your slumber. Reyna said. She took a step back vigilantly, her wand tightly locked on the Treant. Treants rarely appear in the wizarding world, and Reyna doesn't know how to defeat them. The Tree Man looked at Lena, and then turned to look at the Vampire Count. He disturbed us. Lena turned her head to look at the Vampire Count. The Vampire Count was taken aback for a moment. Didn't he just hit the tree twice with his cane? You call this disturbing? An angry look appeared on the face of the Vampire Count almost immediately. So what about tree people? Are tree people enough to compete with dark wizards? Reyna, we are not here to talk to these stupid woods. Don't forget, they're here to find Charlotte, not to talk to the ants. As the Vampire Count said, he wrapped his body in a black robe and turned into two streams of black smoke and rushed towards the Tree Man. Reyna hesitated for a moment, then picked up the wand in her hand. The Vampire Earl walks between the tree people, and his sharp claws grab the Tree Man fiercely. Although the body of the Tree Man is not as strong as the basilisk, it is also very hard. Cause any damage. Lena cast a spell, and the colorful magic power bounced towards the Tree Man. The Tree Man waved the vines to slap the magic power away, and some of the spells fell on the Tree Man, peeling off the tree bark on the Tree Man. The Tree Man opened his mouth wide towards Lena and roared angrily, and then countless by Chow swarmed towards Lena like crazy. Regardless of the short time, the Vampire Count and Lena were forced to shrink together. Lena's magic power was about to dry up, and the Vampire Count's clothes were tattered, looking very embarrassed. Damn it! The Vampire Count looked at the surrounding treants and cursed angrily. Lena looked towards the forest far away as if she felt something, and countless birds were startled in the sky above the primeval forest, flying towards the distant forest. Like Lena, once the dark wizard enters the forest, he will be besieged by tree people. After all, the dark wizards were no better than Grindelwald or Voldemort, and the ants had a home court advantage. Even if they weren't against these dark wizards, they could all be trapped in place. Voldemort and Grindelwald stood outside the primeval forest. Flocks of birds flew over the primeval forest. Grindelwald frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Is there an ambush? He was about to walk into the primeval forest. But before going in, I heard a voice. Of course there is an ambush, Mr. Grindelwald. The instant the sound came, Voldemort's wand pointed to where the sound came from. Grindelwald also turned immediately, and fiend fire emerged from his side, surrounding him. They will never forget this voice because the owner of this voice once gave them a hard blow, making all their plans come to naught. The two looked at the place where the sound came from at the same time. They saw Charlotte wearing a black windbreaker, with his hands in his pockets and a red scarf sitting on the tree trunk. When he saw the two of them, he squinted and smiled, looking like a very good student who got lost. Good afternoon, Charlotte. Grindelwald greeted first. Voldemort suppressed madness in his bulging fish eyes. He pointed his wand at Charlotte and said, Is it impolite to sit on a branch? Charlotte swung her legs, looking very relaxed and content. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Voldemort. I prefer to look down on others. The tip of Voldemort's wand glowed green, and his pale face showed a restrained twist. I think you should know why we came. With a thought in Grindelwald's mind, Fiend Flame instantly spread out to cover the three of them, and the faint blue Fiend Flame surrounded Charlotte like a wall. Charlotte looked up, seeing that the Fiend Fire barrier was so high that the sky became narrow. Because of Fiend Fire, the surrounding air collapsed towards this side like an avalanche, and gusts of air circling around Charlotte, carrying extremely high temperatures, did not harm Charlotte at all. Of course you want to kill me. Charlotte looked at Grindelwald and Voldemort. His expression was unusually calm, as if he was talking about what to eat for lunch today. It was so calm that Grindelwald felt that Charlotte had some tricks. Maybe Dumbledore was already on the way. But this is absolutely impossible. He has deployed people on the outskirts of Scandinavia, and it is impossible to let anything that can deliver the message leave. So what is Charlotte's back move? What is the whole card that can make him survive the siege of the two big demon kings? It's still so peaceful. Grindelwald didn't say anything nonsense. He was always straightforward in the face of the enemy. And with a thought, the fiery flames around him swelled instantly, rushing towards Charlotte like a tsunami. The wand in Voldemort's hand waved, and the green light submerged into the waves, rendering the entire wave dark green. A huge wave of flames squeezed towards Charlotte, like an electric drill, spinning and trying to engulf Charlotte completely. Boom! A huge bombardment sounded, and Charlotte, who was originally sitting on the tree trunk, moved, and his figure appeared not far away. Grindelwald moved his hand, and the huge wave rushed towards Charlotte again. As for flowers, the two walked towards Charlotte together, and as they walked, Voldemort's huge magic power pulled the surrounding trees and stones towards Charlotte like a wave. The huge stones and logs were all crushed into pieces under Voldemort's magic power, and these pieces rolled in the magic power to form a sea tide, wrapped with monstrous magic power, and squeezed towards Charlotte. The land under Voldemort's feet was sweeping towards Charlotte except where he was walking, and the two waves could be clearly seen even from a distance. Newt stood in the forest. He sat on the shoulder of the tree leader and headed towards Charlotte, but before he arrived, he felt the huge magic power. "My God!" Newt exclaimed. The Treant leader looked at the distance, and there was no wave in their perspective, but the huge, magical power raging in the air. "We must notify Dumbledore as soon as possible. Now that we have captured almost all of Grindelwald and Voldemort, we must notify the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible." Newt asked the tree man to put himself down, and then wrote a letter hastily, and then from Pickett escaped in his own pocket. "Pickett, give this letter to Dumbledore, and you must arrive as soon as possible." Newt summoned the airwing again and placed Pickett on the airwing. The airwing bird took a deep breath, flew towards the sky like a hot air balloon, then spread its wings over the primeval forest, instantly transformed into a big bird, and then flew towards Hogwarts. At the same time, someone in the Ministry of Magic has already learned about this matter. Moody stood in front of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, with his hands resting on Fudge's table, with puzzled eyes. "Why don't you use the Aurors? Now the two big demon kings are in Norway." Fudge waved his hands and frowned at Moody's unseemly actions. "Moody, do you know that it's already offensive if you directly question me like this? But because of the urgency of the matter, I don't want to pursue anything with you." Fudge spoke, but there was no sense of urgency in his words. In fact, since the two major demon kings came out again, most officials of the Ministry of Magic have been silent, and they are not willing to cause trouble. Fudge didn't like getting into trouble, so he hardly wanted to get involved with Voldemort and Grindelwald. Moody held back his temper and said, "Dumbledore will definitely not ignore this matter. Anyway, they must have a purpose this time. I heard that Newt took a Hogwarts student in Norway to find the damn Treant. We must rescue them before it's too late." Moody continued, "If we don't rescue them now, that student will surely die at the hands of Grindelwald and Voldemort." Fudge's eyes were a little evasive. He coughed and said, "Okay, Moody, I see. I will already send Aurors from Norway to investigate in the Scandinavian mountains." "Just an investigation?" Moody yelled. "That's a Hogwarts student. If only Headmaster Dumbledore knew." Fudge 870's face sank. "That's enough, Moody. Dumbledore, we are all students at Hogwarts, and it's time for Hogwarts to go to school, you know." Fudge's eyes flashed. "That's right. It's the time for Hogwarts classes. Why do Hogwarts students appear outside Hogwarts?" Although Fudge respects Dumbledore, most of it is superficial, but because he is the most powerful white wizard in the magic world, he is very unwilling or dislikes Dumbledore. After all, many people think that, of course, he refers to it with some wizards without blood who thought Dumbledore should be the Minister of Magic. "Moody, you are right. If this is the case, you should rush there with the Auror as soon as possible, and you must bring that student back." Fudge's attitude changed. Some disdain flashed in Moody's eyes, and then he picked up Fudge's order. "I apologize for my offense today. You will not regret what you did for the wizarding world today." Fudge sat in his office, watching Moody leave. "Well, this is a great opportunity. Maybe I'll start preparing about Dumbledore's trial. Scandinavian mountains. Charlotte didn't know that the Ministry of Magic was sending Aurors this way, and he watched the tide rush towards him in front of him. The two waves brought huge magic pressure, and the powerful magic made the surrounding air start to flow crazily, and the windbreaker on Charlotte's body was blown rattlingly. Even the stones and dirt at his feet were blown backward by the strong wind. But Charlotte didn't show nervousness or fear at all. He looked around and realized that this place was not a real primeval forest. It's just a small enchantment temporarily constructed by Charlotte with magic power. His magic power is now far higher than that of Grindelwald and Voldemort. Constructing this enchantment is not a very difficult task for Charlotte. The reason for constructing the enchantment is also very simple. The main reason is that Grindelwald and Voldemort are indeed very powerful, and if the battle goes on like this, it will destroy the virgin forest he has just recovered. Charlotte took out his wand, although he could cast spells without a wand, but he preferred to use a wand. It feels more like a wizard. An extremely powerful magic power erupted from Charlotte's wand. He waved his hand, and everything around him swept away towards the opposite wave. Fiend fire rushed towards Grindelwald. The monstrous flames made the surrounding airflow even more violent. Countless soil, stones, and trees were rolled into pieces by the airflow and reunited into waves by the magic power. Huge magic power rubbed and collided in the space, almost smashing the entire small space into pieces. Although the mana values of Grindelwald and Voldemort were not comparable to his own, they were still very powerful, especially when the two teamed up. Although Charlotte looked calm, she was secretly thinking about how to deal with these two people. Grindelwald's power comes from fiend fire, silence, and his spells. Voldemort's power is mainly due to his spells, but Voldemort cannot be underestimated only because of the spells. After all, this is the great Demon King who has ruled the magic world for 11 years. The best way is actually to transform yourself. But who should transform into to be able to suppress these two people? Charlotte was controlling the two waves. The distance between Grindelwald and Voldemort was getting closer and closer to him. Charlotte's mind was racing. Thunderbirds, basilisks, and even thestrals can be completely ruled out, leaving only Balrog, Frost Titan, and Forest Titan. Charlotte didn't want the two of them to escape this time. If possible, he wanted to kill both the two Demon Kings here. Then Balrog, Frost Titan, and Forest Titan are all suitable, but they are all 10 points short. Charlotte manipulated the flame. He suddenly remembered something, and then his eyes lit up. A fusion of two forces. He had tried before, adding some frost power to fiend fire, which was not difficult for him. And this kind of fusion not only would not reduce the power, but would even add other power in addition to it. Can give it a try. Charlotte raised her eyes to look at the two people who were rushing towards him, and then waved her wand in her hand, and 4 waves of magic power collided with each other. Boom! Countless magic power dissipated in the air, wreaking havoc in the space like a sharp blade. Then the water mirror suddenly flipped over, and the whole world appeared in front of Charlotte, Grindelwald, and Voldemort again. Grindelwald looked around. His pupils shrank suddenly. I have to admit, you are even stronger than Dumbledore. Voldemort held his wand, a malevolent gleam in his eye. With such power, Charlotte Elvis, you should not just be a student at Hogwarts. You should stand by our side and become the master of the whole world. Charlotte looked at the two of them and raised her wand. Killing someone? Why bother talking nonsense? When you decide to kill me, 0.7, it is impossible to reconcile between us. I am the biggest obstacle to your rule of the magic world, isn't it? Grindelwald raised his finger. Voldemort raised his wand. Grindelwald said indifferently, an enemy can also be an ally. As long as you want, we can let go of all grudges at any time. Do you want to use your own power to protect the entire wizarding world? You are just a muggle wizard. Charlotte smiled. I don't intend to use my power to protect the entire wizarding world. To put it bluntly, I'm just a student at Hogwarts. You're right, Mr. Grindelwald. I'm just a muggle wizard. Can't do anything. Only... Charlotte tilted her head and looked at the two, looking very innocent. I have some annoyances, those who talk to themselves. With a movement of the wand in Charlotte's hand, a hot flame swept towards the two of them. Leeway behind Grindelwald burst open and collided with Li Yin. The airflow rolled around the three of Charlotte, blowing the forest on both sides crazily. The trees on the edge of the forest couldn't bear such a strong airflow and were directly broken in the middle and hit the inside of the forest. Charlotte took a look, then moved, operating to the top. Grindelwald and Voldemort also flew towards Charlotte's position. In the forest, Newt was squatting in front of the box. Suddenly, a violent air current blew towards him, almost blowing his box away. He reached out and quickly pressed the box down. Before he could stand up, there was a rumbling sound. It came from a ear. A huge tree ran towards him, but because the trees in the forest were too dense, the Bakelite tree managed to stop in front of Newt after taking a horizontal shot of an unknown number of trees. Ahem! Newt waved the dust in front of his eyes. He stood up and immediately looked toward the path opened by the giant tree. A burst of flames shot into the sky, and then Charlotte, Grindelwald, and Voldemort disappeared out of the primeval forest in an instant. "My God!" Newt yelled, and the tree man behind him tied him with vines and lowered him to his body. "I don't know if Headmaster Dumbledore has read my letter. I hope Pickett will arrive at Hogwarts as soon as possible," Newt said worriedly, looking at the sky. The tree man also looked up at the sky and said, "Don't worry, his magic power is very powerful, not much weaker than those of these two black wizards." In the sky, Li Yin danced beside Charlotte. He rushed towards the sky, like a shooting star, flew towards the highest point in the sky. Countless severe flames attached to Charlotte's body, causing Charlotte's figure to gradually change during the flight, and his hair and body were also replaced by hot flames. After flying to a certain height, Charlotte stopped abruptly, and then a sea of hot flames spread out beside him, standing behind him like a sea tide. Looking from a distance, in the cloudy sky, there seems to be an extremely red morning glow. The villagers under the Scandinavian mountains looked there, and Avia said, "Is someone fighting?" The villagers around her smiled, didn't pay attention to her words, just said, "Oh no, Avia, that's just the sunset. Maybe there will be sun tomorrow." Avia looked there, his eyes flickered, but he didn't continue to speak. In the red sunset, Charlotte turned into a Balrog, standing in the sea of flames in the high sky. The extremely red flames illuminated the entire sky red, and even evaporated all the surrounding dark clouds into clouds and mist. The huge clouds and mist almost covered the sky, and the figure of the Balrog was looming in the clouds and mist like a god. Generally, people dare not look directly. He stood above the clouds, watching Grindelwald and Voldemort flying swiftly below. Charlotte got her speed from the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's speed was so fast that even if Grindelwald and Voldemort couldn't keep up with Charlotte for a while, she would give Chong Luo this chance. In this short period of time, Charlotte had already flown into the sky, evaporated the dark clouds, and turned into a Balrog. Charlotte reached out to mobilize the power of the Frost Titan. Ice and fire are originally incompatible, and can even be said to be incompatible. But for Charlotte, this is just a different evolution of magic power. He stretched out his hand and began to mobilize his magic power crazily. Grindelwald and Voldemort flew towards Charlotte's position. This was the first time Voldemort saw Charlotte's appearance as a Balrog. The cloud and mist slightly obscured Charlotte's figure, but it also made his appearance extremely elusive. In the sunset, the tall Balrog held a long whip in his hand and stood above the clouds, looking down at him. A wave of extreme anger suddenly rose in Voldemort's heart. He flew upwards suddenly. Grindelwald followed behind him without lagging behind. Almost instantly, the two figures quickly sank into the deep cloud's middle. A giant frost axe suddenly appeared in the hand of the Balrog, transformed by Charlotte, and he slashed towards a rain curtain with the giant frost axe. Seeing the giant axe, Voldemort, who had suffered so much, stopped, swung his wand in his hand, and the huge magic power formed a magic barrier in front of him. Grindelwald also knew that things were not easy, so he stopped immediately, intending to use mass fire to dispel all the surrounding chaos. Gradually, the rain evaporated by Li Hua and the dark clouds evaporated by Li Yin collided together, and thick clouds and mist almost spread rapidly. Among the forest, Newt looked up to the sky. Dark clouds overwhelmed the top, and the extremely chaotic air swept countless air currents in the primeval forest. The air currents crashed in the forest, blowing Newt's curly hair and clothes into a mess. It was the tree leader who protected Newt a little bit so that he would not be blown away by the turbulence. The tree man leader looked at the surrounding primeval forest and was worried. Such a powerful force may cause damage to the forest. Newt stared at the sky. In fact, from their angle, he couldn't see what was happening above the sky. He could only see a red light passing through the dark clouds. Although he knew that the red light was Charlotte, Newt's heart was still unconsciously clenched together. I hope people from the Ministry of Magic or Dumbledore will arrive as soon as possible. At this time, the Auror of the Ministry of Magic, whom Newt 680 was thinking of, was on his way to Norway, although he quickly arrived in Norway with the help of the port key. As soon as Moody appeared in Norway, he rushed to the Scandinavian mountains as soon as possible. Although he was worried about Charlotte, Moody was also worried about the Aurors behind him. Fujikin asked him to bring these Aurors here, and let the Aurors take Charlotte away, and it seemed that he wanted to do something to Dumbledore. But it takes time to go from the Ministry of Magic to Hogwarts. There is no time to discuss with Dumbledore about things like the siege of the two big demon kings. It is better to go directly to the Ministry of Magic. Crazy Eyes Moody thought a lot, and when he reached the Scandinavian mountains, he looked at the dark clouds in the distance and the red light scurrying in the dark clouds, and he was a little relieved. He had seen Charlotte's strength with his own eyes, but Charlotte is still just a 12-year-old child. Although Mad Eyes Moody has high hopes for Charlotte, he always thinks that he is not fully grown up. The last time I dealt with Grindelwald was fine, but the combination of the two demon kings is not something ordinary people can deal with. Even Dumbledore may have to consider whether to face them face to face. My God, what's that dark cloud over there? I felt some magic, very powerful magic. The power of the two great demon kings. Is this the power of the two great demon kings? The Aurors looked at the dark clouds in the distance. The huge dark clouds almost covered the sky and the earth, and Muggles couldn't detect it. But for wizards, such powerful magic power could be felt even at the entrance of the mountains. Crazy-eyed Moody looked at the sky in the distance. He was a little worried and couldn't wait to walk into the mountains. Hurry up. We have to get there as soon as possible. Hogwarts. Airwings spread their wings over Hogwarts, and many students looked at the big bird flying over Hogwarts and exclaimed, "God, what's this?" Ron started. Hermione blinked her eyes. As a top student, although she hasn't studied the 3rd grade yet, she still knows something. It's an airwing bird. It is recorded in Mr. Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. After they swallow the air, they can transform into a winged bird similar to a pterosaur. Joya looked at the airwing, then turned to look at Hermione. Airwings generally live in places with many trees. Why did they appear in Hogwarts? Newt Scamander. Is Charlotte leaving this time because of Newt Scamander? Joya feels something is wrong. Harry looked at the airwing bird flying past and said, "It looks like it's going to Dumbledore's headmaster's office. Does it have something to do with Charlotte?" Harry's words were purely unintentional, but they made Hermione and Joya turn their heads at the same time. The two obviously thought of something together, especially Joya, who knew what Charlotte was going to do. In this case, maybe Charlotte really had a relationship with Newt. Together, Charlotte never said that he would be with Mr. Scamander, and this airwing bird may not belong to Mr. Scamander. Hermione calmed down first. Shall we go to the principal's office to take a look? Maybe there will be some deliveries. The four nodded, and then walked towards the principal's office. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore took the letter from Pickett. Grindelwald and Voldemort meet in the Scandinavian mountains. Dumbledore frowned. He has his own power, a very unique power. Dumbledore reached out and touched Pickett's head. Don't worry. Pickett stretched out his slender hand to hold Dumbledore's finger and said this in a chattering voice. Dumbledore patted it on the head and said, "I know you're worried, and things will be resolved safely." Dumbledore reached out and placed Pickett on the table, and the air-wing bird was lying on his window and also called to him twice. "In addition to you, it seems that someone else is coming." Dumbledore waved his wand, and 4 people came in at the door of the headmaster's office, and it was Hermione and the other 4. As soon as she came in, Joyous said, "Principal Dumbledore, Charlotte is scolding with Mr. Newt Scamander this time." Dumbledore looked at the 4 of them and said, "Yes, boys, as you can see, the air wing is also Newt's, and he sent the air wing to me." Dumbledore did not choose to hide it. In his opinion, there was no need to hide this matter. He was very aware of Chu Xiaolua's strength, not to mention Grindelwald and Voldemort. Maybe even if he was added, the chances of winning against Charlotte were not very high. That's why, when Charlotte proposed to leave school for a while, Dumbledore would agree. "Headmaster, is something wrong with Charlotte?" Hermione asked anxiously. Even Ron and Harry looked anxious. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Granger. I think he will be fine. After all, he has powers beyond our imagination. He is a great wizard. You have to believe that he has his own decisions." The 4 looked at each other, and Joya frowned. The more Dumbledore said this, the more she felt that things were not so simple. "Principal Dumbledore, did something really happen to Charlotte? Mr. Newt used the air wing to deliver the letter. Did something dangerous happen?" Dumbledore looked at the air wing bird in the window. "In this world, there are mountains and flowing water. Some people stand on the top of the mountain, and some people stand by the river. You don't need to worry about Charlotte. I assure you with my personality that he will come back safe and sound, though." Dumbledore blinked and smiled very kindly. "It's good that he has friends who worry about him like you." Scandinavian mountains. Above the sky, among the dark clouds, Charlotte turned into a Balrog, but held a great frost axe in his hand. The power of frost radiated from the great frost axe in his hand. He lifted the giant axe in his hand like an iceberg in ancient times. Originally, Charlotte, Grindelwald, and Voldemort were in an extremely thick dark cloud, but the icy aura from Charlotte's body instantly froze the flowing dark clouds around her, and the air temperature around Charlotte gradually dropped. Although he still looked like a Balrog, the surrounding temperature did not rise but fell, and countless dark clouds were condensed, turning directly from the state of dark clouds into countless raindrops in an instant. Charlotte stood in the dark clouds. Countless dark clouds circled towards him, and then turned into countless raindrops in an instant. Crunch! There was a slight disturbance sound, and countless raindrops turned into countless crystals under the breath of the ice tyrant before they fell. At this time, most of the dark clouds in the sky will disperse, and the sun will fall, passing through countless ice crystals, reflecting colorful rays of light. The aura of flames around Charlotte has already dropped. Although the surrounding temperature is not considered to have dropped, the coercion of his power is getting stronger and stronger. Standing high above the sky, it is like carrying the entire blue sky on his back. Charlotte swung the great frost axe in her hand towards Grindelwald and Voldemort, and a blue-white blade slashed towards Grindelwald and Voldemort. Countless ice crystals follow behind. What money is good? Voldemort's eyes showed an extremely crazy and twisted look, and he looked up at Charlotte with burning desire in his eyes. This power is really too much to want to take away. Grindelwald was burning fiercely, almost igniting himself. He looked at Charlotte. His expression became more and more gloomy. The two looked at each other, and when they combined, they immediately gathered their strength together. Fierce fire enveloped the green curse light, forming a blue-green light ball in the sky, which firmly protected Grindelwald and Voldemort inside. On the ground, the dark clouds all dispersed, and the sun rarely fell on this virgin forest. It was only then that Newt saw clearly what was happening in Chu Tian sky. He looked up and saw Charlotte, who was incarnate as a Balrog, holding a giant axe. His pupils shrank suddenly. "This is Balrog?" Newt looked at Charlotte in the sky in shock, but then he felt something was wrong. The Balrog was surrounded by flames, but he didn't feel unbearable heat here, but a kind of eternal cold. But even so, Newt has no doubts about the power of the Balrog's flames. It's just the combination of ice and fire. This made Newt feel that there was some subversive cognition. What kind of power is this? Newt asked. Newt couldn't understand, but his attention was quickly attracted by the people in the distance, and he was a little nervous when he looked at the Aurors who operated in the distance. Although he hoped that Auror and Dumbledore would come to help Charlotte as soon as possible. Auror belonged to the Ministry of Magic after all, and he had never had much trouble with the Ministry of Magic. After thinking about it, Newt, as an old man with a little fear of society, decided to let the Tree Man leader take him into the forest. So, when Crazy Eye Moody arrived at the outskirts of the primeval forest, he looked at the traces of destruction on the outskirts, and his face was a little ugly. Traces of black magic. Oh my God, what is that? Crazy-eyed Moody didn't say anything when he heard exclamation from behind. 850. He looked in the direction where the Aurors were looking up and saw above the sky, amidst countless ice crystals, the Balrog standing in the sunlight holding a giant frost axe. Before him, there was a blue-green magic shield. Crazy Eyes Moody breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Charlotte's talent is superb, and he doesn't want such a talent to die here. Now it seems that the situation is much better than I thought. At least, Charlotte seems to have the upper hand. In the primordial forest, the Tree Man led Newt forward. Before walking for a while, the Tree Man stopped. Newt was wondering why the Tree Man stopped, and then he noticed another shining white light come out of the forest. Even if there is sunlight, the forest is still very dark because the trees in the primeval forest are extremely dense. Newt looked at the fluorescent light and exclaimed in surprise, "Dumbledore?" Dumbledore walked up to Newt, smiled, and said, "Mr. Scamander, long time no see." Newt got off the Tree Man's shoulders and walked to Dumbledore in surprise. "I haven't seen you for a long time. Forgive me for sending you a letter because Charlotte met Grindelwald and Voldemort here. I think I must tell you about this matter, but to my surprise, the assistant you found for me, it's amazing." Newt didn't hesitate to praise. Dumbledore laughed and said, "He always exceeds my expectations." Then the two looked up at the sky, and Newt asked, "Fighting against the two great demon kings, can he really win?" In any case, Newt was still a little worried. The two major demon kings were terrifying existences in the magic world. Even though the power Charlotte displayed made his heart palpitate, he was still habitually worried about Charlotte. Dumbledore looked towards the sky. His strength is only now beginning to be revealed. Above the sky, countless ice crystals slashed towards Grindelwald and Voldemort with a blue-white knife light, and the powerful magic power enveloped Grindelwald and Voldemort almost instantly. Boom! The light of the knife hit the shield, smashing the shield almost instantly. But the light of the knife did not stop, but continued to fall, and it slashed towards the edge of the forest. Crazy-eyed Moody saw the light of the knife and immediately let the Auror dodge. In the end, the light of the knife fell to the ground, forcibly splitting thousands of meters of cracks on the ground. The Aurors were palpitating. Such power was almost unheard of. Crazy-eyed Moody came with him this time, as well as Gadvin Robards, the director of Aurors. Robards looked at the Balrog in the sky and suddenly remembered Fudge's instructions. Fudge told him to get evidence from the two demon kings that Dumbledore let the student out to take risks, but now he didn't even see the student. The only thing that appears is the Balrog, BGDH, in the sky. At this moment, an idea popped up in Robards' mind, which he thought was very absurd. Could this Balrog be that student? But in an instant, Robards snuffed out this idea. This idea was too shocking. He had never heard of any wizard who could become a Balrog. However, the appearance of Balrog here is really suspicious. Moreover, the Balrog also confronted the two major demon kings, which was even more puzzling than the appearance of the Balrog. But no matter what, as long as the Balrog's target is not him, Robards will relax. Is that Balrog? Robards looked at Mad-Eye Moody. He keenly noticed that when everyone was shocked by Balrog's appearance, Mad-Eye Moody didn't seem much surprised. Crazy Eyes Moody snorted coldly and said in a strange voice, "I'm not blind yet, Robards. Of course I know it's Balrog. Why did the Balrog appear here?" Robards looked at Moody and asked, and Moody sneered. "Then why did the Dark Lord appear here? There are many things in this world that have no answers. I remember that you are not from Lavencrow, Robards." What Moody meant was to tell Robard to keep his mouth shut and stop talking so much nonsense. There was dissatisfaction in Robard's eyes, but he didn't say anything. At the same time, in the sky, countless ice crystals rushed towards Grindelwald and Voldemort. Grindelwald waved his hand, and the fiend flame in his palm beat regularly like a heart. The faint blue fiend flame surrounded him, and in an instant he transformed into countless winged dragons and rushed toward Charlotte. Charlotte was surrounded by flames, and although the surrounding temperature kept dropping, the flames exuded an exceptionally powerful force. The blue dragon came through the ice crystal, and Charlotte, who turned into a Balrog, waved her hand, and countless birds flew out of the flames. This time, unlike the last time, all the birds were silver-white. The giant silver-white bird and the giant blue dragon collided together, and almost instantly, the giant bird tore the dragon clean. In the face of absolute power, Lihua looked extraordinarily fragile. Countless blue flames fell from Grindelwald's side, like meteors falling from the sky. Grindelwald's expression was heavy. He didn't expect that after a while, Charlotte would grow to this point. Caught off guard, he glanced at Voldemort, then pulled out his wand, blocking all the ice crystals rushing towards him. The spells in Voldemort's hands kept hitting Charlotte. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a silvery white flame burned all the spells. Charlotte Elvis. Voldemort pronounced Charlotte's name, and his black robe began to dance like a ribbon. Countless Dementors flew out from behind him in an instant, almost occupying the entire sky in a few seconds. Countless Dementors are like dark clouds, occupying the entire sky in an instant. On the outskirts of the primeval forest, Mad Eyes Moody looked up at the sky. Dementors. Although he knew for a long time that the Dementor had joined Voldemort, when he actually saw it, Moody was still extremely surprised. Robards had a bad tone. These guys have actually become Voldemort's minions, dash. Hearing this, Moody turned his head and glanced at Robards, and said with a sneer, "Cornell Fudge thinks he is very smart," and handed over Azkaban to the Dementors. If he had listened to Dumbledore earlier, how could Caban be a minister? Robards glanced at Moody, but didn't say much. Above the sky, countless Dementors rushed towards Charlotte under Voldemort's command. With a thought in Charlotte's mind, the silvery white flames around her body swung outwards like water waves. Countless silvery white flames undulatingly rushed towards the Dementor. Dementors are creatures without souls, so they should not be afraid of flames. But this silver-white flame is a combination of ice and fire. The flame set the Dementors on fire. Countless Dementors screamed together. The sharp cry seemed to be squeezed out from the cracks in the rocks of the abyss, and the sharp sound made the oars below cover their ears one after another. Countless Dementors were blown away by the silver-white flames. Voldemort's face became more and more gloomy. He rushed towards Charlotte. The wand in his hand was ignited by the green spell. Avada Kedavra. Charlotte's Balrog's eyes swept over, and the silver flame in his hand rushed towards Voldemort. The two forces collided fiercely, and the silver-white magic power and the green magic power collided in the sky, causing the sky where the sun was exposed to be suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed purple light in the dark clouds, and the strong wind howled around the two of them. The two forces are almost equal, and no one can do anything to the other. In the forest, seeing this scene, Newt felt slightly nervous. Dumbledore, is Charlotte really all right? Dumbledore took a step forward, as if he wanted to see the scene in front of him more clearly. Don't worry, Newt. Charlotte has her own measure. Almost at the moment when Dumbledore finished speaking, Rideau's blue light suddenly shot towards Jinlaw. It turned out that Grindelwald had been hiding in countless ice crystals just now. While destroying the ice crystals, he also used the ice crystals to hide his figure. and what he was waiting for was this moment. Charlotte is now held back by Voldemort. According to Grindelwald's calculations, his magic power is barely enough to fight against Voldemort. So now there is absolutely no way to defend herself. Grindelwald waved his hand. A faint blue flame attached to his body. 5 black clouds suddenly appear beside him. The silent force almost squeezed the air around him into a vortex. Countless air currents began to spin around Grindelwald, and then Grindelwald rushed upwards. It's now. Kill Charlotte. Opposite Voldemort, Charlotte was already prepared. His strength is far above Grindelwald and Voldemort, but he is not crushing. After all, he is a great demon king who has been famous for a long time. If he wants to kill both Grindelwald and Voldemort, it will take some time and means. He had been pressing the two before. That is to say, he wanted to force out all the cards of Grindelwald and Voldemort. Grindelwald's wastewater and the silent Li Huang rushed towards him. Voldemort's green magic and Dementors are also on full display. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat the moment Grindelwald and Voldemort bombarded him. Hot flames radiated from him. Monstrous sea of flames. High above the sky, the scorching flames turned the entire sky red in an instant. As if the end of the world was coming. Even Newt in the primeval forest and Moody and others outside felt a kind of extreme heat. Robards looked up at the sky, not wanting to miss a moment. This is the power of the Balrog. This is the power of the Balrog. The Aurors also looked up, as if they had completely forgotten the purpose of their trip. Charlotte's figure disappeared into the sea of flames. Grindelwald and Voldemort seemed to be connected with each other at this moment, and the strength of both of them was almost mobilized to the maximum, because they also think this is Charlotte's whole card. This is the final hit. As for Flowers, final ending. Grindelwald's eyes were rarely colored with madness, and the faint blue fire seemed to be extinguished in the scorching flames. But he slammed into the flame without hesitation. Voldemort also increased the output of mana in his hands, almost pouring all his mana into the scorching flames. Boom! The sound like the eruption of the Doomsday volcano resounded through the sky. Villagers under the Scandinavian mountains ran out of their houses one after another, and hundreds of villagers looked up at the sky in the distance. Now they can see clearly that the sky there has been dyed red by flames. Is this the end? A villager asked tremblingly. Avia stood aside, and her eyes were full of that flame. No, it's magic. On the outskirts of the forest, Robard said in admiration. This is an epic battle, but it's a pity that no one can witness it except us. The Balrog actually fought Grindelwald and Voldemort. It's amazing. Maybe Grindelwald and Voldemort were on their way to find something, and they angered the Balrog? Robard's heart could almost be said to be full of excitement. This kind of battle, such a powerful force, made everyone shocked and surrendered. Even the Aurors were dumbfounded. Crazy Eye Moody's magic eye is spinning wildly. In his magic, I can see everything in this world clearly. He clearly saw what happened the moment the explosion sounded. A big tree, yes, in the flames a big tree grew. It's really amazing. Unexpectedly, in a short period of time, he has grown to such an unattainable level. If you give him time, I don't know how much he can grow. Moody said. Robards looked at Moody, as if he didn't hear what Moody was saying. What do you mean? Mad-Eye Moody ignored Robards, but continued to look at the sky. In the forest, even Dumbledore couldn't help holding his wand tightly. He controlled his expression, but still revealed his excited expression. Newt looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment and said, Is he really just a second-year Hogwarts student? Boom! Flames burst open in the sky. Amidst countless flames, Voldemort and Grindelwald looked at each other from a distance. Voldemort's eyes widened, disbelief and madness in those bulging eyes. Grindelwald was also in disbelief, and he turned to look sideways. Above the two of them, a green spot of light spread out, revealing Charlotte inside. Charlotte had recovered herself, looked at Grindelwald and Voldemort, and said, Goodbye, both of you. Charlotte didn't intend to get entangled with Grindelwald and Voldemort. He disappeared in place with a change of shape, leaving Grindelwald and Voldemort looking at each other. Grindelwald's and Voldemort's chests, where their hearts used to beat, were now empty. They all thought that Charlotte was in the sea of flames, but they didn't expect that Charlotte had already kept her back, and 460 protected herself from the scope of the spell in an instant. It's all Charlotte's conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. With veins all over Voldemort's face, he roared angrily, "Charlotte!" Grindelwald's face was still calm. Just like when he was exposed by Dumbledore's conspiracy, he turned his head to look at the primeval forest. "Charlotte Elvis, we will meet again." After all, his figure turned into a burst of fly ash and dissipated into the air. Charlotte fell towards the primordial forest. He didn't pay attention to the two demon kings behind him. Grindelwald and Voldemort were both powerful, and both of them used their most powerful power zones just now to kill him. If there is no way to kill the opponent, then he can only say that the Dark Lord is useless. Just when Charlotte was about to reach the primeval forest, he turned his head and looked towards the outskirts of the forest. Crazy-eyed Moody and Robards were waiting there, and some aurors were scattered and seemed to be looking for something. Look at those magic robes worn by the aurors from the headquarters of the French Ministry of Magic. Charlotte slowed down her speed, thought for a while, stretched out her hand, and snapped her fingers, and his figure was instantly hidden. He learned this spell from the restricted area. You can hide your body's shape, although it can't reach the level of the holy artifact Invisibility Cloak. Even if the Invisibility Cloak is used by people with low magic power, it will not be discovered, but after using this spell, it will be higher than own magic people see. However, there are almost no people with higher magic power than Charlotte. So, using this spell, Charlotte can deceive almost everyone. Outer Forest. Mad-Eye Moody and Robards stand where they are, Robards looking at the sky. The sky was clean and empty, and everything just now seemed to be just a dream. His lips were white, and he said, tremblingly, "The Balrog has also disappeared." Could it be that Grindelwald and Voldemort have been killed by the Balrog? A Balrog capable of killing the two Dark Lords. Robards kept beating drums in his heart. This was an existence more dangerous than the Dark Lord. Even dangerous enough to be frightening. Crazy Eyes Moody, with his eyes still rolling wildly, sneers, "If that's the case, Cornelius Fudge should be thankful. It's the easiest thing to fix in his tenure." Even so, both of them were actually beating drums in their hearts. Voldemort also disappeared once, but didn't he come back? Grindelwald also disappeared in front of everyone. Didn't he come back in the end? The current scene is very similar to the previous one. However, Robards is even more afraid of the devil, the Balrog with the power to kill the Dark Lord. Find that student as soon as possible. Robards thought for a while and shouted at the surrounding aurors to speed up the search. Crazy-Eye Moody stood aside. He actually didn't have the authority to command the aurors. After all, Robards was the supervisor of the aurors. Strictly speaking, he was still Robards' subordinate. It's just because he is crazy and he is about to retire when he is old, so he has a little privilege. It didn't help you. You still want to stay here? Do you want to watch the Dark Lord come back to life? Crazy-Eyed Moody said coldly. Robards glanced at Moody and didn't tell Moody what Fudge had said to him. That's enough. Alastair, you should know that you are an auror. Don't yell at me. Now I'm the supervisor. You just need to follow the orders. Robards roared dissatisfied. Crazy Eyes Moody glanced at Robards. The rolling eyes made Robards feel very unpleasant. Robards walked into the forest, not looking at Moody. After Robards walked away, Mad Eyes Moody spoke in one direction. "Cornel Fudge wants to use you to target Albus. I think you'd better not show up. Let these idiots continue to search in this forest." Charlotte was a little surprised, and he blinked. Crazy-Eyed Moody saw his surprise and pointed to his own eyes. "This magic eye has the power to see through everything. Although I can't see how you turned into a magical animal, I can see through your magic eyes. Curse, but not difficult." Crazy-Eye Moody's magic eye is a mystery. He has never told anyone about the origin of his magic eye, but everyone knows the power of this eye. He can see through everything, and everything has nothing to hide in front of him. Even if it's an invisibility cloak, perhaps Moody can see through it. "I see. Since the Ministry of Magic is here, is Headmaster Dumbledore here?" Charlotte asked. Moody looked into the depths of the forest and pointed in a direction. He's in that direction. You'd better let him leave as soon as possible. Don't let these idiots settle the matter. Charlotte nodded and walked into the depths of the forest. Aurors are still searching outside. After all, the primeval forest is too large. There are not many Aurors, and even using magic, it will take a long time to search. And Charlotte soon found Dumbledore and Newt. Newt looked at Charlotte, who was intact, and his hanging heart was finally relieved. Maybe not quite dead yet. Charlotte looked at Dumbledore. In the face of wise men, Charlotte doesn't need to hide. He knows that Dumbledore can see many things clearly, and this wisdom can also guide Charlotte better. Dumbledore nodded, somewhat emotionally. You did a great job. Even though he was calm on the surface, Dumbledore was incomparably amazed inside. It is recognized that Hogwarts has talents, but in all these years at Hogwarts, there has never been a single person like Charlotte. The second grader dared to single out the Dark Lord and won. Grindelwald and Voldemort are indeed not dead. They will come back again. Dumbledore smiled and looked at Charlotte. Are you afraid? They will come back next time with even uglier hatred for you and the entire wizarding world. They will never be soft, and this time, it will never be too late. Charlotte curled her lips. Of course not, Professor. Fear is reserved for the weak, and I am the strong. After the matter came to an end, Charlotte looked at the tree leader beside him and asked, Where are those Death Eaters? The tree man leader closed his eyes and felt with the tree people for a while. Because they grow on the same land, there is a very close relationship between tree people. Some of these people escaped. The tree man leader said, I'm really sorry. Charlotte shook her head. There are many powerful characters among the Death Eaters, and he didn't think the tree man could catch all of them. Not to mention there were quite a few titans and vampires among them. Principal Dumbledore, I caught some vampires and titans in the forest. They were all Voldemort and Grindelwald's subordinates. I don't know how we should deal with them, asked Charlotte. Leave this matter to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said. After thinking for a while, he added, I think Minister Fudge will not hand over Azkaban to the Dementors this time. After all the Dementors ran away with Voldemort. And even now that Voldemort is temporarily gone, the Dementors are obviously unreliable 16. Cornelius Fudge would not create such a big risk for himself, and Azkaban should be guarded by Aurors next. Charlotte nodded, and he looked at Newt again. Mr. Scamander, I am very happy to be your assistant, but this time, being your assistant has caused you some trouble. Newt blushed a little. He looked happy. Not only happy to see Dumbledore, but also happy to see Charlotte safe and sound. No, Charlotte, I find it very interesting to take an adventure with you. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the Tree Man. This is really the most interesting adventure in my life. Newt smiled, and then asked the Tree Man some things about the tree population community. Seeing Newt's concentration on asking, Dumbledore took Charlotte to the side, and Dumbledore asked, Charlotte, is there anything you want to tell me? Charlotte was hesitant to speak just now. Principal Dumbledore, those Aurors are here to find me, and Moody is here, and he said that these Aurors want to take me back as a witness for your trial because you put students in danger during school. Luo looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled very kindly. Don't worry, kid. The wizarding world still needs Dumbledore, and these Aurors can't catch you. Charlotte frowned slightly, and he looked at Newt. What about Mr. Newt? Dumbledore laughed out loud. Son, there's no Hufflepuff who is more faithful than him in this world. Now that Dumbledore said so, Charlotte felt relieved. After dealing with the matters here, Charlotte, Dumbledore, and Newt bid farewell to the crowd of trees and left the Scandinavian mountains with Kai-Apparition. As a wizard who actively accepts things from the Muggle world, Lao Dengtu accepted Charlotte's proposal to fly back together and experience the fun of a Muggle. When he returned to Hogwarts, old Deng said happily, It's really amazing. Such a small creature has created such a great invention. Merlin, it's really amazing. Dumbledore winked at Charlotte. Thank you, little Mr. Elvis, for taking me through this Muggle fun. There's still a lot of interesting things to do in the Muggle world. Charlotte said with a wink as well. The two tacitly decided to secretly go to experience more Muggle fun next time, and then Charlotte bid farewell to Dumbledore at the gate of Hogwarts. Dumbledore disappeared in place, straightened his clothes, and went inside. The first person he met was Hagrid. Hagrid looked at him in surprise, his little face flushed red behind the dirty beard, and he shouted in surprise, "Oh, Charlotte!" Hagrid ran up to him in a few steps and hugged him tightly with his fat hands, and Charlotte returned a hug. Seeing Charlotte coming back, Hagrid took out his small handkerchief from under his coat, wiped his tears, and said, "It's great, Harry. They said you might be in danger. It's great to see you back to Hogwarts safely. Makes people happy." "Thank you, Hagrid. Don't worry. No one in this world can put me in danger." Charlotte blinked. After Hagrid happily asked about Charlotte's physical condition, he said, "By the way, Mr. Newt sent me a letter. He said that he would come to pick up that little Cheelin soon. Oh, what a pity. I can't send him off. As a sacred beast in the magic world, Cheelin is of great significance to the entire magic world." After thinking about it, Newt decided to send Cheelin to another place. After all, too many people are staring at Hogwarts, which is very dangerous. Cheelin is a sacred beast in the wizarding world. Maybe we can ask Dumbledore if we can keep some other magical animals. And Hagrid, you can use your wand already. I think maybe you can keep some animals in the trunk like Mr. Newt? Charlotte suggested. My God! Hagrid opened his eyes wide and said in amazement, "You're right, Charlotte. Dumbledore was afraid that I would hurt Hogwarts students and some small animals in the Forbidden Forest if I raised large animals. But I can raise in a suitcase." "Oh, thank you, Charlotte." After feeling another attack from Hagrid's beard, Charlotte said goodbye to Hagrid before continuing inside. At this point in time, there are probably no courses in several colleges, and many students are scattered in Hogwarts. Everyone who sees Charlotte will warmly greet Charlotte. They didn't know where Charlotte had gone. They just knew that Charlotte had left Hogwarts temporarily. Now seeing him come back, naturally very happy. "Charlotte, good afternoon." "Hey, Charlotte. Charlotte, welcome back." Charlotte responded to everyone one by one. While walking, he saw Luna standing alone at the door of the library and several little Slytherin wizards standing aside, talking. "Hey, look at that weird girl. Look at the things hanging on her body. Oh, it's so strange. How can any strange person enter Hogwarts? Maybe everyone in Lawen Kelluo is like this, weird and disgusting." A few wizards were chewing on their ears, while Luna looked up at the sky with blank eyes, as if she didn't hear anything. Charlotte frowned, and he walked over. Several wizards shut their mouths when they saw him coming. "Before you say that others are strange, I think you need to examine yourselves." Charlotte walked up to several young wizards and scanned them. Charlotte herself was not very old, and the wizards held their heads high, saw that it was Charlotte, and sneered, "Mudblood." Charlotte's face fell, and he waved his wand. "Fuchsia." Several young Slytherin wizards were thrown into the air in no time. "Put us down." There were people coming and going at the entrance of the library, and many people looked towards this side. Seeing a few wizards being dumped, they also came to watch the excitement. There were more and more people, and the faces of these Slytherin wizards flushed instantly. Charlotte glanced at the people around and said, "Apologize for your rudeness first." The little wizard of Slytherin gritted his teeth. Seeing Charlotte's firm attitude, he closed his eyes and shouted, "Sorry, we were wrong." Before Charlotte could finish speaking, a greasy-haired wizard wearing a black card walked over with a frown. "What happened? You ignorant guys. What are you doing here?" Snape walked over from the crowd, saw Charlotte and a few Slytherins hanging upside down as soon as he came in. His face turned cold instantly. "It's you again, Charlotte Elvis. You really like looking for things." Charlotte seemed very calm. Luna stood aside. Seeing you, Snape seemed to blame Charlotte. She lowered her head and thought for a while, then said, "Professor Snape, this matter." Before she could finish speaking, Charlotte stopped Luna, looked at Snape and said, "Professor Snape, I think you should ask what they did." Snape frowned, looked at the wizards who hung upside down. "What are you doing?" A few wizards hesitated, and then they still told the fact that they scolded Luna, and of course scolded Charlotte Mudblood. Upon hearing the word Mudblood, Charlotte keenly felt that Snape's face froze, and his expression became even more gloomy. Snape picked up his wand, let a few wizards down, and then said, "You insult your classmates. Slytherin will deduct 10 points and punish you for 3 days in confinement." A few young wizards bowed their heads and followed Snape to the confinement. As he was leaving, Snape glanced at Charlotte, then turned and left. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Charlotte looked at Luna. The little girl's eyes were empty, and she didn't seem to care much about these things. "You are often bullied like this?" Charlotte asked. Luna replied, honestly, "Occasionally they will take away my things, but it doesn't matter because we will all become ghosts. If we become ghosts, even if we take them away, I can get them back." Luna's words were endless. Charlotte smiled and reached out to pat Luna's head. As a second grader, of course he was much taller than Luna. "Next time they bully you, you can come to me. We are in the same academy. Just ask for help when you need help." Luna blinked. Some meteor-like light spots lit up in her originally empty eyes. She looked at Charlotte and said, "You have a soul like a starry sky." Charlotte froze for a moment and heard Luna continue, "It's okay. These don't make me sad, and they don't make me feel bad." After Luna finished speaking, Ginny hurried out of the library with the book in her arms. She looked at Luna anxiously. "Luna." Luna poked her head out from Charlotte and looked at Ginny. Ginny ran to Luna eagerly and grabbed her hand. "My God, I heard from others that someone bullied you." "Bar." Luna shook her head, then looked at Charlotte. It was only then that Ginny noticed Charlotte's existence. She stood up straight and said, "Oh, Senior Elvis." Charlotte smiled and said, "Hi, Ginny. Since Ginny is here, I'm going to the library." Charlotte reached out and took out a few sizzling honey candies from her pocket, and he handed the candies to Luna and Ginny. "Have a good day today." Next, Charlotte is going to read books in the restricted section of the library. I have to say that the books in the restricted section are very interesting, especially the things and spells recorded in them. Of course, his favorite is the Necronomicon written by the crazy Arab Abdullah al-Hazid. Some of the content written in it comes from some rumors in ancient times. Although it is useless for Charlotte, it is very good for boring. Charlotte was about to go to the library when someone grabbed his magic robe. He turned his head, and it was Ginny who was holding his robe. Ginny took a deep breath, looked up at Charlotte. "Senior Elvis, can I ask you something?" Ginny has been worrying about one thing today, but she doesn't know how to solve it. Fortunately, I met Chong Luo now. Maybe Charlotte, she thought, could help her with this. Charlotte was puzzled and asked, "What happened?" "It's Harry and Ron, and Hermione and Joya. They seem to have gone somewhere. Ron didn't tell me in detail. He just said that someone told them about a secret room in the school, and they were going to explore. Mum told me to watch Ron at school. Don't let him get into trouble. I'm not sure where they're going," Ginny said in one breath. Charlotte nodded, not in a hurry. As soon as Ginny finished speaking, he knew that Harry had gone to the Chamber of Secrets, and he heard people say Malfoy or Myrtle. Charlotte clutched her head. He knew that Myrtle was unreliable, but the secret room was not very dangerous. After all, he had dealt with the basilisk, and there was probably nothing in it except bones. Charlotte was about to say that the secret room was not dangerous and reassure Ginny, but then she saw a figure walking quickly in the corridor in the distance. With his eyesight, even at such a distance, he could easily see who that person was. Lockhart. From the direction he was going, it seemed to be the girls' bathroom. Charlotte frowned slightly. Although Lockhart was not a big villain, he was not a good person either, who knew what he would do with his weird spells. In order to prevent the four of them from having any accidents in the secret room, Charlotte promised that Ginny would go back to Ron and the four of them, then bid farewell to Ginny and Luna, and walk toward the girls' bathroom. Yes, as soon as he walked in, he saw the door open in the hole. Myrtle was on the side. Seeing him screaming and hiding in the toilet, she poked her head out slightly and looked at Xiao Lu. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say these things, but Harry, he asked me why there's such a unique mark here, so I just said it." Myrtle poked her head out, looking very pitiful. Charlotte covered her head and said helplessly, "You are too unreliable. Fortunately, I've already cleaned up the trouble in this secret room. It seems that next time, let Dumbledore seal the place." "Oh no, I want someone to come in. I'll give you my toilet. Don't seal it up." Myrtle rushed to Charlotte with a whoosh. Charlotte shrugged. Let's talk about it later. You watch here. Don't let anyone else come in. Of course. Don't worry. In the secret room, Harry, Ron, Joya, and Hermione walked carefully in the secret room. Click! An abrupt sound sounded in the empty underground waterway. Ron raised his foot and carefully placed it on the other side. My God, why are there so many bones here? Ron looked around cautiously, his broken wand barely glowing in front of him. Hermione and Joya walked in front, avoiding these bones cautiously. Hermione looked around curiously and said, These many small animal bones are definitely not produced by the underground waterway themselves. They look like food scraps. Harry was terrified, his shoulders trembled, and he said, How big are the animals that live in the underground waterway? And they leave so much food residue. I don't know, but it's definitely not a small animal. Hermione said, compared with Ron and Harry who shrunk their necks. Hermione and Joya, who walked in front, looked extraordinarily fearless. They walked together and looked around, looking very curious. Hermione was because of her rich knowledge and courage, while Joya was because she had been here before. However, she does not intend to speak out about Charlotte and her being here. Did you smell it? Hermione's nose moved. She frowned and said, There's a very strange smell here. Ron waved 457 and said, Hermione, this is a sewer, and it's normal to have a bad smell. Hermione rubbed the tip of her nose. Well, maybe I'm overthinking. The four people walked through the sewer full of bones and continued to walk forward. The further they walked, the underground waterways on both sides had a faint green fluorescence that illuminated the entire underground waterway. Harry rubbed his eyes, trembled, pointed to both sides of the sewer, and said, What is this? Hermione and Joya looked over. Hermione frowned and said, The statue looks like a snake. As she spoke, Hermione walked forward. She looked at the statues on both sides of the sewer, and then at the end of the sewer. There's a door there. Ron looked at Hermione and said to Harry, My God, I can't believe she's so brave. Harry's curiosity overwhelmed his timidity, and he said, Ron, let's follow up quickly. Don't you think we are like their two useless friends? Ron shrugged. Hey, in Hermione and Joya's mind, I'm afraid only Charlotte is useful. The two quickly followed Hermione and Joya and followed them forward. BGCF. Behind the Chamber of Secrets, Lockhart slid down the long black drain and fell flat on the ground, crushing several white bones. Oh, my Merlin. He touched his butt, which was already covered with dust. Lockhart stood up and looked towards the sewer. Where are those brats? Lockhart followed Harry because he warmly invited Harry to his office to help him write the envelope. While writing the envelope, because of his irritability, Harry accidentally revealed the adventure they were about to take. As a narcissist, Lockhart has no other skills, but he has a taste for this adventure. The adventures of several second graders are bound to encounter danger, and he will become the hero who saves these second graders. Thinking that he was about to appear on the Daily Prophet with the title The Great Hero Lockhart Who Saved Harry Potter, Lockhart's heart was moved, and he decided to follow these crazy kids. And when they're in danger, help them. Gain the admiration of Harry Potter, so that he will become the most famous figure in the entire wizarding world. Thinking so, Lockhart took out his wand, held it to illuminate the entire underground sewer, and said in distaste, Oh my God, what kind of garbage dump is this? When Lockhart disappeared in this bone area, Charlotte's figure also appeared in the secret room, and he looked in the direction where Lockhart disappeared, frowning slightly. He never quite figured out what Lockhart was thinking. For example, why did he come to follow Harry and others? After all, as a professor, shouldn't he stay in the office and reply to his fans? After thinking about it, Charlotte shook her head to drive these ridiculous thoughts out of her mind, and then followed Lockhart to move forward. In front of the Chamber of Secrets, Harry and Ron looked at the huge door and exclaimed, Is this the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets that Charlotte talked about? Hermione nodded. I think so. I don't know what's going on here. I think we should be careful, the cautious Miss Granger suggested. But the careless Mr. Weasley didn't think so. Ron walked into the secret room carelessly, looked around curiously, and said, "Come on, Hermione. This door is open. Someone must have come in first. I don't think it will be here. There's something wrong." Huh. Harry's nose twitched, and he held his nose and said, "Oh my God, the stench seems to be stronger in here. The smell is like rotten meat, but because the sewers extend in all directions, the smell is not very strong. But even if it is not strong, it is enough to make people feel uncomfortable. When they walked over just now, there's always this smell in the air, but when they walked into the secret room, the smell became stronger." "Oh my God, the smell is really unflattering," Ron said, covering his nose and looking around. Xiaoyu kept silent all the time. Of course she knew what the smell was. It was the rotten smell of the basilisk. She stretched out her hand and cast a small spell to temporarily seal everyone's sense of smell. After losing his sense of smell, Ron felt a lot more relaxed. He walked backwards and said, "Slytherin is really bad. What did he put in it? Why is it so smelly?" There are some bright green mists suspended in the secret room, and these mists covered the general appearance of the secret room. Ron couldn't see enough to know what his foot had kicked. Ron turned his head, muttering, "What the hell? It can't be a Slytherin's coffin, is it? Merlin, why are Slytherins so mean?" he said, and then looked at the thing in front of him. The surrounding light was not very bright, and Ron couldn't be sure of the thing in front of him. He reached out and touched the thing in front of him. Hermione's voice sounded from behind, with some fear, "Ron." Ron was carefully identifying the things in front of him when his eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, I seem to know what this is. Charlie told me that only snakes have scales like this. I think it's a snake," Ron said, stunned belatedly. His eyes widened, and he slowly raised his head. The huge basilisk corpse was lying on the floor of the secret room with its head held high, its huge snake head facing outside the secret room, its tail entwined under the snake's head. It looked like a huge hat from a distance. And Ron touched the basilisk's tail. Ron backed away in horror, then fell to the ground. "My God!" Ron looked up at the basilisk's huge head, and Hermione let out a cry that made Ron jump on the ground. "Hermione!" Joya reached out to hug Hermione, and Hermione trembled and said, "Joya, is that really a snake?" Xiaoyu looked at the basilisk, even though the basilisk was dead, and this was just the body left behind by the basilisk. The fear brought by the basilisk still did not dissipate. The four of them were just little wizards. When they first saw such a big basilisk, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak. Even Xiaoyu's face was a little pale. Harry helped Ron stand up, his voice trembling slightly. "My God, does Dumbledore know that there's a basilisk this big?" "Maybe. Don't be afraid, this basilisk is dead," Joya said. She comforted Hermione, telling her not to be afraid. Outside the secret room, Two-Heart also heard a scream. As soon as he opened his eyes, he secretly rejoiced. Finally, it was time for him to make his debut. Lockhart quickened his pace and walked towards the Chamber of Secrets, taking out his wand along the way. Under the great surprise of becoming Harry Potter's idol soon, he ignored the basilisk statues around him and stepped into the Chamber of Secrets. "Hey kids, don't be afraid," Lockhart said, then looked up. His voice froze immediately, and even the expression of joy was frozen on his face. "Oh my God," Lockhart said in shock, the horror in his eyes and his legs shaking. "What is this?" Lockhart took out his wand, and in horror, he cast a spell at the basilisk, and the spell rushed to the basilisk in an instant. But although the basilisk had rotted, its skin still had a very strong resistance force. Almost the instant the spell reached the basilisk's skin, the spell bounced back, and the bounced spell hit Harry's feet, making Harry jump, barely avoiding the spell. "Professor Lockhart," Hermione called out. The four little wizards and Lockhart looked at each other, and Lockhart calmed down a little after being frightened, because he could see that the basilisk was dead. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed when he walked in. Smelling the faint stench around him, Lockhart suddenly realized that the basilisk in front of him seemed to have been dead for a long time. Lockhart looked at the basilisk, a twinkle in his eye. "Kill the basilisk. This will definitely put his reputation beyond Dumbledore's. Become the most famous wizard in the wizarding world." Imagining that there will be crazy fans wherever he goes, some bold ideas flashed in Lockhart's mind. He looked at the four of Harry, put on a handsome smile, and said, "Oh, Harry and Hermione, Ron, Chowya, I didn't expect to see the four of you here. What a coincidence. This basilisk. I killed it before. Oh, I'm afraid you will encounter some danger here." Lockhart smiled very kindly. This smile made Hermione smile excitedly. "Really? Professor Lockhart?" Ron stretched out his hand to Hermione and said, "Hermione, do you really believe this man? He can't even take back the elf." Harry also looked at Lockhart vigilantly. "Hagrid also said that he is not a very powerful person. I believe Hagrid will not deceive me." Although she's Lockhart's fangirl, Hermione still has reason. She looked at Ron and Harry and said in a low voice, "You guys were very prejudiced against Professor Lockhart before. Aren't you guys lying to me?" Ron pursed his lips and said angrily, "Hermione, we don't need to lie to you. It's you who was fooled by Lockhart." Ron didn't like Professor Lockhart at all. Compared to Ron's blunt words, Harry looked at Lockhart cautiously, and he noticed that Lockhart's hand was always behind his back and hadn't been taken out. Chowya on the side immediately widened her eyes when Lockhart said this. She looked at Lockhart in disbelief and shouted, "You are lying. This basilisk was killed by Chong Luo. It was not you." Lockhart paused, and he looked at Joya, who looked at him angrily, without the look of admiration that Hermione had for him before. "Asking for flowers." Ron and Harry looked at Joya. Joya raised her head and confronted Lockhart. Ron said, "Joya can't lie, and Charlotte is very powerful. Otherwise, why would Headmaster Dumbledore rest assured that he would leave Hogwarts? I trust Joya." Harry nodded. There was a twinkle in Hermione's eyes, and she looked at Lockhart with confusion and questioning in her eyes. "Miss Joya, I think you forgot that I saved you. However, you still want to occupy Charlotte. You obviously didn't kill the basilisk. It was Charlotte and I who killed the basilisk before." "Zero. No, you're a liar," cried Joya. His plan was originally to convince the four that he was the hero who killed the basilisk, but now it seems that this plan will not work. At least Chowya, Ron, and Harry are in big trouble. It seems that he can only implement the second plan. As Chowya said, there were tears in her eyes. Faced with her idol's house collapse, Chowya was inevitably a little sad. "Children, no matter how powerful Charlotte is, she is just a little wizard, a second-year Hogwarts student. How could he have such power?" Lockhart still had an awkward smile on his face, and he looked at the four of Chowya with teary eyes. Lockhart continued, "Next thing, you forget about it." Lockhart smiled awkwardly, moving his hand behind his back. "I'm defense against the dark arts teacher. Hermione, I think you've read my book, Walking with Ghouls, in which I fought fiercely with ghouls, and it's very easy to deal with this basilisk." "Professor Lockhart?" Lockhart put on what he thought was the most handsome and believable smile, and Hermione took a step back, frowning tightly. Lockhart took out his wand, smiled, and said to the four people, "Oh, of course I killed the basilisk, not Charlotte Elvis. Everything is forgotten." There's a bit of gnashing of teeth in Lockhart's smile. Joya was very excited and stared at Lockhart fiercely while talking. Chowya stood in front of Hermione. Her eyes were full of anger. "You are lying. Charlotte said before that you are just a liar. I only know now that you are really a liar. The next thing you'll forget, and I'll be the hero who saves you." Lockhart roared, and with a wave of his wand, a spell was shot at the four of them. Ron pulled out his own wand urgently when Lockhart picked it up and waved it. He roared, and the broken wand in his hand emitted a red light, colliding with Lockhart's spell. At this moment, a voice sounded from his side. "Disarm you." A white magic power rushed over from the side, and the magic wand in Two Hearts' hand immediately fell into the emerald green pouch and disappeared. Ron's magic was not hindered by Lockhart's magic, and he landed on the place where the voice came from. Ron yelped and fell to the ground again without noticing. Charlotte came out of the emerald green mist. "I think it's better to get a wand from 057 for you, Ron." As soon as Charlotte appeared, the eyes of the four people lit up instantly, and everyone shouted in unison, "Charlotte!" Joya walked up to Charlotte excitedly, and reached out her hand to hug Charlotte, but struggled to reach out. Jin Luo, you are finally back. Charlotte reached out to shake hands with Joya, and then looked at the three of Hermione. Hermione ran towards Charlotte with a smile, hugged him tightly, and said with a blushing face, I didn't expect it to be you. Ron and Harry surrounded Charlotte and said happily, You're finally back. Compared to the joy of the four, Lockhart's face looked very ugly. He barely lifted the corner of his mouth, smiled, and said, Oh, it's a pleasure to see you here, Xia. His eyes looked sideways, trying to find where his wand was. Charlotte turned to look at Lockhart. I didn't expect to see you here, Professor Lockhart. Lockhart smiled awkwardly. He knew of Charlotte's reputation, a gifted wizard. Even if he is narcissistic, he is very clear about his own details. The famous Mr. Lockhart, who fought against ghouls, is just a thief who steals other people's heroic deeds. His most proud spell may be the Forgetting Curse. Apart from this spell, he is not proficient in many other spells. Compared to Charlotte, without a wand, he was even worse than a muggle. I didn't think of that either. Lockhart spoke with some reluctance. He looked at the five people, and then he suddenly ran to the side. The secret room is full of bright green mist. Especially after the basilisk died, this bright green mist became even thicker. As an adult, Lockhart ran so fast that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ron smiled triumphantly from behind and said, Hermione, you see, this is the professor you like. Hermione glared at Ron. Enough, Ron. Charlotte reached out and patted Ron's shoulder and then said, Since Lockhart is gone, let's leave quickly. Charlotte, will Lockhart leave to claim that he did it? Harry asked, looking up. No, no one will witness for him. Myrtle will not pay for his lies, and we are all out. Who knew there would be a basilisk here? Charlotte said with a smile. Harry was relieved. He didn't like the feeling of being picked up by others for what he did, even if it happened to his friend. Hermione was a little depressed. Joya reached out and patted her, and then the five of them left the secret room together. Ron flicked his wand, barely stuck to it, but the wand was indeed broken. Oh, you're going to scold me again. Harry and Charlotte shook their heads without saying anything. Ron flicked his wand in frustration, and the moment he walked out of the door of the secret room, a black figure sprang out from the side, and then reached out and snatched the wand from Ron's hand. Ron didn't react at all. The wand in his hand disappeared. He turned his head and looked. Lockhart was holding his wand, standing behind them, pointing his wand at them and shouting, Forget nothing. This time, almost everyone was caught off guard. Harry and Ron looked extremely shocked, and even Hermione and Joya showed nervous emotions. Charlotte looked at Lockhart, and then saw the wand light up suddenly, and then a white spell flew not towards them, but towards Lockhart himself. Snapped! Lockhart staggered to the ground. Harry opened his mouth wide, and Ron watched the scene in astonishment. None of the four of them realized that things would happen so suddenly. Say hello to students from other faculties. Ron took the wand from Lockhart, wanting to cry. After unanimous discussions among the professors, Lockhart, who had lost his memory, was finally sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries to receive treatment for recovering his memory. There was no teacher in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, so Dumbledore announced that there would be no exams for this class this year. After all, this semester, they didn't learn anything except listening to Lockhart talk about his past, listening to him talk about his hobbies, likes and dislikes. All the students shouted wildly to celebrate, and there were students celebrating in the cafeteria all day long. Even the Slytherin, who always held his head high, toasted happily, and it was difficult. Unlike Hogwarts, for Point 8 Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which is famous for teaching black magic, has a gloomy Gothic style as a whole. The castle adds to the gloomy feel. Lockhart is hit by his own spell. Grindelwald turned his head and looked at the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After so many years, he once again stood in the same position as Dumbledore. But the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Magic in Bulgaria was not so easy. Life at Hogwarts was peaceful. Lockhart sat up from the ground in a daze and looked at them in confusion. Yumi, why am I here? Although in another capacity. The five looked at each other. and finally left the secret room with a confused Lockhart. And with a snap of Ron's wand in Lockhart's hand, he officially declared the end of his life. Grindelwald took off the gloves on his hands, and he looked at the Durmstrang School of Magic in front of him. Lena, here will be our new beginning, cultivating loyal believers and mastering greater power. One day, I will completely set off a revolution in the wizarding world. Oh no, my wand. Lena followed Grindelwald, who had been named Raymond Rachel, to the Durmstrang School of Magic. Grindelwald looked at the eerie fortress in the distance. Reyna stood behind, holding a leather suitcase in her hand. She nodded. Boss, we are willing to follow you all the time. Grindelwald looked at the Durmstrang School of Magic. Although he hid his identity, it was not a bad thing for him. At least he could make Hogwarts, and even Dumbledore, less wary of him. Given the right moment, he will once again be at the apex of magical power. Not only that, as long as the timing is right, he can suppress, even secretly, strangling Charlotte in the cradle. Lena looked at the castle in the distance and asked, Boss, are we really going to let that kid grow up during this time? Grindelwald looked up at the sky. The sky of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Magic was very similar to that of Nurmengard, and there was no sun for a whole year. Lena, you have to know it's not that we're giving him a chance. This child is very powerful, but what can we do? Sometimes killing a person does not necessarily make a person die. If a person's existence is not recognized, even if such a person is alive, he is still a dead person. Take your time, Lena. In the future, that little devil will never become a stumbling block on our way, because at 16, I believe my children are better than him. Grindelwald looked towards Durmstrang School of Magic. Reyna silently lowered her head, not talking. Hogwarts. After the Lockhart incident, Hogwarts was quiet for a long time. During this time, Charlotte stayed in the library reading books. After all, he didn't need to go to classes, most of which he had already taught himself. Soon Christmas was coming. Charlotte was sitting in the dining room. Harry and Ron were the first to run towards Charlotte out of breath. Hey, Charlotte. The two sat in front of Charlotte, and Ron said happily, Fred told me that the 3rd grade can go to Hogsmeade this Christmas. Charlotte, let's go with them. Since George and Fred had told Harry and Ron about the passage under the Whomping Willow, Charlotte believed the two hadn't been less. We are in the 2nd grade now. If Professor McGonagall finds out, we will definitely lose points. Charlotte turned her head and then looked at the book in her hand. His book, which was given to him by Newt, is his notes when he was young, and it has not been officially published. It records some strange and magical animals, which are very interesting. Oh, Charlotte, when did you end up like Hermione? Don't spoil the fun. I heard that Hogsmeade will be very interesting at Christmas, and George and the others are here. We'll have a good time this Christmas, said Ron. Harry echoed, Yeah, I think we'll have a great time. Charlotte looked at Harry. Since Harry followed Bo Lake, he seemed to become extra cheerful, and he asked, Harry, Ron, don't you guys go home for Christmas? Ron shook his head. Of course not. Mom and Dad went to Romania to see Charlie, and I'm not going home. Harry also nodded and said, Sirius said that he also has some things to ask me to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. Is there something wrong with Sirius? Dumbledore presumably had the Order of the Phoenix looking for Voldemort's whereabouts. Charlotte thought about it. In fact, reading books every day is quite boring sometimes. It happens that he will not go back for Christmas, and he has to think about settling in the magic world in the future. It's time to start planning now. All right, then let's go together. By the way, what about Hermione and Joya? Just as they were talking, Hermione and Xiaoya walked toward the 3 of them, talking and laughing together. Joya sat next to Charlotte and said, I want to go home. Although we vampires don't like to spend Christmas, but according to the rules of vampires on this day, I must go home and stay. According to legend, vampires are the descendants of Cain. As a lineage that does not believe in God, vampires can almost avoid Christmas. In Xiaoya's generation, the aversion to Christmas has faded a lot, but Xiaoya still has to go home according to the rules of vampires. What about you, Charlotte? How about going back with me? Maybe we can sneak into the Muggle world. Joya blinked her eyes and smiled very sweetly. Charlotte shook her head. No, I have promised to go to Hogsmeade with Ron and Harry. Well, although we vampires don't like to say this, I still wish you a Merry Christmas. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Charlotte nodded, and after eating with a few people, she separated. Hagrid, do you need our help? Charlotte asked. He cursed. Damn Charlotte. You wait. Charlotte frowned and took out her wand. Then, Mr. Malfoy, before you leave, feel the snowflakes of Hogwarts for free. Hagrid. The three greeted Hagrid with their hands outstretched. Charlotte sat at the table and asked the elf to deliver a Yorkshire pudding. On the road, Hagrid was walking on the road with a fir tree in his arms. The fir tree was much bigger than Hagrid's head, and it completely covered him. The snow on the fir tree fell on his beard and rustled as he walked. Down. At this time, Malfoy walked over with Crabbe and Goyle, and he glanced at the three of Charlotte with a look of disgust and said, Oh, it's you again, too. After all, only Hogwarts stuff is free. Weasley you, and I will naturally stay. Harry and Ron sat beside him and said, It's really great. I think Hogsmeade will be even better tomorrow. Hagrid's head emerged from behind the fir tree. He looked at the three people in surprise and said, Oh, Charlotte, Harry, and Ron, Merry Christmas. No need. Let's go to the auditorium together. Charlotte smiled in a rare good mood. Of course, Malfoy, there are still 5 years, and I have been waiting. The three of them walked to the auditorium side by side, because Harry had been brought back to the Loblake family by Sirius in the 1st grade, so Harry had never seen Hogwarts for Christmas. The auditorium, illuminated by the warm fire, became extraordinarily warm. With a flick of his wand, Malfoy's legs joined together before he fell face down in the snow with a thud. For 107, above the auditorium, among the countless candles, many small bats appeared, flying among the candles. Inside the auditorium, Professor Flitwick is using his wand to conjure golden balls to hang on the fir trees, and Professor McGonagall is using his wand to conjure red ribbons to decorate the entire auditorium. The three of Charlotte walked around Malfoy and came up to Hagrid. The first time we met, Harry was surprised and said, That's great. Soon Christmas came, and Charlotte, Ron, and Harry sent Joya and Hermione out of Hogwarts, and then walked towards the auditorium. The three of Charlotte planned to go to Hogsmeade tomorrow. The day after tomorrow was Christmas, and tomorrow happened to be the day when George and Fred went to Hogsmeade. It just so happened that the three of them could walk around Hogsmeade with George and Fred through the passage under the Whomping Willow. Ron whispered, Oh, Harry, keep your voice down in case McGonagall teaches you. Before he could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded from behind. Mr. Weasley, I hope you're not thinking of any good ideas. This semester, you have already deducted 10 points from the college. Ron pursed his lips, turned his head, and looked at McGonagall embarrassedly. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. I don't have any good ideas. That's the best. McGonagall looked at Charlotte and said, Charlotte, I hope you can get a good grade in the final exam. After Christmas, the final exam will soon be over. Ron and Harry immediately reacted to the McGonagall question type, with embarrassed and frustrated expressions on their faces at the same time. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Harry, I hope you don't have any good ideas. McGonagall said she didn't want to deduct points for these little guys anymore. Gryffindor, famous for his courage, is simply the stronghold of troublemaking spirits. Professor McGonagall didn't stay long. Ron looked at Professor McGonagall's back anxiously. We will not be found tomorrow, will we? Charlotte shrugged. Maybe. Harry whispered, Don't worry, I have an invisibility cloak. We can sneak over. The time soon came to the next day. Ron and Harry lived in a dormitory, so they got up quickly and got ready. The three of them met in the restaurant. After eating, they sneaked to the Whooping Willow passage together. Harry took out his invisibility cloak and covered himself and Ron. Harry said to Charlotte, Charlotte, come in quickly. Charlotte smiled and said, Oh no. As he spoke, he waved his wand, and the whole person was already invisible. If I'm invisible, I don't need an invisibility cloak. Ron's voice came from the sky. Oh my God, Charlotte, is your magic power stronger than Professor Flitwick's? I heard from Hermione that the invisibility spell is very powerful. Harry also said in admiration, This is much more convenient than the invisibility cloak. Having said that, Harry still likes the invisibility cloak the most. After all, it is a gift from his father. The three went to Hogsmeade after being invisible. Hogsmeade at Christmas is very lively. Not only many Hogwarts students, but also many wizards wearing strange robes. Charlotte even saw a wizard wearing a robe that looked like bark, with a branch stuck in his head and a bird standing on it, with bird droppings all over his head. I have to say, the wizarding world is really weird. It seems that wizards don't pay much attention, at least they can't clean their bodies every day like muggles. Most wizards look messed up. After the three of Charlotte came out of the Honeyduke's candy shop, Harry suggested going to the Hog's Head Tavern. After we came last time, the Pig's Head Tavern was closed, and Sirius said that the butterbeer in the Pig's Head Tavern is delicious. Yes, it's just that the shopkeeper is weird. Ron stepped aside. He heard from George and Fred that the old man was very weird and had a bad temper. Xiao Xiao's butterbeer was also finished, so he proposed to go to the Pig's Head Tavern together. The Pig's Head Tavern was still open today. Charlotte, Ron, and Harry pushed the door down and walked into the Pig's Head Tavern. The Pig's Head Tavern was indeed a famous Hogsmeade tavern, and the wizards inside were very mixed. A large number of wizards sat together, and most of the wizards who were particular about sitting together made the air in the tavern a little cloudy. The three of them lowered their heads, trying not to attract others' attention. But fortunately, there will be a lot of Hogwarts students in Hogsmeade at Christmas, and there are even some Hogwarts students sitting in the Pig's Head Tavern. Few wizards are looking at the three of Charlotte. Body. Abe Forth was standing inside the counter, lowering his head to fill another wizard with wine. Charlotte knocked on the counter. Abe Forth turned around and handed the beer to another wizard, looked at Charlotte and said, "Butterbeer?" Charlotte nodded. "This is my friend's." Harry and Ron looked at Charlotte, and Ron asked, "Charlotte, do you often come to Hogsmeade? You know this bitter man?" Charlotte coughed, covering Ron's next words, and he said, "Of course." Abe Forth didn't care about Ron and Harry. He brought out 3 times the butterbeer, his face still gloomy. "I'll tell Dumbledore about the Hogwarts second year going to Hogsmeade." When Harry and Ron heard this, their faces paled instantly. Charlotte smiled indifferently. "I will tell the truth to Principal Dumbledore about the butterbeer you sold to the 2nd grade." As she said that, Charlotte picked up 3 glasses of beer, found a corner, and sat down with Harry and Ron. "Oh, he wouldn't actually tell Dumbledore about it, would he?" Charlotte shook her head. "Don't worry. No one saw us along the way. Who knew we were here?" As he spoke, he took a sip of butterbeer. "This thing is really very good. Come to the Pig's Head Tavern. Besides drinking butterbeer, Chong Luo has another use. What's published on the Daily Prophet is generally what the Ministry of Magic wants the public to see. Although it is not on the bright side, the Daily Prophet already has the meaning of the eyes and ears of the Ministry of Magic. To find out the latest news from the Ministry of Magic, the Hog's Head Tavern is the most suitable choice besides the Leaky Cauldron." Sure enough, as soon as Charlotte sat down, she heard the wizard next door talking about Voldemort. The mysterious man hasn't appeared for a long time. Has he disappeared? As soon as the wizard spoke, the green-robed wizard on the opposite side lowered his voice. "Shoo! Keep your voice down, and be careful not to be heard by him. I heard that Lilaheo seems to have disappeared," and the Ministry of Magic breathed a sigh of relief. The gray-robed wizard took a sip of his wine and said, "That's good. Anyway, I don't want to worry about it all day long." The green-robed wizard laughed, and his voice sounded very strange. "Who says it's not?" Charlotte took a sip of butterbeer, and Ron leaned over his head and asked, "My God, did the mysterious man disappear again? Why didn't I see this news in the Daily Prophet?" Some information the Ministry of Magic is not willing to release. But who killed Voldemort? You know who? Harry asked. Ron's eyes widened. He's going to be the second legend in the wizarding world. "Who knows?" Charlotte responded, and the green-robed wizard next to him continued. "The 2 Dark Lords have been silent recently, and London has been quiet for a long time. Recently, some Aurors went to Nurmengard and found that there was no one there, but they didn't dare to lock people inside. But they don't dare to lock people inside. After all, that's where Grindelwald once stayed." The green-robed wizard chuckled twice. The gray-robed wizard nodded. Facing Grindelwald, he didn't have the fear that Voldemort had, and there was some regret in his eyes. Grindelwald's greatest charm is not to be as scary as Voldemort, but to be submissive. Even if Grindelwald is locked up or disappears, there's still a lot of people who believe in him. The discussions in the tavern were probably all about the Dark Lord, and of course a few were talking about potions, wizard robes, and so on. Charlotte drank her last sip of butterbeer. Almost all the information is integrated. Grindelwald and Voldemort had temporarily vanished from the semblance of the wizarding world. As for whether they really disappeared, no one is sure, or everyone knows in their hearts that they have not disappeared. It was just an unknown force that temporarily made them disappear from the light. As for the unknown force herself, Charlotte is not well known to the public at all. Dumbledore, Crazy Eye Moody, and others did not deliberately mention Charlotte's power. After all, such power is too shocking. It's okay for Dumbledore and others, but for some people in the magic world, I'm afraid it will bring a lot of trouble to Charlotte. After finishing their beers, the three of them walked out of the Hog's Head Tavern. Ron said, 297. Where are we going next? We can hang out here all day today. Hey, Christmas is ours alone. Charlotte glanced at Hogsmeade. Although he had been here several times, he had never looked at Hogsmeade properly. This small village belongs entirely to wizards. Harry's face was also full of excitement. He looked around and suddenly saw a wizard in a black robe, and at the same time the scar on his forehead hurt. Harry covered his head. Charlotte looked at Harry. What's wrong, Harry? Harry covered his head with a painful expression. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that I seemed to see a black-robed wizard just now, and then my head hurt. Charlotte looked in the direction Harry was pointing at, which was the direction outside Hogsmeade Village. The one who could make the scar on Harry's head flare up, it seemed that the person was Voldemort without a doubt. Whether it's a weak Voldemort, or a Voldemort reborn through Horcruxes. After thinking about it, Charlotte said, Harry, you and Ron are here? I'll go and see. Voldemort must have spotted them by showing up here. It was better to finish Voldemort while he was sick and dying, and Voldemort was weak now. Harry and Ron grabbed Charlotte's robe at the same time. Charlotte, what are you going to do? Sirius said that my scar was given by Voldemort. It must be dangerous. You better not go there. Ron nodded aside. Charlotte, we better not leave Hogsmeade. No, I have to take a look. Don't worry, I will be fine. You stay here, and I will rescue you later. Charlotte would not let go of such a good opportunity. If you want to go, we will follow you. Harry said firmly. Letting his partner take risks is not something he would do. It was not difficult to protect Harry and Ron. Charlotte nodded and led the two outside of Hogsmeade. The black robe walked very quickly and disappeared into the forest outside Hogsmeade almost instantly. When Charlotte followed, the black robe disappeared in a flash. Disappeared? Voldemort was worthy of being Voldemort. His hands thought more of themselves. In any case, it was already confirmed that Voldemort was not dead and might be lurking in the forest outside. Charlotte wondered if she should tell Dumbledore about it. Where did that guy go? Ron asked, looking at the distant sky, which was getting dark now. Harry shook his head. It seems to have disappeared, and my forehead doesn't hurt anymore. Charlotte looked at Harry. Be careful recently. It's best not to leave Hogwarts again. Harry nodded. Although he didn't know why Charlotte reminded himself so much, but what Charlotte said was always right, and he also felt that there might be some danger outside recently. Just thinking about it, Harry suddenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to cool down a bit. A very ominous atmosphere enveloped him, and it seemed that all the sadness and bad emotions were rushing towards him. Harry froze in place, as if he could hear his own heart pounding. Some bad memories suddenly came to his mind. Although he had been living with Sirius recently, and Sirius was very kind to him, this kindness could not make up for Harry's lack of fatherly and motherly love. Lily's and Potter's faces flashed in his mind, and then a green light flashed again. Harry closed his eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. Ron's voice seemed to be nearby, but Harry couldn't seem to figure out where Ron's voice was. This ominous aura was getting closer and closer to him. So close that even though he was wearing a very thick coat, Harry was still shivering. What is this? Harry couldn't help turning his head to see what was behind him. The more he couldn't control it, the more his body seemed to fall into a cold pool, and the bitter cold sorrow and pain seemed to rush towards him in the next moment. Harry! Sudden, a white light enveloped Harry's side, and Harry woke up suddenly from the water. He felt the coldness on his body gradually dissipating. Charlotte stood in front of him holding up her wand. A white light shot out from his wand, almost illuminating the sky, and then a white thunderbird flew out of it, rushing towards some humanoid creatures like clouds. Those humanoid creatures with long, sharp nails fled towards the forest under the beam of white light. Ron was behind Harry, hugging Harry, who was already out of strength, and Harry felt like he was fished out of the water. After all the Dementors disappeared, Charlotte turned around and said, "Are you okay?" Harry panted, looked up at Charlotte. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ron also looked terrified. He asked, "What happened just now?" "I think I saw ghosts." "Are those ghosts?" Charlotte reached out to help Harry up. He saw a lot of people from Hogsmeade walking towards him, including Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. "Maybe we need to go invisible. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick are coming. We'll talk about that later." Harry nodded, took out the invisibility cloak and put it on Ron's head, and Charlotte immediately disappeared with a wave of her wand. 3 people walked past the crowd, but no one noticed them. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall hurried over with some third-year students. Professor McGonagall looked at the surrounding forest. Even though the Dementor had left, the ominous and gloomy atmosphere left by the Dementor was still in the air. Professor McGonagall frowned and said, "Flitwick, I always have a very bad feeling. Ominous breath. I want to speak to Dumbledore about this." Charlotte, Harry, and Ron once again left Hogsmeade from Honeyduke's candy shop, and the 3 reappeared at Hogwarts. Ron's legs were weak from tension, and he fell to the ground as soon as he got away from the Whomping Willow. Ever since his wand was destroyed by the Whomping Willow, he has been shadowed by the Whomping Willow and dare not approach the Whomping Willow at all. Harry looked very pale. Charlotte squatted beside Harry and replied, "How is it?" Harry shook his head and asked, "Charlotte, what's that?" Ron also asked curiously, "What the hell is that? My God, they look like they came from hell. Is that the devil?" Dementors have been guarding Azkaban before, and Hogwarts students rarely see Dementors even if they come from wizard families. After all, Dementors feed on human emotions, and if they were unleashed they would cause a lot of trouble. "No, that's a Dementor," Charlotte said. "Dementors feed on human emotions. They will get close to you and give you a Dementor question, which will take away your soul, which is equivalent to killing you, and will turn you into a walking dead." As Charlotte spoke, she saw Harry's and Ron's faces pale visibly to the naked eye. "Why are the Dementors in Hogsmeade? I heard from my father the Dementors are not in Azkaban." Ron looked at Charlotte. Charlotte thought about it and didn't intend to hide Ron and Harry. According to the temperament of these 2 people, if they concealed it, they would definitely find a way to get to the bottom of it. It's better to tell them directly. Azkaban was defeated by Voldemort before, but the Ministry of Magic did not disclose this matter. Don't just say it. The Dementor is already the helper of the Dark Wizard. Once you see the Dementor, run as fast as possible," said Charlotte. Harry nodded in dismay. Ron stood up from the ground, took a deep breath. "This is really scary. I think we should tell Hagrid. He lives near the Forbidden Forest, and if the Dementors go to the Forbidden Forest, it's dangerous." As Ron said, he walked forward. Harry's face was still very pale. Charlotte asked, "The Dementors approached your back just now. What did you see?" "I think it's such a close distance. Maybe their breath will cause you some bad memories." Harry looked up. "I saw something from the past. Don't worry, Charlotte. I should be fine." Charlotte nodded and followed Ron to the Forbidden Forest. Outside the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was chopping wood. Ron had already told Hagrid everything. Hagrid was holding an axe with a serious face. "Oh, Charlotte, Harry, are you all right? I heard Ron say you met a Dementor." Hagrid asked. Harry shook his head. "Hagrid, I'm fine." As a child at heart, Harry didn't want to tell Charlotte and Hagrid about his troubles, and he didn't want others to be overly protective of him because of it. Moreover, Harry was reluctant to bring up such a heavy matter. Hagrid looked at Harry with some concern, and then said, I think Dumbledore already knew about this matter. After all, he's always been like this and knows everything. Now that the Dementors are around Hogwarts, he must know about it. However, how did you meet the Dementors? Hagrid asked curiously. Ron froze and raised his finger to signal Hagrid to speak in a low voice. We went to Hogsmeade secretly. Hagrid, please keep your voice down. Don't let others know about this. Hagrid was surprised, then nodded. Don't worry, I won't say anything. After talking to Hagrid, the three returned to Hogwarts Castle. Charlotte wanted to find Dumbledore, but met Professor McGonagall in the corridor. Professor McGonagall told Charlotte that Dumbledore was not at school now, but at the Ministry of Magic. Has something happened to the Ministry? Charlotte asked. What is Dumbledore doing at the Ministry of Magic at this hour? McGonagall frowned slightly. McGonagall didn't know anything about Charlotte and Dumbledore, and to McGonagall, Suluo was an extremely smart student. The Ministry of Magic matters are handled by the Ministry of Magic. Charlotte can go back and rest. Seeking flowers? 0. Charlotte didn't ask any further questions, just nodded and turned to leave. He always felt that things didn't seem so simple. But now that Dumbledore wasn't there, he didn't know where to go and ask about it. Wrong. Charlotte thought of Mad-Eye Moody, and he simply wrote a letter to Moody directly. Glad to see you're still sitting here, Charlotte. The Muggles haven't come to pick you up yet, but don't think about it until next term. A little bit of time passed. Christmas passed quickly, and Joya and Hermione returned to Hogwarts. Can I just learn divination? Hermione snorted. I'm going to challenge your score this year. My score will definitely surpass yours and become the first in the grade. I know you're smart, but this is the final exam, and we have to pass this exam to advance to the 3rd grade. After Christmas, it was time for final exams. Hermione dragged Harry and Ron to study as soon as Hermione came back. Even Swan Luo was dragged into the library by her to read. In the 1st grade, Charlotte's grade was 1st, and Hermione was 2nd. For this school year's exam, Hermione has been preparing for a long time, just wanting to surpass Shinloa. Charlotte smiled and looked at the other 3 people on the table who were frowning. Joya scratched her head and looked at the potions in front of her. She couldn't help lying on the table after looking at all kinds of potions for 3 seconds. 0. But Moody seems to have been busy, or for other reasons, he has not returned the letter to Charlotte. All right. Charlotte flipped through the book and said with a smile, I see. Miss Wichu is studious, but I've already read these books. Charlotte picked up her wand and tapped the 2 of them on the head. Start studying and stop complaining. Charlotte casually flipped through the book, and before reading a few pages, she saw Malfoy walking from the side with a gloomy face, holding a book in his hand, and gave Charlotte a vicious look. Harry was a little absent-minded, flipping through the books on herbalism, taking some notes from time to time. Ron was similar to Joya. The 2 potion scumbags looked at each other, wanting to cry without tears. The 2 looked at each other, then picked up the potions book and began to review it. Charlotte turned her head and looked at Malfoy. Of course, Malfoy. I hope your actions are not just words. Malfoy glared at Charlotte twice and left angrily with his 2 followers. Charlotte watched Hermione and the others read the book seriously. He thought for a while and disappeared in place with a flick of the finger. At the same time, a note appeared in his place. The air twisted, and Charlotte's figure appeared in La Wenkeluo's lounge. Now, the Wizards of Le Wenkeluo are generally in the library or in the library in the lounge, and there is no one in the restroom outside. Charlotte walked to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flue powder from her pocket. He bought it on the way to Hogsmeade. Standing in the fireplace, Charlotte sprinkled the flue powder and shouted, Nocturnally! With a bang, the green flame burned 520 and instantly transferred Charlotte's figure to Nocturnally. Nocturnally is located next to Diagon Alley, where dragons and snakes are mixed together, which is despised by ordinary wizards. Nocturnally is full of black magic shops, and most of the things sold in it are full of evil atmosphere. Charlotte attracted a lot of attention as soon as she reached Nocturnally. He was reaching out to pat the dust on his robe when a withered hand was placed on his shoulder, and a sharp and hoarse voice sounded behind him. Honey, are you lost? A purple electric current lit up on Charlotte, rushing toward that hand unceremoniously. There was a scream behind him. Charlotte turned her head and saw a man wearing a pointed wizard hat. The old witch in a dusty, gray, shabby wizard robe was staring at her with hatred on her face. Her right hand was trembling, and it was constantly smoking. "Of course not, ma'am." Charlotte smiled, straightened her clothes, and walked forward. The wizards in Nocturne Alley are almost all dark wizards. Their clothes are almost completely different from those in Diagon Alley, and they're full of all kinds of strange and evil breaths visible to the naked eye. Therefore, as soon as Charlotte came to Nocturne Alley, she immediately attracted the attention of many wizards. In particular, he did not cover up his Hogwarts school uniform at all, which made many wizards follow him secretly. Sensing more and more malicious eyes from behind, Charlotte stopped and looked at the crowd behind. He scanned the crowd, holding out his wand. "Lien," Charlotte said in a low voice. A fiery red flame shot out from the wand, instantly separating him from the crowd behind him. The wizard who was close jumped back suddenly, exclaiming, "It's fiend fire! My God!" Many wizards looked at Charlotte's figure in the firelight in horror. Charlotte glanced at them and then walked forward. Why do wizards from Hogwarts come to Nocturne Alley? Who knows? Maybe it's an undercover agent sent by Dumbledore. My Gorgon, it's frightening. The severe flames were gradually extinguished, but those wizards did not dare to follow. They only dared to stay where they were and whisper, or go find the shop they needed again. Charlotte shuttled among the crowd, although there were still many probing, evil, and malicious eyes, but no one dared to stand in front of him. After all, wizards who can use fiend fire are not so easy to mess with. Just as Charlotte disappeared around the corner, some dark wizards glanced at each other, then dropped their hoods, approaching Charlotte's position as if unintentionally. 13B, Nocturne Lane, Borgenbach. Charlotte looked up at the opposite store. Borgenbach is the largest magic store in Knockdown Alley, which not only sells all kinds of things that cannot be purchased in Diagon Alley, such as huge black spiders, shrunken human heads, skeletons, scary masks, and all kinds of things full of taboo and evil. And Borgenbach not only sells all kinds of black magic high-end products, but also receives all kinds of magic products from others. Finding Borgenbach, Charlotte walked in, and the shopkeeper named Borgen burst out from inside and rushed to Charlotte with cautious and suspicious eyes. "Little friend, this is not a toy store." Charlotte looked at Borgen, who had a bare forehead and looked very malicious. "I'm here to sell things." Boken looked at Charlotte suspiciously. He saw the Hogwarts clothes on Charlotte, and he frowned. "We are a store here. Okay, kid, it's time for you to leave." Charlotte reached out, and a large bone appeared in his hand. "I want to sell some bat bones." Bo Jean originally thought, Charlotte seems to be underage. What can a child sell? Moreover, this child came from Hogwarts, probably by the wrong way. But when Charlotte brought out the bone stone, he froze. Borgenbach has handled a lot of gray business and also sold a variety of dangerous items. There are hundreds of magical things that have passed through his hands. Bo Jean recognized at a glance that this is the bat humerus. The biggest bat Bo Jean has ever seen is at most the size of a cabinet, but now this humerus is about as high as a child, so it goes without saying how big the whole bat is. Bo Jean Bork not only sells all kinds of strange things, but also sells strange things. Bo Jean also likes to collect those strange things, not to mention that there is a wonderful power coming from this bat bone. If it is used to refine potions, I am afraid it will be scrambled for. "You only have one bone?" Borgen asked tentatively. "Of course not. I have a complete skeleton," Charlotte said. There was some seriousness in Boken's eyes, and he led Charlotte across the front to the back room. When Charlotte came out again, there was a rare smile on Bo Jean's gloomy face. He walked Charlotte to the door and kindly asked, "Next time, if there's something good, please consider our Bo Jean box store 100 times better than Diagon Alley next door." Charlotte nodded. "Of course." Charlotte, carrying a bag of galleons, walked into the crowd at a speed of 4.0 and disappeared into the crowd. By the time I returned to Hogwarts again, it was already late. Charlotte went down from the dormitory building to eat in the dining room. Joya, Hermione, and Ron Harry happened to come from the opposite side. Hermione quickly walked up to Charlotte and said, "Charlotte, you didn't tell us," and then walked away. Charlotte smiled and said, "I have some things that I don't want to bother you. Let's walk around. I heard that there is pudding today. Really, I really want to eat it." Charlotte reached out and pushed Hermione into the dining room. Now that the money was enough, the most important thing was to wait for Dumbledore to come back, ask him, and take another back door along the way. After all, it is better for him to stay in a magic world this winter vacation, and returning to the orphanage is not the best choice after all. Final exams are coming up soon. Charlotte and Hermione confidently walked out of each examination room, confident of victory. The last exam was History of Magic. Joya frowned and took a quill to answer the questions in the exam room. When she came out, she said with a sad face, "Oh, I'm done. What's wrong? What kind of strange question is this? How do I know which weird old wizard invented the automatic stirring cauldron?" Xiaoya lowered her head. Charlotte smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is just a small question and it won't affect your grades." When a group of young wizards came out of the examination room, the weather outside was just right. Charlotte and Joya waited for a while at the door. Hermione, Ron, and Harry came out from another examination room and followed them downhill. They walked slowly down and sat under a tree where Fred and George were poking a giant octopus in a lake with sticks. Finally, the exam is over. Ron lay on the ground, heaving a sigh of relief. Charlotte looked at the huge lake in front of her. Today, 16, is a beautiful day with bright sunshine. 5 of them are sitting side by side, and Hermione is talking about herself about the exam questions. "Oh, maybe my memory is wrong. I think the one that happened in the South African forest in 1935, the first spell of the battle between the wizard and the werewolf. It seems that it is not." Ron covered his ears and said, "Hermione, I beg you, don't talk about this anymore. We've finished the exam, haven't we?" Hermione stopped and looked at Ron with dissatisfaction. Okay. I just want to review the content of the exam again." Xiaoya sat on the side and looked at Ron in agreement. "I really don't want to hear this again." Charlotte listened to the voices of a few people beside her ears and looked up at the sky. Countless owls flew by in the sky, and it was the owls of the wizards who came to deliver the message. Just watching, a snow-white owl and a brown owl flew towards the big lake. Charlotte and Harry held out their hands at the same time. Harry happily opened the letter from the owl and said, "It seems to be from Sirius. It seems that he already knows that I have passed the exam." Charlotte reached out to catch the owl and toss him food on the way. The owl brought him the latest Daily Prophet and a letter from Mad-Eye Moody. He opened Moody's letter. Azkaban has been rebuilt, and instead of sending Dementors, they are replaced by Aurors, and the Dementors are scattered around. Moody suggests that Charlotte should not leave Hogwarts casually. Although Azkaban has been rebuilt, none of the prisoners who were released before have been found. At present, some traces of dwarf stars have been found. Dumbledore seems to be dealing with these things, and he will probably return to Hogwarts soon. Charlotte put the letter away and then opened the Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet also wrote about this matter and also posted photos of some prisoners, including Pettigrew, Bella, and a series of fugitive faces. After reading it, Charlotte put away the Daily Prophet, and Harry stretched out his hand and tugged at Charlotte's black robe, with anticipation in his eyes. Charlotte turned her head and looked at Harry gently. "What's wrong?" Can I invite you to my house for the winter vacation? Sirius has a lot of books at home. I want to thank you for saving me last time." Harry lowered his head and said, as if afraid of offending Charlotte by saying this, he said hastily, "Sirius would also like to invite you over. We only have Sirius and I in our family. I don't know if it is possible." Harry looked up at Charlotte, looking very nervous. "Okay, just right. I also want to see the collection of the Lake family," Charlotte said with a smile. Harry's eyes lit up, and he took out the letter just now and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. In addition to the letter to Harry, there is also a very delicate-looking invitation letter for him inside the envelope. This is the first time he has received an invitation letter. Seeing that Charlotte accepted the invitation, Harry smiled happily and said, "It's great. We can stay together for the whole winter vacation." Ron also came over, looked at the invitation letter, and said, "That's great. Then I can go to Lake's house to find you. Charlotte, the three of us can have a winter vacation. A winter break. Joya's eyes lit up. She wanted to go to the Muggle world with Charlotte before. Can do a lot of things, especially Charlotte can also be invisible, so there are not too many things they can do. Charlotte, Harry, and Hermione had no objections, while Ron and Joya were extremely excited. The five discussed it for a while before deciding to sneak around the Muggle world. It was the first time he had seen Sirius. Thank you, boy. No, Hogwarts doesn't allow us to use magic outside the school. Have you forgotten the school rules? This year, Gryffindor almost lost to Slytherin because of you two. Don't forget, Hermione said from the side. Hermione was very dissatisfied that she had worked so hard to earn some marks in class every day, but she was deducted by these two guys within 2 days. Sirius was already waiting there at the door of Brake's house, and Charlotte saw Sirius as soon as he came in. Harry always thought this was Bo Lake's house, but in fact this was not only Bo Lake's ancestral home, but also the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. That's right, we don't want to do anything this winter vacation anyway. How about going to the Muggle world secretly together? I think you're Charlotte Elwes, and I take the liberty of inviting you here at this time, but I really want to see you. Hermione, don't do this. This is winter vacation. We can play a lot. Maybe we can go to you. The winter vacation is coming soon. Charlotte packed up her things, and then returned to Bo Lake's house at 12, Grimmauld Place, London with Charlotte. He has completely got rid of the influence of Azkaban, and has returned to his normal appearance, even a bit like a boy. Sirius held out his hand. Charlotte reached out to hold his hand. Sirius walked over, hugged Charlotte tightly along his hand. He is tall and thin, handsome and elegant, with black hair and a pair of gray eyes. Compared with the careless and free and easy boyhood, Sirius is more mature now. Although his eyes still brought him the elegance of aristocrats, there was some humility in them. A week after the final exam, the scores came out quickly. Charlotte was still the first in her grade, and Hermione was still holding on to the second place. 8:30 for this reason. Hermione pestered Charlotte to tell him her reading secrets for a long time, and she didn't give up until she saw that Charlotte was very talented. Charlotte knew what Sirius was talking about. What he wanted to say was that before he found Pettigrew and cleared him of his grievances, which allowed him to adopt Harry and bid farewell to Azkaban. Sirius has always been very grateful to Charlotte, but he has never been able to see Charlotte. Sirius hugged Charlotte for a long time. His eyes glistened with tears, and he lost his composure after a long absence. Sorry. Sirius looked at Charlotte, and then reached out to stroke the heads of the two children. Okay, I have prepared dinner for you. By the way, I almost forgot. I will help you put your things in first. Knowing that Charlotte likes to read books, Sirius arranged Charlotte's bedroom next door to the Lake family library. It is said to be a library, but Lake's collection of books cannot be accommodated in 1 or 2 rooms. Do you like reading books very much? Sirius put away Charlotte's box and asked curiously, seeing that Charlotte's gaze was always in the library. Charlotte nodded. There are always many interesting things in the wizarding world, but I'm still in Hogwarts, so I can't see many things with my own eyes. I think it's okay to read the books first, and then read them later. Okay, I heard from Harry that you can already choose your own courses in the school. As expected of a genius wizard, Principal Dumbledore is not so generous to us. Sirius joked. Charlotte said with a smile. Everyone has their own way of learning. After the things were put away, Sirius took Charlotte and Harry downstairs, and a house elf with long ears carried the dishes and put them on the dining table. Charlotte glanced at the elf twice. Perhaps because of the agreement between the house elf and the wizard, the clothes on each elf are very worn out. Even the elves in big families, such as the Malfoy and Bryke families, only wear very simple clothes that can even be worn, said to be worn cloth strips. Seeing Charlotte's eyes resting on the elf, Sirius said, "He is the elf of our Lake family, or in other words, originally the elf of my younger brother Regulus, Creature." Creature glanced at Charlotte and Potter, bowed his head towards them, turned and left the restaurant. Sirius stretched out his arms to embrace the two of them. Okay, it's rare that there's one more person in the Lake family. Let's have dinner together. I hope today's dinner can be loved by both of you. On the table is a very traditional English dinner: roast beef, potatoes, and broccoli. As for these Western-style meals, Charlotte has always been able to eat, and Creature's cooking skills are really good. The three of them ate very well. Satisfied. In a while, you can go shopping in the street. I heard that there will be a magic circus today. We can go and see it together, Sirius said. Harry was very happy. Really? I've never seen a magic circus. What's in it? There will be a lot of magical animals in it. I don't think you have learned there. The course of magical beasts is your course for next year, Sirius said, and then looked at Charlotte. For you, I think this course may be already learned. Charlotte had dessert, which was his favorite Yorkshire pudding. I haven't taken it, but I'm looking forward to this class, and I will go there too. Charlotte winked at Harry, and Harry said happily, Great. I haven't seen you in class for a long time, as you. The three of them were chatting while eating, and after the meal, Sirius took Charlotte and Harry to go out, but before they could go out, the bell rang at the door. Sirius thought for a while, and said to the two of them, Sorry, I think our plan may have to be postponed. You stay here first. I'll come to you after I've dealt with the matter. Sirius walked out of the dining room, went to the door, and opened it. Outside the door was Remus John Lupin. Lupin was carrying a box. He looked at Sirius and said, I have something to tell you. Is Harry there? Sirius nodded, and Lupin looked very anxious, as if something important had happened. Yes, Charlotte is here too. What's the matter? I think we can go upstairs to talk, Sirius said in a low voice. Lupin nodded and followed Sirius upstairs. Charlotte and Harry sat in the dining room. Watching Sirius lead Lupin up the stairs, Harry greeted Lupin. Lupin responded and greeted Charlotte. That's Remus John Lupin, Sirius said, and that's my father's former friend too, and they and Pettigrew used to be the Raiders of Hogwarts, Harry said. What is he nervous about? Harry looked at Charlotte and said with some embarrassment, Aye, we're friends. If you have anything to say, you can talk straight. Charlotte looked at Harry and blinked. Charlotte nodded absent-mindedly. Although it wasn't very strange that Lupin appeared here, he could clearly feel that Lupin seemed nervous. During this period of time, he kept dreaming about Dementors. He dreamed that he appeared on the Hogwarts train. As soon as he opened the door, there were Goodjow, all Dementors. Those horrible monsters saw him, rushed towards him, and then screamed at him desperately. Could it be that they also found the trace of Voldemort? Of course, Dementors don't have souls, so they can't be killed theoretically. They are creatures of death and can only be driven away with the Patronus charm. I think our plan may be ruined, said Charlotte, poking potatoes on the plate, and Harry asked, You mean we went to the circus? And at the end of these dreams, there will always be a flash of white light, and it is Charlotte's white Thunderbird that has protected him time and time again. He ran wildly inside the train, but he couldn't avoid those Dementors at all. The Dementors were like flies, chasing towards him crazily. Lupin? Charlotte nodded. Harry pursed his lips and said, By the way, Charlotte, can I ask you something? I've been dreaming recently, and it's always been a Dementor in my dream. Harry remembered the appearance and name of a Dementor. It seemed that whether or not Harry was nearly kissed by a Dementor, what was due always came back. Harry told Charlotte about his dream, and Charlotte found it very interesting. So, before Harry hesitated to express his thoughts, Charlotte said, That day, the spell I used was the Patronus charm, which can release my own protector to disperse the Dementors. Speaking of this, Charlotte almost forgot to tell Dumbledore about it, but thinking that Dumbledore probably already knew about it, he put it down. Harry listened carefully to Charlotte's words, and when Charlotte finished speaking, he said, I see. Charlotte, can you teach me this spell? I want to learn this spell. As long as he learns this spell, he will no longer be afraid of Dementors. At the beginning, the feeling given by the Dementor really made Harry feel very bad, and he let him see a lot of painful memories. Charlotte nodded. Of course. The Dementors they saw in Hogsmeade back then were only a few. By the next semester, there might be more Dementors. The two were chatting happily downstairs. Sirius stood by the stairs, glanced at the two of them, smiled, and led Yueping into the upstairs study. Lupin, what happened? Sirius sat on the sofa, and Lupin sat opposite him, frowning. Although Azkaban was rebuilt, those prisoners have fled in all directions. Recently, The Ministry of Magic has been arresting those fugitives, but none of them were caught by them. Sirius frowned. I know. You are here now to tell me that maybe they will appear here? The location of the Order of the Phoenix headquarters can only be revealed by the Secret Keeper. The current Secret Keeper is Dumbledore. Even though Pettigrew was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he cannot disclose the location of the Order of the Phoenix. It can be said that as long as Dumbledore is not dead, the Order of the Phoenix is the safest place besides Hogwarts. Yes, do you know what Dumbledore told me? Lupin looked at Sirius. Sirius sat down immediately. His expression became serious. About the mystery man? Lupin and Sirius were best friends, and Sirius knew what he was going to say almost as Lupin said it. Dumbledore did not deny the fact that Voldemort was killed, but this also means that he may have other means to be reborn. Don't forget, we thought he had completely disappeared at the beginning, but last time he reappeared. Although the Death Eaters have calmed down, the crisis is far from being resolved, and there are still many problems. Sirius nodded. Who killed you-know-who? Regarding this matter, the Ministry of Magic did not announce it, but just wrote a sentence in the Daily Prophet, toasting that strange, great wizard. But the specific things were not mentioned. This kind of cover-up makes things that should be celebrated on a large scale, BB, a bit weird. Headmaster Dumbledore didn't say, but he said that the man would not be our opponent, and, sooner or later, we will find out, Lupin said. Dumbledore had Dumbledore's considerations. Even if he didn't say it, Lupin wouldn't press him, and neither did Sirius. However, you need to pay attention, Sirius. Lupin looked at Sirius. Bella is also on the run. She may be okay in Azkaban, but she knows where this place is, although she doesn't know that this is Phoenix Club headquarters, but in case she comes here. Lupin's calm eyes stared at Sirius, with some concern in them. It wasn't Pettigrew that the Order of the Phoenix had to worry about, but Bellatrix Lestrange. Some caution flashed in Sirius' eyes. I know your worry. Harry stays at Brake's house. I will never let him be hurt again. What happened last time will never happen. Lupin nodded. Okay, but you have to protect not only Harry, but also that child this time. Of course, he helped me and released me from Azkaban. Even if it costs my life, I will protect him well, Sirius said. To this day, thinking of the days of Azkaban still scares Sirius. That kind of cruel and inhumane punishment made him feel that death might be an easier thing. At this time, downstairs, Harry took Charlotte to a relatively spacious room, and Chon Luo took out his wand. Although the Ministry of Magic forbids students to use magic outside of school and puts traces on students, the scope of traces is actually very rough. If it is in a wizarding family, it is completely difficult to distinguish whether it is an adult wizard or an underage wizard using magic. At this time, it can only rely on the self-consciousness of the little wizard. Charlotte took out her wand and said, The Patronus Charm is not a simple spell. First of all, you have to think of some happy things in your mind. Harry stood by, also holding the charm in his hand. Happy things. Yes, things that make you feel extremely happy and joyful. A white spot of light lit up from the tip of Charlotte's wand, and the day-like light soon turned into a huge white Thunderbird. Different from the ordinary summoning guards, Harry keenly noticed that the Thunderbirds, there are also flowing golden lines on the body. The air in front of him didn't change at all, not even a white light. As long as there are special circumstances, such as his extreme fear or other extreme emotional situations, his magic power will increase. Saying that, Charlotte shouted, Call God to protect you. Harry repeated the mantra. Call for protection? Harry blinked. Like failed. You think about these things, and then shout. Call God Guardian. You can summon your own guardian beast to help you drive away the Dementors. Charlotte nodded and held out her wand. I'll show you a demonstration. Otherwise, an ordinary Hogwarts second-year student would not be able to use advanced spells like Invoke God's Guardian. So strong, Harry murmured. He looked at Charlotte. Can I do this? Of course, he also felt very happy when he was with Sirius. White and gold are intertwined, which looks very pleasing to the eye. Dementors like to absorb people's emotions and generally mobilize the most painful and sad things in people's hearts, making people's emotions fluctuate. so that he can suck souls, so only happy things can keep Dementors away. Charlotte nodded. There was this soul fragment in Harry's body. Although it was only a fragment, it greatly increased Harry's mana. Harry looked a little eager to try. He picked up his wand and shouted in the air in front of him, "Call God to protect you." However, Harry always felt that these were not enough. Harry frowned. He could think of many happy things, such as every day he spent in Hogwarts. Hogwarts was like his home, even with Snape looking at him with such hatred, but he still likes Hogwarts very much. There were no Dementors nearby, and Thunderbird circled the room with a punch, then flew up to Charlotte's hand, nudged his hand, and dissipated into the air. Voldemort continued to seduce. After all, he had seen the abyss of flames from Grindelwald. If he could, he still didn't want to have a direct confrontation with Charlotte too soon. Hearing this, Charlotte just shrugged. "If you don't come to trouble me, I will come to trouble you, Mr. Voldemort." As soon as the words fell, Charlotte raised the Elder Wand. Because of the Thestrals, he used the Elder Wand more smoothly than Dumbledore. Armor protection. The Elder Wand magnified Charlotte's own power. It was just a simple incantation, but the power released from the tip of the wand was enough to surpass armor protection. Charlotte blinked, suddenly understanding why Voldemort wanted the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand can amplify the wizard's power, which allows the wizard to easily release more powerful magic, and only needs to output some magic power. Such a powerful holy artifact. If Voldemort wasn't greedy, it wouldn't be Voldemort. Knowing the function of the Elder Wand, Charlotte released several spells one after another to protect this place a bit. "Mr. Aberforth, I think you'd better stay still." After Charlotte finished speaking, she stepped out of the super armor body. Just in time, the Death Eaters on the opposite side launched another wave of attacks, and several colorful spells were fired towards this side. The magic power scratched the air, causing the air to emit an extremely intense explosion sound. With a wave of her wand in Charlotte's hand, the spells instantly disappeared in front of him. "All curses are empty." Aberforth watched this scene from behind, with an extremely complicated look in his eyes. "All spells are empty, an advanced spell that can resist all spells. The person who casts this spell must have very powerful magic power, otherwise it is impossible to use it. Even if a second-year student got the Elder Wand, he could use such an advanced spell, which made Aberforth's evaluation of Charlotte even higher. "Humph, Albus, if this child dies here, I think you will regret it," Aberforth said, waving his wand in his hand, and shot a spell at the group of Death Eaters. On this island, only offense is the best defense. Charlotte looked at the magic spell passing by her and smiled. "Okay, stubborn Mr. Aberforth, let's fight side by side for once." Aberforth stepped forward, and there was no smile on his unshaven face. "Then let me have a look, the strength of the genius just now." Charlotte walked forward. The sea breeze blew the magic robe on his body. His eyes moved, and the originally dark pupils instantly turned into dark green vertical pupils. "Of course, Mr. Aberforth, you will never be disappointed." Charlotte walked forward, and when he stepped forward, his figure instantly shifted to a place in front of him. Apparate. The Death Eaters headed by Yaxley on the opposite side had a bloodthirsty desire to fight in their eyes. Voldemort stood behind them, watching the two people who kept moving towards them. "My loyal servant, kill these two for me." An extremely distorted and crazy look appeared on Bella's face. She stood behind Voldemort with distorted worship in her eyes. "Of course, my master." The rest of the Death Eaters also stared at Charlotte and Aberforth. "Of course, my lord." Voldemort gave an order, and the 5 Death Eaters around him rushed towards Charlotte like giant bats. The gloomy weather, the dark ocean, and the cloudy sky in the distance suddenly split a silver-white lightning, and the lightning fell on the ocean, making the atmosphere suddenly rise to the extreme. Charlotte's figure shifted rapidly on the island. He calmly looked at these Death Eaters. The most important thing was Voldemort standing behind them. These Death Eaters were all elites under Voldemort, and compared to the useless vampires under Grindelwald, the strength of these elites should not be underestimated. There are many creatures that he can transform into now, But powerful ones like Balrog and Frost Titan require too much magic power, especially Frost Titan. It took about 3 minutes to deal with the giant snake, and after 3 minutes, Charlotte felt a little overwhelmed. Maybe you can choose something else, Charlotte thought for a while. Her eyes lit up slightly. Thinking of this, Charlotte didn't act immediately, but accelerated the speed of apparition and rushed towards Yaxley. After Voldemort's downfall, Yaxley whitewashed himself as the director of the Ministry of Magic. After Voldemort reappeared, he joined Voldemort's command, but he was always worried that he would not gain Voldemort's trust. So this time I was eager to express myself. Grindelwald only told Voldemort about Charlotte's ability. Although Voldemort reminded his subordinates to pay attention, they never really saw it. Who would appreciate such a thing? Notice a kid? So, in Yaxley's eyes at the moment, Charlotte is nothing more than a slightly talented wizard. And other than that, she is just a stepping stone for him to build a career in front of Voldemort. Stupid wizard. Yaxley moved with a fierce look in his eyes. As soon as he moved the wand in his hand, a ball of white magic power immediately condensed on the tip of the wand. As for flowers, Charlotte's figure rushed towards Yaxley without any hesitation. He looked at the magic ball in front of Yaxley's wand, not even trying to block it. Aberforth followed Charlotte, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Oh no, Charlotte!" he yelled, with a look of panic in his eyes. He immediately stopped his steps and was about to raise his wand in his hand and wave it to block Charlotte's blow. The smile on the corner of Yaxley's mouth became more and more rampant and wanton. "Idiot, I am not some stupid wizard. Even if you are still young, I will not show mercy." He increased his magic output, and his eyes were extremely cold and cunning. As one of Voldemort's most powerful subordinates, he was not a vegetarian. A little smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth, and he slowly closed his eyes, as if he was welcoming his own death. Seeing this, Yaxley paused in his heart. Why did the little wizard close his eyes? Meet his own death? No, Yaxley was no fool. Having dared to come here, and having taken the wand from Dumbledore, he knew that Charlotte was no ordinary wizard. But now, Charlotte closed her eyes and put on a dead look. Countless conjectures crossed Yaxley's mind, but he resolutely decided to increase the output of magic power. The arrow is on the string, and he can't do it anymore. He will not miss any chance to kill the enemy. Yaxley sneered, and with a wave of his wand, the powerful spell shot out from his wand and rushed toward Charlotte. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, Charlotte's figure was covered by the blasted dust. Satisfaction rose in Yaxley's eyes, and Aberforth was stunned for a moment, and there were tears in his eyes. "Idiot!" Aberforth cursed, waving his wand in his hand and shooting countless white lights at those Death Eaters. "Vulnerable," Yaxley said with a sneer, but before he turned his head back, he saw the billowing smoke and dust seem to be blown by the wind and rushed towards him. Next second, a pair of dark green vertical pupils appeared in front of him. The dark green vertical pupils carried the breath of death. Yaxley's fair face turned red instantly, and the hand of the god of death seemed to pinch his neck. His eyes were instantly filled with fear because he recognized those eyes. The eyes of death are small. Hearing Sirius' words, Lupin also tensed up instantly. He looked at Sirius. "It's Bellatrix Lestrange." "Sirius, are you sure you read it right?" Now the prisoners in Azkaban are all on the statistical list. Many Aurors are catching prisoners every day. They are currently located very close to the Ministry of Magic. No matter how powerful those prisoners are, they will not go to such a place come to the event. Could it be that it really was Bella? Lupin hoped Sirius was wrong. Sirius blinked. He was a little uncertain. After all, since Bella married Rodolphus, he had never seen this cousin again. And he also knew that Bella didn't like him at all. Having not seen each other for so many years, even Sirius was not sure if he was right. Anyway, there may be danger here, regardless of whether it is or not. In short, it is better to be careful when 600 is discovered at this time. The two looked at each other, and then Sirius walked quickly to Harry and Charlotte. Harry and Charlotte were looking at the brooms placed in the window. Sirius glanced at them, and said to the two, I want to tell you sorry, I don't think we'll be able to go to the circus because I have something to do with Lupin. Sirius was still reluctant to tell Harry and Charlotte about it. After all, both of them are underage wizards in the eyes of Sirius. Bella, on the other hand, is a Death Eater. For them, it is too dangerous. Lupin also said on the sidelines, Next time, we'll take care of things and bring you to see them, okay? The circus often comes back to London, and we won't miss it. Something? Charlotte looked at the two and instinctively told him that the two were hiding something. However, Sirius and Lupin don't seem to be planning to tell them what's going on. Okay. Harry was a little disappointed, but quickly recovered his emotions. Next time, we must go. Sirius and Lupin led the two of them forward, and when they reached a fireplace on the side of the street, the four of them stopped. Because the wizarding world generally uses flue powder as a means of transportation, no matter whether it is in Diagon Alley or next to the Magic Street, there will be some fireplaces more or less. Sirius didn't know that Charlotte could use apparition, so he reached into his pocket and took out 2 small bags of flue powder and put them in Charlotte and Harry's hands. I can't tell you the address, but I think you know the location, Harry. You take Charlotte back, stay at home, and don't come out for the time being. Sirius patted Harry's head. Sorry, I failed to fulfill my promise this time, but next time I will take you to the circus and you. Sirius reached out and touched Charlotte's head. Next time, the 3 of us will go to the circus together. Sirius didn't know how much the words he said sounded like 10 flags. At least, Charlotte looked at Sirius' head and thought he had set a big flag on her. Harry had a sad expression on his face. He always felt that Sirius and Lupin were going to take risks, so he stretched out his arms to hug Sirius. Oh, Sirius, it's okay. You don't need to apologize. I hope you come back sooner. Sirius nodded, glanced at Lupin, and then said to the two, You can go back. Remember, stay at home and don't come out for the time being. Harry nodded. Clutching the flue powder in his hand, he called out the name of a bus stop near Bow Lake's ancestral home. The flue powder was sprinkled, and a burst of green flames rose up, but it was of no use. Harry's figure didn't move away, but he was choked by the flue powder and coughed. Sirius and Lupin stared at the same time. What's going on? Charlotte threw the flue powder in her hand into the fireplace, walked out from the fireplace, and said in a deep voice, The flue network has been locked. The prisoner of Azkaban, or Voldemort, or Grindelwald. In short, these people may block the flue network. Those darkness didn't disappear completely, but hid in a deeper place. Charlotte looked at Harry. He didn't know if it was for himself or Harry this time. After all, Voldemort without his body needs to be resurrected again. The blood of the enemy, the flesh of the servant, the bone of the father. Indispensable. Sirius and Lupin also understood instantly. They both frowned and turned to look at the street. At some point, the street became a little deserted. Only a few wizards walked behind them. The surrounding lights became darker, and it seemed that there was no problem, but the surrounding environment made the two of them feel tight. Charlotte and Harry were protected by Lupin and Sirius. Charlotte felt keenly that the air seemed to have changed. A snowflake fell in front of his eyes, and Charlotte let out a breath of air, looking at the dark sky. It's starting to snow. That means the air is getting colder. Why is there a sudden drop in temperature? Although it is winter now, when they came out just now, it was not so cold. This kind of cold seems to be invading people's hearts. Lupin and Sirius also seemed to feel such a strange cold. They protected Charlotte and Harry, looked at each other, and talked in low voices. What's the matter? Asked Sirius. I didn't feel any aura, but I always felt that something was wrong. Don't worry. The Ministry of Magic is just opposite. We can go to the Ministry of Magic. Lupin said. Their current location is just opposite the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is the only building on the street that is still brightly lit in the middle of the night. Even though most wizards have already left work, there must still be wizards in the Ministry of Magic. They could go to the Ministry of Magic for help. This place has become dangerous. You said that they are fleeing outside. If it is really them, then Harry and Charlotte will be in danger. We and those Aurors can really protect Harry and Charlotte. Sirius didn't rest assured. It could be said that after James' death, his trust in the Ministry of Magic has dropped to the lowest level. No matter who it is impossible to trust an institution that has misjudged itself for more than 10 years. What's more, Fong 3.1, where he was detained, was hell. Lupin breathed out a cold breath. I know you don't trust the Ministry of Magic, but we can only rely on the Ministry of Magic now. 17. Lupin looked at Sirius, then turned his head to look at Harry, who didn't understand, and Charlotte, who lowered his head in thought. The Flu network here has been blocked. There are only Hogwarts second-year students. I think I will let the night bus take them back. Since they have blocked this place, it means that maybe they want to deal with us here, boo. The Lake family is safe. After all, I saw someone suspected of Bella here just now, and the level of danger here is much higher than that of Lake's house. Harry and Charlotte are here, and they can't cast the spell with complete confidence. It's better to send the two back, and they throw the Ministry of Magic to explain this matter. Sirius looked at Harry and Charlotte, then nodded. Good. Lupin negotiated with Sirius. The two turned around, looked at Charlotte and Harry, and Sirius said, We'll call the night bus to take you back to Grimmauld Place. Sirius lowered his head and reached out to touch the heads of the two. Be careful on the way back. Lupin and I will be back soon. Don't worry about us. The surrounding air became even colder and damper. Sirius looked up at the sky, frowning slightly. This feeling is getting worse and worse. Charlotte and Harry had to get out of here quickly. Charlotte looked up, scanning her surroundings. He also felt an unusual breath. I can stay, he said. We stay here and can be your helpers. According to his strength, he could completely protect Harry, Sirius, and Lupin, and going back to Lake's house would be the worst policy. Sirius smiled, reaching out to stroke Charlotte's head. As far as he was concerned, it was just Charlotte worrying about him and Lupin. What a kind boy, Sirius smiled and said to Charlotte. Don't worry, Lupin and I will come back as soon as possible. You don't need to think too much, just go back. The night bus will be here soon. Just as he was talking, Lupin took out his wand, and with a deafening sound, the night bus appeared in front of them with its tail swung. Appearing in front of the four of them was Iliong's 3-story bus painted in bright purple paint. It looked no different from an ordinary bus on the outside, except that it was much taller than an ordinary bus. The dim light was exposed from the bus window, and the light looked very dim, as always. Features of the wizarding world. Since Sirius refused, Charlotte didn't force it. He boarded the night's bus with Harry. Sirius paid 26 shekels for him, and then bid farewell to the two. Harry had never been on a night bus. He hadn't even heard of a night bus. After all, Sirius wouldn't have said such things to Harry on purpose. For him, these are the little things every day. After bidding farewell to Sirius, Harry and Charlotte boarded the Cavalier's bus. The human head hanging on the 16th head of the bus looked towards the two of them and made a sharp and strange voice. Good evening, little masters. Harry timidly replied, Oh, good evening, Mr. Head. The conductor Stan Sampak hung one hand on the handle above the car, looked at the two, and said, Sit down, gentlemen, we're about to start the train. Charlotte looked towards the carriage. It was night now. There were several rows of candles on the carriage, and there were 6 rows of copper canopy beds inside, but there were only 2 snoring wizards lying on the 2 beds. Charlotte sat down on a bunk bed with Harry. Since they paid 13 sickles, they could get a cup of hot chocolate, and Stan Thornpark cut 2 cups of hot chocolate in front of them. Thank you. The two thanked each other and brought over the hot chocolate. As the night bus was about to leave, Charlotte put the hot chocolate on the tray aside and said, Better put your hot chocolate aside. Okay. Harry also put the hot chocolate aside and looked at the entire compartment along the way. Let's go. Stan yelled at the driver in the purple uniform with thick glasses who had been sleeping since Charlotte and Harry got into the car. Oh, it's time to start. The driver pushed his thick eyes like a dream and then rang the bell on the car. Following 3 siren-like sounds, the night bus swung its rear and rushed forward in a single ride. The car started. Harry immediately reached out and grabbed the brass pillar of the canopy bed. He said in surprise, Oh my God, wouldn't the speed of this bus hit people? Stan had been very interested in the two from the beginning and had been standing by. Hearing this, he said, Of course not. Wizards' cars can't be seen by muggles. As he said that, the car in front of him jumped over an old woman crossing the road like a rabbit. The canopy bed Harry and Charlotte were sitting on jumped up, and the hot chocolate on the side tray fell straight to the floor. Oh! Harry closed his eyes in shock. What a pleasure, Stan said, obviously quite used to this happening. Harry was still in shock, but the night bus had already started speeding down the road. From time to time, I squeeze between two cars, and sometimes when I encounter a place with a lot of cars, this bus even drove past the wall. Vehicles, lampposts, and trash cans were left far behind by the night bus. Charlotte looked at the scene in front of her and found it very interesting. This bus seems to be shrouded in a kind of magical magic, so it can change its shape at will, such as squeezing through the cracks of the wall into pieces of paper, and it will not hurt the people sitting inside. Charlotte finds it amusing, and Harry finds it amusing and extraordinarily frightening. On a flat road, Harry clutched his little heart and asked, "My God, are you a little dangerous?" Stan laughs back, "Of course not. We haven't had an accident for about a week." When Stan finished speaking, the head hanging in front shouted in a Caribbean accent, "Here we are. We are here. It's Grimmauld Place." Charlotte and Harry walked down, and Stan waved to them at the door. "Welcome to come again next time." Then the night bus closed the door with a bang, and once again disappeared into the dark night with its tail swinging. Still in shock, Harry patted his chest and said, "Oh, I won't take this car next time." Charlotte laughs. "You get used to it. The night bus is very useful a lot of the time." As the two talked, Harry took Charlotte to Bo Lake's house. Although Sirius kept talking to reassure the two of them, Harry was always worried that Sirius would be on the way. He sighed and said, "Charlotte, will Sirius and Lupin really be okay?" Sirius didn't tell Charlotte what happened. Although he vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with those prisoners, it could not be ruled out that it was Grindelwald. "Don't worry. They are very close to the Ministry of Magic. With the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic there, they will be fine," Chong Luo said. Hearing what Charlotte said, Harry was slightly relieved. He walked towards the side, took out his wand, waved the wand, and a house appeared before him. Harry walked towards the house. Charlotte walked behind him. Looking at the house in front of him, he always felt that something was wrong. In any case, tonight has been uneven. They should be more careful. Chapter 177, Prisoner of Azkaban. Just after Charlotte and Harry went back to Lake's house, Sirius trembled suddenly, and he looked up to the sky, with horror in his eyes. Anyone, as long as one has stayed in Azkaban, it is impossible to forget this feeling, this kind of coldness that lost all emotion and became a walking dead. Dementors. It's a Dementor. Sirius looked at Lupin. Although he no longer looked like he had just been released from prison, the horror of the Dementor still made him tremble all over. "Sirius." Lupin reached out to hold Sirius' hand, and Sirius' pupils trembled, but he calmed down quickly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Go to the Ministry of Magic." While the two were talking, the Dementors hovering above their heads suddenly spread towards the surroundings, and the masters walking on the street stopped one after another. "What happened? Oh my God! It's a Dementor! Dementor! Run!" Countless snowflakes fell, and the skies seemed to be covered with a layer of black veil. Countless Dementors flew down from the sky. They made sharp shouts and flew towards the wizards around them, and cast Dementors on them. Kiss! The wizards around are fleeing, but there are still many wizards who are caught up by the Dementors. Lupin and Sirius looked at each other and ran towards the wizards who were unable to cast their guardian spells. "Call God to protect you." The white light quickly dispelled the Dementors. But after a while, those Dementors immediately surrounded them again, and countless Dementors floated down from the sky layer by layer, rushing towards the wizard, Sirius, and Luo Ping. On the Ministry of Magic building, someone seemed to have discovered countless Dementors. The lights of the building flickered on quickly, and dozens of wizards poured out from the Ministry of Magic building, casting a protective spell on the Dementors. Gadvin Robards rushed out of the Ministry of Magic building with the Aurors, cast a guardian spell, and walked towards Sirius and Lupin. "How is this going? Why did the Dementors attack the Ministry of Magic?" Lupin looked at Robards and simply said, "We don't know, Be careful around. I think we may encounter other people besides Dementors. Robards asked nervously. Who? Who is it? Those prisoners. I think they're coming for Harry, and I've already sent him back. Sirius said on the sidelines. His forehead was sweating, and the white light on his hands gradually faded. There are too many Dementors, even if the Guardian spell is useful, but it can't stop these Dementors from appearing in front of them as if they don't need money. Prisoner. Robard was a little panicked as he walked towards the side, obviously planning to deploy. Let's go to the Ministry of Magic building first. Lupin stretched out his hand to support Sirius. So many Dementors made Sirius recall the fear from Azkaban. If he hadn't been determined, he would probably have been unable to use it cursed. The Ministry of Magic building could barely withstand the Dementors, and many Dementors screamed at the wizards inside at the windows and gates. The wizards on the street had all withdrawn to the Ministry of Magic building. The Aurors were casting spells on the Dementors, and in addition to being careful not to let the prisoners break into the Ministry of Magic building. Crazy-eyed Moody walked over from one side. Hearing the crazy screams, he said irritably, "Listen to these voices. I wonder if the Dementors have eaten glass. Why are their voices so disgusting?" As he spoke, Mad-Eyes Moody looked at Lupin. "You said those prisoners are outside?" When suddenly asked, Sirius and Lupin were a little uncertain. They just saw a wizard who was suspected to be Bella outside. After finishing this matter, Mad-Eye Moody frowned. "I think you may have made a mistake. I took the Aurors out just now to see. Except for the damned Dementor, there is no one just sick. Except, of course, for those poor wizards who were surrounded for food." Mad-Eyes Moody didn't seem to have any sympathy for those wizards who were surrounded to give Demenicus. He glanced at the two, especially Sirius, with some wicked smiles. Lupin turned slightly pale. "Moody, what do you mean? You mean there are no prisoners outside?" Moody shrugged, pointed to his eyes, and said, "Of course, Lupin, you know, there's no way out. To my eyes, there are no prisoners outside." As soon as these words came out, even Sirius turned pale. He suddenly figured everything out. Bella tricked them out. She is now at Bo Lake's house. "Come on, Harry." Sirius ran out suddenly, but was stopped by Lupin. The sharp voice of the Dementor was still in his ears. "There are Dementors outside. Where are you going? We have to save them. They're just students at Hogwarts. Bella's a Death Eater, and they're going to die." Lupin. Sirius looked abnormally excited, and even Lupin's face was abnormally anxious. He looked at Moody with crazy eyes on the side. "Moody, where do we get out? Is it possible to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Dementors will break through, and we will all die." Moody also stopped laughing, and his face became serious. "We can only defend, and, you know, Dementors can't be killed, but you mean those prisoners went to Bo Lake's house? And where's Harry?" Lupin pulled Sirius and said, "Yes, we sent them back on the night bus." "Them," Sirius said weakly. "It's Harry and his friend, my benefactor, Charlotte Elvis." Sirius was in the mood that he might kill Harry and Charlotte. In his opinion, if he hadn't proposed to come out, if he hadn't felt that he could protect the two children, such a thing would not have happened. If only Harry and Charlotte died at Brake's house because of him, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life, which is worse than killing him. Even if he stayed in Azkaban for more than 10 years, there was no moment when he was in more pain than he is now. Lupin reached out and patted Sirius on the back to calm him down. But Sirius was so guilty that he could hardly straighten his back. A big man, standing where he was, almost cried. And Moody stood in front of the two. Hearing the familiar name, he said in surprise, "Charlotte?" Seeing Lupin nodding, Moody's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. "Oh, then don't worry. I think we should worry more about ourselves. Harry is safe. Probably the safest man in the world." Lupin and Sirius turned to look at Mad-Eye Moody. Crazy Eyes Moody has the title of Crazy Eyes, not by accident, because he does occasionally go crazy. But what they said, in the eyes of the two, was too crazy. How old is Charlotte? After this year, she is only 13 years old, right? A 13-year-old child. You say to let them rest assured, let alone Harry. Whether he can protect himself is still a question. Lupin thought about it and said, "Moody, Now is not the time to joke. I think this is a dangerous thing. There are still children, the degree of danger of Death Eaters. I think you're more serious than me, and Sirius clear. Sirius pulled Lupin even more, and was about to walk outside. Okay, Lupin, there's no need to say anything else. Harry and Charlotte are now at Lake's house. They are in danger. We have to go back and save them. Sirius walked towards the outside. Countless Dementors swarmed at the door, and the dark Dementors dimmed the lights of the Ministry of Magic a lot. Among the densely packed Dementors, the sky could not be seen at all. The ominous and terrifying aura prevailed in the Ministry of Magic, causing the wizards to tremble nonstop. Sirius gritted his teeth and walked outside. Many aurors from the Ministry of Magic blocked the door, and the light of the Guardian spell in his hand dispelled many soul destroyers. Strange, but still useless. Lupin reached out and grabbed Sirius. We can't get out. The magic power is limited, and the Guardian spell can't support them to go too far, and there are too many Dementors. With such a large number, they may be captured by the kiss of the Dementors before they go outside. Live? Whether this is good for wizards or for anyone else, it is very, very bad. Then what should we do? There was some anger in Sirius' eyes. Could it be that we just watched them die like this? Died at Bo Lake's house. Moody came from behind, his magic eyes rolled, staring at the two people who were in a stalemate. Okay, you two? I said don't worry, the Ministry of Magic won't last long. I have the port key to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. You need to go back to London by yourself, T. Sirius turned his head. Good. Sirius agreed without hesitation, and they must rush back to Lake's house as soon as possible, at least for him. If Harry and Charlotte died at Lake's house, then he would die with them immediately. 12. Grimmauld Placewell, Boo Lake's home. Charlotte followed Harry into Lake's house. Boo Lake's house was brightly lit, and even standing at the entrance, the two felt something was wrong. Charlotte. Harry opened his eyes wide and looked in front of him, seeming to have some fear. Charlotte scanned her eyes and walked forward. Calm down, Harry. You are a wizard. Charlotte took out her wand from her clothes, and he walked forward. The room looked calm, but it didn't seem so peaceful. Avada, a reptile-like voice came from the corner of the house. Charlotte immediately turned her head, and the white magic power immediately shot towards the corner of the house. Boom! The two magic spells collided instantly, and the white and green magic power crackled, colliding in the air like an electric current. Dolohov came out from the corner. His face was very haggard, looking at Charlotte with deep fear and hatred in his eyes. Charlotte. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Dolohov is here, and it seems that other Death Eaters are probably here too. Who else? Bella? Charlotte reached out and touched his eyes, and when his hands were put down, his eyes had turned into a pair of dark green vertical pupils. Dolohov looked away almost instantly. And at this moment, the magic power of the magic wand in Charlotte's hand soared instantly and knocked Dolohov into the air almost instantly. Dolohov fell straight to the ground, hitting several shelves with medieval patterns on the back, and the crackling furniture was broken and shattered into several large pieces and fell to the side. Dolohov, are you ambushed here just to kill me? Charlotte asked. Dolohov spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't look into Charlotte's eyes and said loudly, Deadly eyes, Charlotte, you killed the master. I will avenge him. Harry hid behind Charlotte. His eyes widened when he heard what Dolohov said. Of course, I welcome your revenge at any time. So who is next? Molo scanned the darkness. According to the habits of wizards in the wizarding world, the lights in Bo Lake's house are not very bright. There are many dark places, such as stairs, corridors, etc., which are almost all black. While Charlotte was observing the darkness, Creature quickly rushed out from the side, and almost instantly, he reached out and grabbed Harry, who was hiding at the side, into his hands. Harry Potter! Creature yelled, and Harry grabbed the pillar beside him as he yelled, Creature! Let me go! Charlotte turned around. His gaze was directed towards Creature, who met him unsuspectingly. Harry, close your eyes. Winter's Wrath. Charlotte looked at Dolohov. That's a lot of crap. Harry closed his eyes almost instantly. He could feel Creature's body trembling violently as he was holding his hand, and it became abnormally cold almost instantly. After Creature was dealt with, Charlotte took her wand and pointed at Dolohov in the corner. Dolohov slowly stood up while leaning against the wall. Harry trembled all over, staying where he was, not daring to move. He waved the wand in his hand, and a blue light appeared on the tip of the wand immediately. Dead doesn't distinguish between teammates and enemies. Then as Dolohov stood up from the corner, he sneered, "Charlotte, do you really think that you alone can compete with all of us?" Rip and tear. The tips of the wands all point towards Charlotte, and those Death Eaters were all in the posture of casting spells. There were many black robes mopping the floor in the darkness, and then a dozen skeleton-like fingers popped out from the darkness, holding magic wands in those long, sharp hands. Dolohov's complexion became a little bad, and he looked to the side as if he was waiting for something. "It's a little bad to see, Harry." Then the breath of frost was released in the room, and frost almost instantly pinned a dozen Death Eaters to death on the floor. In just a few moments, Charlotte released several spells in an instant, and the spells rushed towards the Death Eaters, landing at their feet almost before they could react. Charlotte looked at the roof. Would she break the house by transforming now? The Great Lord will come back eventually, and by that time, the entire wizarding world, no, the entire world will be a paradise for pure-blood wizards. Whether this is good for wizards or for anyone else, it is very, very bad. Then what should we do? There was some anger in serious eyes. Could it be that we just watched them die like this? Died at Bolake's house. Moody came from behind, his magic eyes rolled, staring at the two people who were in a stalemate. "Okay, you two?" I said, "Don't worry. The Ministry of Magic won't last long. I have the portkey to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. You need to go back to London by yourself, T." Sirius turned his head. "Good." Sirius agreed without hesitation, and they must rush back to Lake's house as soon as possible, at least for him. If Harry and Charlotte died at Lake's house, then he would die with them immediately. 12. Grimmauld Placewell, Boo Lake's home. Charlotte followed Harry into Lake's house. Boo Lake's house was brightly lit, and even standing at the entrance, the two felt something was wrong. "Charlotte." Harry opened his eyes wide and looked in front of him, seeming to have some fear. Charlotte scanned her eyes and walked forward. "Calm down, Harry. You are a wizard." Charlotte took out her wand from her clothes, and he walked forward. The room looked calm, but it didn't seem so peaceful. "Avada," a reptile-like voice came from the corner of the house. Charlotte immediately turned her head, and the white magic power immediately shot towards the corner of the house. Boom! The two magic spells collided instantly, and the white and green magic power crackled, colliding in the air like an electric current. Dolohov came out from the corner. His face was very haggard, looking at Charlotte with deep fear and hatred in his eyes. "Charlotte." Charlotte raised her eyebrows. "Dolohov is here, and it seems that other Death Eaters are probably here too. Who else? Bella?" Charlotte reached out and touched his eyes, and when his hands were put down, his eyes had turned into a pair of dark green vertical pupils. Dolohov looked away almost instantly. And at this moment, the magic power of the magic wand in Charlotte's hand soared instantly and knocked Dolohov into the air almost instantly. Dolohov fell straight to the ground, hitting several shelves with medieval patterns on the back, and the crackling furniture was broken and shattered into several large pieces and fell to the side. "Dolohov, are you ambushed here just to kill me?" Charlotte asked. Dolohov spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't look into Charlotte's eyes and said loudly, "Deadly eyes, Charlotte, you killed the master. I will avenge him." Harry hid behind Charlotte. His eyes widened when he heard what Dolohov said. "Of course, I welcome your revenge at any time. So who is next?" Molo scanned the darkness. According to the habits of wizards in the wizarding world, the lights in Bo Lake's house are not very bright. There are many dark places, such as stairs, corridors, etc., which are almost all black. While Charlotte was observing the darkness, Creature quickly rushed out from the side, and almost instantly, he reached out and grabbed Harry, who was hiding at the side, into his hands. "Harry Potter!" Creature yelled, and Harry grabbed the pillar beside him as he yelled, "Creature, let me go!" Charlotte turned around. His gaze was directed towards Creature, who met him unsuspectingly. "Harry, close your eyes." Winter's Wrath. Charlotte looked at Dolohov. "That's a lot of crap." Harry closed his eyes almost instantly. He could feel Creature's body trembling violently as he was holding his hand, and it became abnormally cold almost instantly. After Creature was dealt with, Charlotte took her wand and pointed at Dolohov in the corner. Dolohov slowly stood up while leaning against the wall. Harry trembled all over, staying where he was, not daring to move. He waved the wand in his hand, and a blue light appeared on the tip of the wand immediately. Dead Eye doesn't distinguish between teammates and enemies. Denoaz, Dolohov stood up from the corner. He sneered, "Charlotte, do you really think that you alone can compete with all of us?" Rip and tear. The tips of the wands all point toward Charlotte, and those Death Eaters were all in the posture of casting spells. There were many black robes mopping the floor in the darkness, and then a dozen skeleton-like fingers popped out from the darkness, holding magic wands in those long, sharp hands. Dolohov's complexion became a little bad, and he looked to the side as if he was waiting for something. "It's a little bad to see Harry." Then the breath of frost was released in the room, and frost almost instantly pinned a dozen Death Eaters to death on the floor. In just a few moments, Charlotte released several spells in an instant, and the spells rushed towards the Death Eaters, landing at their feet almost before they could react. Charlotte looked at the roof. Would she break the house by transforming now? The Great Lord will come back eventually, and by that time, the entire wizarding world, no, the entire world will be a paradise for pure-blood wizards. We don't have to be the enemy, Charlotte. Pettigrew squinted his small eyes. He looked at Charlotte. There was a slickness in the green eyes. Charlotte stopped throwing the box, and he looked at Pettigrew. "What? Do you want to bribe me too?" Pettigrew rolled his eyes. He knew that the child in front of him was very dangerous. Voldemort was under his control, and he had absolutely no chance of winning against him. "You guys may need someone to collect information on Voldemort for you. I think I can do this for you. He won't suspect me." Although he said so, Pettigrew kept staring at other places. The wand in Charlotte's hand lit up, and he said coldly, "There's no need to talk nonsense." Harry stood aside, looking at Charlotte, then at Pettigrew. Now almost all the layout of Lake's house has been destroyed by Charlotte, and the three of them are almost standing in the ruins. Just when Charlotte was about to cast a spell at Pettigrew, the door of Lake's house was kicked open from the outside. Moonlight fell in from outside, slightly illuminating the dimly lit room. Charlotte's eyes fell on the person who entered. Harry was behind him, shouting in surprise, "Sirius!" The blue magic on Charlotte's wand gradually died down. Sirius watched Charlotte and Harry anxiously. He and Lupin hardly dared to stop along the way. After all, Charlotte and Harry were facing Death Eaters. This is not an easy task for Hogwarts sophomores. Thinking that Charlotte and Harry's lives might be lost because of him, Sirius was full of guilt. "Harry, Charlotte." Sirius looked at the two of them. Seeing that both of them were still alive, a big stone in his heart dropped. And at this moment, Pettigrew seized the opportunity. He had been thinking about how to escape from this place, but Charlotte's spell was activated very quickly, and he could see clearly in the dark. If he is not careful, maybe he will have to keep Xiaonai here. And he is the one who cherishes his life the most. But interrupted by Sirius and Lupin, he found his chance. There was a flash of white light, two squeaks, and Pettigrew transformed into his Animagus form, a fat, ugly, hairy mouse. Sirius had seen Pettigrew a long time ago, but because he was worried about Charlotte and Harry, he didn't take action against Pettigrew immediately. Now seeing Pettigrew transforming into a mouse form, the old hatred immediately rushed to his heart. However, it was too late to cast the spell at this time. Sirius' magic power pierced the floor, but didn't hit Pettigrew. Almost instantly, Pettigrew fled into the darkness with a creak. Charlotte looked in the direction of Pettigrew's escape and blinked. Now he finally knows what these prisoners are doing here. Charlotte looked at the box in her hand. Slytherin's locket, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Bella took advantage of Sirius to leave Bo Lake's house and deliberately appeared in the square, so that Sirius thought that the prisoners were all on the streets of the Ministry of Magic, which would be bad for them. But Bella didn't expect that Sirius let Harry and him go back to Lake's house in order to prevent them from being in danger. It's a coincidence that it isn't. Charlotte shook the locket in her hand and was suddenly hugged by Sirius. Sirius held him in one arm and Harry in the other, sounding very worried. "Sorry, it was my mistake. I almost hurt you," Sirius said with guilt. When a big man said these words, his whole body was trembling. Charlotte froze for a moment, then reached out and patted Sirius. Sirius let go of them and said with relief, "I'm very happy. You have nothing to do." Harry also recovered from his fear, and he turned to look at Charlotte. "Sirius, do you know that Charlotte is really powerful?" Harry said excitedly. This was the first time he faced Charlotte's strength directly. The scene where Charlotte easily dealt with those Death Eaters was still repeated in front of Harry. No boy could refuse to look directly at a strong man, and Harry trembled with joy when he thought that he was a classmate with Charlotte and had the opportunity to stand by his side. Only now did Sirius have time to look at the situation inside the house. The living room was basically destroyed. A dozen Death Eaters were frozen in place by ice, and the cold breath made many candles in the room go out. The floor in the hallway was basically rotten, and there was absolutely no survivors of the surrounding furnishings, etc. As for flowers, this scene is definitely not something a little wizard can do. What's more, those Death Eaters were still in the posture of casting magic. This shows that the wizard who cast the spell froze all the Death Eaters in front of him almost instantly. Such magic and speed. A second-year wizard would definitely not be able to do it. Lupin walked on the battered floor, looking at the Death Eaters and at the floor in front of him. The magic fluctuations left on the floor all proved that it was definitely not ordinary wizards who caused such magic residues. According to Harry, all of this was caused by Charlotte. Lupin and Sirius looked at Charlotte. The two looked at each other, and Sirius decided to tidy up the place first. 0-0. After casting the spell, everything in the room returned to normal. Sirius brewed 2 cups of coffee, and 2 cups of hot chocolate were served in front of Jean Luo and Harry. Sitting back on the couch, Charlotte scanned her surroundings. It is very convenient to have magic. When something breaks, it can be restored instantly, although it requires a lot of magic. But that's hardly convenient. Sirius looked at Lupin, and then the two looked straight down the road. "Charlotte, is it convenient to tell us what happened?" Charlotte nodded and went over the whole thing. It was nothing more than when they came back, they saw Death Eaters here. Lupin frowned. "Bella transferred us away. Why? Isn't her purpose here to find Harry, or to seek revenge?" Lupin couldn't figure it out. The only reason for Lake's house could be revenge or finding Harry. But she dropped them all away. Sirius looked at the petrified creature, as if he was thinking about something. "Did you petrify creature?" Sirius looked at Charlotte, who nodded. After thinking for a while, he took the Slytherin locket out of his pocket. "I think they're here to find this. Regulus locket?" Sirius wondered. He frowned, as if he couldn't figure out why Bella came to get a box. Why? She came to snatch this box knife.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.